Chapter 2039. Han Leng's protective origin energy was unable to stop this spike in the slightest and was immediately pierced through. Immediately after, a small hole appeared on his forehead. The spike had actually pierced through his entire head, showing just how powerful it was. Han Leng's strength was quite high though, so he did not die immediately after suffering such a fatal injury. Instead, he turned his head in shock, and after seeing who had attacked him, he exclaimed in shock, "How could it be you? This is impossible." He had thought that the one who had attacked him from behind was Luigi, who had the same strength as him. After all, after the last blow, Luigi had disappeared. According to the situation at that time, Luigi had either been smashed to pieces or had taken the opportunity to hide. After being attacked, Han Leng thought that Luigi had disappeared because of the latter. But when he saw clearly who had ambushed him, he realized that he was wrong. The one standing behind him with a sly smile on his face was not Luigi at all, but Ning Yuancheng, who he had killed with his own hands. Han Leng could not believe such a scene. Ning Yuancheng was only a third-order origin king, and he had killed him with his own sword. Moreover, when he searched Ning Yuancheng's body just now, Han Leng had confirmed that he was dead. How could the dead come back to life? However, when Han Leng noticed Ning Yuancheng's distinctive features, he suddenly seemed to understand something and muttered, "So it's like this." Saying so, his head tilted and he breathed his last. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was not far away, felt his scalp go numb and cold sweat break out all over his body. Looking forward, he exclaimed, "Wood Spirit." From his point of view, he had seen everything that had just happened clearly. While he was talking to Han Leng, Ning Yuancheng, who should have been dead, stood up silently and strangely. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and shot out a green wooden spike, which easily pierced Han Leng's head. The reason why Han Leng had been hit so easily was partly because his strength had been greatly reduced after the battle. It was also partly because of Yang Kai's shout. Han Leng mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was trying to trick him, so he did not expect that there really was a fatal attack behind him. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. How could the cultivator spit out that kind of green wooden splinter? This kind of thing was very similar to some of the things Yang Kai had seen in the five-colored treasure pagoda and Maplewood City, so he immediately recognized it. This was the ancient wood spirit that had wreaked havoc in Maplewood City. When the wood spirit had wreaked havoc in Maplewood City, the 6 great emperors had personally taken action. Thousands of cultivators had died in Maplewood City because of this. After a period of turmoil, the City Lord Mansion had issued a statement to the public. The wood spirit's calamity had been resolved, so all that was left was for everyone to feel at ease. Now, it seemed that this was the City Lord's Mansion's way of appeasing everyone. The wood spirit had not been completely wiped out, and the strange wood seed was still in some cultivator's body. But this time, it was hidden so well that not even the 6 great emperors were aware of it. Even Ning Yuancheng and Luigi, who had always been by his side, did not notice it. If not for Ning Yuancheng's sudden death, the wood seed would never be exposed. With the death of its host, there was no need for the wood seed to continue hiding. All these were coincidences. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had figured out the whole story and his heart couldn't help sinking. A few days ago in Maplewood City, he had participated in the hunt for the wood spirit clone and was well aware of how difficult it was to destroy. What's more, at that time, there had been a dozen or even dozens of people working together, but they had still been injured. But now, he was the only one. Just as these thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a strange gurgling sound came from Ning Yuancheng's mouth, and along with this sound, Han Leng's body rapidly shriveled up. This was one of the wood spirit's strange abilities. It could rapidly devour the flesh and blood essence of a living being to strengthen itself. Ning Yuancheng was originally only exuding third-order origin king aura, but as he continued to devour Han Leng's flesh and blood essence, his aura rapidly rose and soon broke through to the peak of the third-order Origin King realm, then the Tao Source realm. Yang Kai's eyes could not help narrowing as he knew that if he did not take action now, it would be too late, so he could not help shouting, "Don't even think about it." Saying so, a burning flame sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the energy body condensed from the fire sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force, appeared in front of Ning Yuancheng, and slashed down with his sword. With a loud bang, the air around them became extremely hot. The wood spirit was a wood attribute existence, and the fire attribute was its nemesis. Mo Shaoqi had told Yang Kai this before, and Yang Kai had confirmed this many times when he was destroying the wood spirit clone in Maplewood City. Against the wood spirit clone, fire attribute strength was more effective than space force. This sword was aimed straight at Ning Yuancheng's head, and if it hit, it would definitely be able to split him in two. However, how could the wood spirit clone allow Yang Kai to succeed so easily? Ning Yuancheng's mouth was wide open as the blue thorns in his mouth still pierced through Han Leng's head, constantly devouring his flesh and blood essence. His eyes flashed as he swept out his arms, and with a crackling sound, his arms transformed into 2 thick vines, one of which swept towards Yang Kai's waist while the other formed a protective barrier in front of him. Chi, the flame sword cut through one of the vines, but was unable to completely cut it off. Ning Yuancheng groaned in pain as a strange sound escaped from his mouth. At the same time, the other vine swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he did not dare to remain in place, immediately disappearing mid-air. The vine whipped out empty air. The other vine that had been cut by Yang Kai was burning with flames, but after a flash of blue light, the flames were extinguished and the vine that was about to break was restored to its original state. How could this be? Yang Kai reappeared and was shocked. On that day in Maplewood City, he had killed several wood spirit clones. Although these wood spirit clones were extremely tenacious and difficult to kill, none of them were as tenacious and powerful as the one in front of him. Yang Kai had not held back in his attack just now, so logically speaking, he should have cut off the other party's vines and caused serious damage. But now, the wood spirit clone was unscathed. This unusual discovery made Yang Kai a little vigilant, vaguely feeling that this wood spirit clone in front of him was not ordinary. While Yang Kai's attack was fruitless, Han Leng's entire body had been sucked dry. Seeing this, Ning Yuancheng took back the wooden splinter in his mouth, his twisted face showing a satisfied expression. First Order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai felt the aura from Ning Yuancheng's body and his face suddenly became cold. Opposite him, Ning Yuancheng glared at Yang Kai with resentment, as if blaming him for ruining his good fortune. His body shook, and the clothes on the surface of his body were shaken into countless pieces, scattering in all directions. From his abdomen, chest, and thighs, green vines suddenly drilled out. The tips of these vines were incomparably sharp, comparable to the sharpest sword. In an instant, Ning Yuancheng's entire appearance changed greatly. At this moment, he no longer looked human. Surprisingly, he was just a wood spirit, and only the trunk still had traces of Ning Yuancheng's facial features. The countless vines that twined around him were like poisonous snakes, causing one's hair to stand on end. Some of the flying vines stabbed towards Yang Kai, like divine whips falling from the 9th heaven, causing one's heart to tremble. Others swept around, rolling up the corpses of the dead flying Saint Palace disciples one by one, piercing their bodies with their sharp thorns and devouring their flesh and blood essence. The sound of swallowing could be heard as the corpses of the many cultivator dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai saw this and could not help but frown as he condensed fire sword chi in his hand and waved it. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the scorching sword chi of fire accurately pierced through the corpses of the flying Saint Palace disciples and incinerated them in an instant. The Tao Source Realm Wood Spirit clone was already difficult enough to deal with, so how could Yang Kai give it a chance to continue increasing its strength? Seeing this, the Wood Spirit clone turned around and faced Yang Kai. On the trunk, Ning Yuan Cheng's facial features let out an ear-piercing shriek, as if it was extremely angry. Immediately, its body swayed and countless roots grew out from its roots and drilled downwards like earthworms, taking root. Then, the Wood Spirit clone shook and countless vines shot towards Yang Kai like arrows. Yang Kai grinned and used his space force to avoid this blow before waving his hand to release the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf. "Kill it!" Yang Kai shouted as he rushed in front of the Wood Spirit in a flash. The flame sword in his hand condensed a rolling heat wave and slashed down like a mountain. At the same time, the monster insect queen waved its purple and green dual swords and a cold aura filled the air, causing snowflakes to fall from the sky. Clear sky snowfall. The snowflake spun and slowly drifted down, but each snowflake was as sharp as a knife. When they fell on the vines of the Wood Spirit, small wounds appeared on the vines. Green fluid flowed out from the wounds, and the cold concept of ice entered the vines through the wounds, greatly hindering the self-healing ability of the vines. The monster insect queen took advantage of this opportunity and slashed out with its two swords, coordinating with Yang Kai's movements, constantly cutting down the vines. As for the blue flame thunder wolf, it was hiding in the distance, opening and closing its mouth. Blue balls of fire were hurled at the Wood Spirit without any regard for its own life, creating a series of explosive sounds. For a time, Yang Kai and the two blood beasts joined forces and suppressed the Wood Spirit clone, causing it to be unable to fight back and could only passively take a beating. Chapter 2040. Such a scene was not surprising. Although the Wood Spirit clone in front of him had broken through to the First Order Tao Source Realm after swallowing Han Leng's flesh and blood essence, the monster insect queen could display Second Order Tao Source Realm strength at this moment, and the blue flame thunder wolf was not weak either. Although its cultivation was the same as the Wood Spirit clone's, it could control fire attribute strength, which was the nemesis of the Wood Spirit. Coupled with Yang Kai, it would be strange if they could not suppress the Wood Spirit clone. One man and two blood beasts, working together, cut the Wood Spirit's countless vines into pieces. The cut vines fell to the ground and green liquid flowed from the severed vines while the broken vines wriggled like maggots, as if they were living creatures. However, after the green liquid flowed out, these vines all shriveled up and instantly turned into dead wood. When the wind blew, they were reduced to dust. The Wood Spirit roared again and again as it pushed its strength even more angrily. The vines that were cut down were quickly replaced by new ones, and for a time, it seemed like there was no end to them. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression could not help becoming a little solemn. He always felt that this Wood Spirit clone was a little different from the ones he had dealt with before. It was really difficult to deal with. This made him constantly vigilant as he wrapped his fire sword chi around his body, not giving the Wood Spirit a chance to attack. After a cup of tea's worth of time, although it seemed that Yang Kai and the two blood beasts had the upper hand, they were still unable to deal a fatal blow to the Wood Spirit and fell into a stalemate. At that moment, the blue flame thunder wolf, who had been urging its fire attribute strength to attack the Wood Spirit, seemed to have run out of energy and the fireballs it spat out paused for a moment. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk a strange sound rang out. Suddenly, roots burst out from the ground. In an instant, the blue flame thunder wolf was entangled. These roots were the ones that the Wood Spirit had pierced into the ground before. The blue flame thunder wolf whimpered and struggled desperately, but it still could not break free from the roots. A vine took the opportunity to pierce through the blue flame thunder wolf's body. In the next moment, the gulping sound that made Yang Kai's scalp tingle rang out once more. The vine actually began to devour the essence of the blue flame thunder wolf's flesh. The blue flame thunder wolf was an 11th order monster beast with the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source Realm. After being killed by Yang Kai and condensed into a blood beast, its physique and essence had not been lost. Instead, it had become even more powerful because of the nourishment from the golden blood threads. The wood spirit's previous injuries were almost completely healed, and a hint of surprise and elation appeared on its twisted facial features. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Without even thinking, he immediately shouted, "Return!" Accompanied by his shout, the blue flame thunder wolf wrapped in roots flickered and turned into a golden blood thread that shot back towards Yang Kai. After the golden blood thread returned to his body, Yang Kai silently sensed it. His face became ugly. In just a short time, a third of the vitality contained in this golden blood thread had disappeared. In other words, 1/3 of the blue flame thunder wolf's vitality had been devoured. If he wanted to make up for it, Yang Kai would have to use his own golden blood to replenish it. On the other side, the wood spirit suddenly went berserk. It seemed that it had become extremely furious because it had not been able to devour the blue flame thunder wolf. It no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and turned its attention to the monster insect queen. Just now, it had obtained great benefits from devouring the blue flame thunder wolf, so it naturally wanted to use the same trick again. The ground beneath the monster insect queen's feet cracked open. Countless roots flew out like snakes, trying to entangle the monster insect queen. But how could the monster insect queen allow it to succeed so easily? The azulate swords shone with a dim light as streaks of cold sword chi shot out in all directions like arrows. The cold power of the laws of ice lingered around the insect queen's body, greatly reducing the speed of the roots. Not only were they unable to cause any damage to the insect queen, but they also suffered quite a bit of damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. If the two blood beasts could not be used in such a battle, then this time he would really be in trouble. Now, it seemed that the monster insect queen's performance was much better than he had expected. After all, it was a fusion of sword intent and blood beasts, so the combat power it could display was not something the blue flame thunder wolf could compare with. Yang Kai was preparing to rush up again and join forces with the monster insect queen to attack the wood spirit when suddenly his heart stirred as he sensed an anxious call. This call came from the sealed Lu Yen. Although Lu Yen was sealed in the round bowl, she seemed to be aware of the battle outside, so she activated the imprint Yang Kai had left on her divine sense many years ago. After being stunned for a moment, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and secretly scolded himself for being a little stupid. He had only thought about joining forces with the two blood beasts and had not considered the existence of Lu Yen. Lu Yen was a pure fire attribute artifact spirit, so even if her cultivation was not as good as the two blood beasts at this moment, she would still be able to display greater combat strength than the two blood beasts. As long as he could get Lu Yen out first, would he still be afraid of a trivial wood spirit? Considering all this, Yang Kai's gaze immediately turned to Han Leng's corpse on the left side of the wood spirit. Giving the monster insect queen a command in his heart, Yang Kai took advantage of the moment when the monster insect queen and the wood spirit were fighting to arrive in front of Han Leng's corpse, reaching down and scooping up the two space rings on his hands. Of these two space rings, one belonged to Han Leng and the other belonged to Ning Yuancheng, while the round bowl that sealed Lu Yen was stored in the latter space ring. After obtaining these space rings, Yang Kai immediately prepared to return. But at that moment, the wood spirit seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's small movements and sent out countless vines towards him. At the same time, a faint beam of light shot out from its body, disappearing in a flash. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly blocked the attacks of the vines. After blocking them, he retreated, his expression became gloomy and uncertain. He had clearly seen a thin ray of light shoot out from the wood spirit's body, but he had not been able to see where it had gone. He quickly scanned his body with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This made his expression turn ugly. After carefully inspecting himself again, he still found nothing. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and decided to ignore this matter for the time being. Instead, he took out the round bowl that sealed Lu Yen from Ning Yuan Cheng's space ring. Pouring his divine sense into the round bowl, Yang Kai immediately felt the existence of Lu Yen. "Master!" Lu Yen called out, "It's so good to see you again, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Of course I won't abandon you, but now is not the time to catch up. I need to find a way to unlock this seal first. There is a great enemy I need you to deal with." "All right." After Lu Yen responded, she didn't make any further movements. Yang Kai floated into the distance and carefully examined the barrier around the round bowl. This round bowl was a special sealing artifact. Its value was not very high, but it was mainly used to seal energy bodies like Lu Yen. After being sealed, Lu Yen could not unlock the barrier from the inside, but the person who obtained the round bowl could easily unlock it from the outside. Yang Kai's divine sense was also far superior to that of an ordinary origin king, so it only took him a cup of tea's time to figure out what to do. Pouring his divine sense into the round bowl, Yang Kai began unlocking the barrier layer by layer. After the seal was completely broken, Lu Yan's joyful voice immediately came from the round bowl, "It's done." As soon as these words fell, accompanied by a loud cry, Lu Yen transformed into a flame and shot out from the round bowl. Who, with a loud sound, the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Lu Yen spread out his wings, his huge body covering almost half the sky as he swept his blazing eyes downwards and fixed them on the wood spirit, who was still fighting the monster insect queen. Soon after, she let out a clear cry and pounced down like a meteor falling from the sky. At this moment, the wood spirit and the monster insect queen were locked in a fierce battle. Although the cultivation of the two sides was a minor realm apart, and the monster insect queen had mastered ice principles, it was still barely able to fight the wood spirit to a draw. Without Yang Kai's interference, it could not even gain the slightest advantage. It was obvious how powerful the wood spirit was. When Lu Yen wrapped herself in flames and descended from the air, the distorted facial features of the wood spirit finally showed a look of fear and panic. This was a look it had never shown when facing Yang Kai and the two blood beasts. Countless vines bounced off the ground and shot towards Lu Yen. Each one of the vines was like a javelin, full of terrifying power. Lu Yen, however, did not care. She opened her mouth and spat out a crimson pillar of fire, which even had purple lightning bouncing within. All the vines attacking her were reduced to ashes under this scorching power. Occasionally, a few vines were not burned and directly passed through Lu Yan's body without causing any damage to her. Lu Yan was a body of energy and had no physical existence, so how could she be hurt by such an attack? It could be said that she was the true nemesis of the wood spirit. Any of the wood spirit's abilities were ineffective against her. Instead, it was restrained by her attributes. Not only that, the power of thunder and lightning that Lu Yen mastered was transmitted to the wood spirit through the vines, causing it to tremble on the ground as if it had been electrocuted. Most of Lu Yan's flames were refined by swallowing the sun's true essence, while her power of thunder and lightning was obtained by swallowing a spiritual heavenly thunder flame. In terms of the fierceness of her flames, Lu Yan's was not comparable to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flame, but it was not comparable to ordinary flames. How could the wood spirit resist? When Lu Yan's flaming body swept past the wood spirit, more than half of its vines were burned. Its originally ferocious and distorted facial features were now full of panic. It no longer dared to stay in place. Its body shook, and all the roots that were originally embedded in the ground were retracted. The short roots under the roots were as nimble as legs, and it turned around and ran away. It fled at the sight of the wind. Chapter 2041. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so how could he let the wood spirit escape? With the support of the space secret technique, he directly appeared in front of the wood spirit, staring at it coldly. Opening and closing his hands, a huge moon blade leisurely formed. Just as Yang Kai was about to release the moon blade to give the wood spirit the final blow, the wood spirit screamed. Accompanied by this scream, Yang Kai suddenly felt a stinging pain on his arm. With a flick of his wrist, the moon blade shot out. With a sizzling sound, the huge moon blade, although condensed from space force and not the nemesis of the wood spirit, was still very powerful at this moment. Although Yang Kai lost his aim at the last moment and did not hit the wood spirit's vital point, it still directly cut through its body. The incision was smooth, and a dark green liquid flowed out from it like a fountain. Lu Yen took the opportunity to rush down, turned into a flame, and wrapped the wood spirit. Not far away, the queen monster insect held the purple and green dual swords in a strange posture. On the two swords, light flashed, and as it twisted its body, a huge sword light flew directly into the battle between Lu Yen and the wood spirit. In an instant, the wood spirit let out a sharp cry. At the same time, Yang Kai retreated dozens of meters with a pale face, tore off his clothes, and stared at his right arm. The next moment, he cried out in alarm, "Wood seed!" At this moment, on his right arm, there was a light green thing the size of a grain of rice embedded in the skin and flesh. With a burst of agitation, his vitality seemed to be uncontrollably rushing towards this thing. It was crazily swallowed by it. And with the infusion of vitality, this little thing showed signs of breaking out of its shell. Yang Kai immediately understood what this was. This was obviously the wood spirit's wood seed, the weak light that flashed before. No wonder even the 6 Emperor Realm Masters were unable to completely eradicate the wood spirit. Originally, the wood spirit seed was hidden so well that Yang Kai couldn't find it even after carefully inspecting his body twice. If the wood spirit hadn't wanted to obstruct him just now so it could escape, it probably wouldn't have activated the wood spirit seed. It was precisely because of the activation of the wood seed. Yang Kai's moon blade lost its aim. In Maplewood City, Yang Kai knew what happened to the cultivator who was parasitized by the wood seed. In a short time, the cultivator's flesh and blood would be completely devoured and turned into a mindless wood spirit clone. Yang Kai did not want to follow in those people's footsteps. Seeing the wood seed devouring more and more vitality, he gritted his teeth, condensing a small space blade on his finger, and then pinching the wood seed's location. Accompanied by a muffled roar, that piece of flesh was directly torn off by Kai Yang. In an instant, his arm was. The wood seed, wood, of chi, of it, the wood seed, in the next moment, wood. From the seedling. Small vines shot out from the wood seed, attempting to invade Yang Kai again. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the sealed world bead, his figure flickering as he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai held the wood spirit clone in his hand and suddenly ignited a flame in his palm, completely enveloping the wood spirit clone. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the wood spirit clone, which had not yet fully formed, was burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yang Kai took out a healing pill from his space ring and swallowed it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai carefully examined every inch of his body with the help of the sealed world bead's principles. He was really afraid of this wood seed. With the power of his divine sense, it was impossible for him to detect this hidden wood seed, but inside the sealed world bead, it was different. He could completely use the world principles here, so this kind of examination was countless times more thorough than using his own divine sense to examine himself. After a thorough examination, Yang Kai finally determined that there were no other wood seeds on him besides the previous one, allowing him to relax. After such a short period of recovery, the injury on Yang Kai's arm was almost completely healed. The golden blood in his body had an extremely strong healing ability, and with his powerful physique, such an injury was not even worth mentioning. After breathing a sigh of relief, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the sealed world bead. Returning to the plain, Yang Kai looked around and found that the place was calm, without the slightest sign of fighting. Not far away, Lu Yen, who had already transformed into her human form, lightly leapt over to Yang Kai's side, a smile finally appearing on her cold pretty face as she called out, "Master." Yang Kai nodded, glanced over at Ashes, and asked, "Did you kill it?" Lu Yen nodded, "Yes." Saying so, she turned her head to look at the monster insect queen and said lightly, "Master's new helper is quite strong, much stronger than me." Yang Kai glanced at her, seemingly aware of something, and said with a smile, "Although it is quite strong, it has a great limit to its growth. The third order Tao source realm is probably its peak. But you are different, you have your own consciousness. Cultivate well, and you will be stronger than it in the future." "Yes, Master," Lu Yen bowed her head and responded, but the corners of her mouth could not help curling up slightly. Yang Kai waved to the monster insect queen, and it immediately flew over and was taken back into the sealed world bead. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the wilderness was a mess. In just half a day, 2 second-order Tao Source Realm Masters and more than a dozen Origin King Realm Cultivator had died here, causing Yang Kai to sigh. "See if there are any space rings left behind," after Yang Kai ordered, he and Lu Yen began searching. Not long after, Yang Kai had 7 or 8 space rings in his hand. These space rings all belonged to the cultivators of Flying Saint Palace, and as for what was stored inside, Yang Kai didn't take a closer look. Presumably, there wouldn't be too much, but there wouldn't be too little either. Ning Yuancheng and Han Leng's space rings had long been taken away by Yang Kai. As for Lu Yiji's space ring, he did not know whether it was destroyed in the battle or whether it had disappeared. In any case, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little regretful. After all, this was the space ring of a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, so there must be a lot of good things inside. "Master, how should we deal with this thing?" Lu Yen looked at the ship on the ground, a curious light flashing in her beautiful eyes as she asked, sizing it up. She had been separated from Yang Kai in the Starlight Corridor, and after entering the star boundary, she had not had time to appreciate the many wonders of the star boundary, so she knew very little about this ship artifact, only that it was a flight-type artifact. "Naturally, we'll put it away," Yang Kai grinned, coming to the front of the ship and circling it a few times, showing a satisfied expression. Yang Kai had personally experienced how fast this ship could fly. Previously, he had been chasing behind it, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. In the following battle, the protective shield of this ship was even able to withstand the attacks of the Heavenly Lunar Cycle Grand Array. Obviously, its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. This was definitely a Tao Source grade flight-type artifact. Yang Kai was currently lacking a flight-type artifact, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Although this ship belonged to Flying Saint Palace, if someone saw Yang Kai using it in the future, it was very likely that they would associate him with Ning Yuancheng's death, but as long as he was careful and did not use it in front of outsiders, there would be no problem. The ship was too big, so Yang Kai could not shrink it for a while, so he could only consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to store it in the sealed world bead, where he could slowly deal with it in the future. "Let's go." Yang Kai called out to Lu Yen and returned to Maplewood City. Now that Lu Yan's matter had been resolved, he could accompany Kong Si Ran to explore the secluded home without any worries. But at that moment, a gust of wind blew over, and Yang Kai, who was about to turn around and leave, could not help but stop and look suspiciously at a certain spot. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked in surprise. Yang Kai did not answer and instead stared intently for a while before his figure suddenly flickered and he arrived at the place where the wood spirit clone was killed. Originally, only the ashes of the wood spirit clone were left here, but under the gust of wind just now, there was a flash of light among the ashes, which attracted Yang Kai's attention. Squatting down and brushing aside the ashes, Yang Kai immediately saw something. He abruptly retreated with a look of vigilance on his face. He almost released a moon blade from his hand. Lu Yen walked over and stood beside him, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the ashes, and after seeing what was in them, she muttered, a seed? She turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded gently to her. Lu Yen stepped forward, reached out, and pinched the seed between her fingertips. This thing was indeed a seed, only the size of a grain of rice, obviously left behind by the wood spirit after it was burned. Being able to survive Lu Yan's raging flames, this seed was naturally not an ordinary thing. Obviously, it was the wood spirit's wood seed. The reason why Yang Kai was so vigilant was precisely because of this. He had suffered a lot just now, and even had to cut off a piece of his own flesh to avoid the crisis. Once bitten by a snake, naturally he would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. However, the strange thing was that this wood seed was very different from the wood seed planted on Yang Kai's arm before. It was not green in color, but gold and silver. The left half shone with a golden light, while the right half shone with a silver light. It looked very strange. Is there a problem? Yang Kai asked vigilantly. Lu Yen nodded and said, there is indeed a problem. There is a strange spiritual power in this seed, and it seems that it is not dead yet. I knew it. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. If he hadn't dodged in time and used his finger to grab the wood seed, he might have been parasitized again. This wood seed looked extraordinary, and when the time came, it wouldn't be as simple as cutting off a piece of flesh to solve the problem. Fortunately, he still had Lu Yen, the wood spirit's nemesis, so he wasn't afraid of its strange abilities. Good, very good, this guy actually dared to trick me. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand, come with me. Saying so, he wrapped Lu Yen in his power and directly brought her into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2042. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Not far in front of him, the alchemy furnace, the purple origin furnace, stood there with its lid closed. Inside the furnace, there was a show of ruthlessness. From time to time, there would be a banging sound coming from inside the purple origin furnace, as if something was trying to break free from it. Every time this happened, Yang Kai would pour some of his power into the purple origin furnace, suppressing the resistance. As time passed, the purple origin furnace became extremely red, and the space around it was distorted by the high temperature. The movement inside the furnace also became weaker and weaker. After a full day, the furnace completely calmed down. At the same time, Yang Kai finally heard Lu Yan's call. He waved his hand and opened the purple origin furnace. Lu Yan immediately turned into a flame and shot out of the furnace, turning in front of him before transforming into his human form. Master! Lu Yan shouted, then handed over a gold and silver wood seed in her hand, saying, Master can rest assured, this time I guarantee that it will die without a doubt. Good job. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, took the strange wood seed, poured his divine sense into it, and found that, as Lu Yen said, the wisp of spiritual energy originally hidden in this wood seed had long disappeared. That wisp of spiritual energy obviously belonged to the wood spirit. As long as its spiritual energy was not destroyed, the wood spirit would not die. However, after being thrown into the purple origin furnace by Yang Kai and coexisting with Lu Yen for a day and a night, how could the wood spirit's remaining spiritual energy be preserved? It had long been destroyed by the scorching heat. At this moment, the seed in Yang Kai's hand was no longer the wood spirit's seed. It was the wood spirit's original form before it gained sentience. What was the wood spirit's original form before it gained sentience? Yang Kai didn't know either. After all, he had never seen such a seed before. But since it could endure the burning of Lu Yen and himself for a day and night without any damage, it was obviously not an ordinary thing. If this seed was planted, perhaps it would give birth to sentience and become another wood spirit after tens of thousands of years. But it had nothing to do with the wood spirit from before. What are you going to do with it? Lu Yen glanced at Yang Kai and asked. I don't know. What do you think? Yang Kai looked up at her. Lu Yen also shook his head and said, "Master, do as you see fit. But I have a feeling that the two kinds of power flowing in this seed will be very useful." "Oh? What did you see?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "It's just a feeling. I don't know how to describe it." Lu Yen smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded, holding the strange wood seed and pondering for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea. Then, his figure flickered and he went directly to the medicine garden of the small sealed world. He found a corner, pushed aside some soil, and planted the wood seed in his hand. "What is this wood seed? What does it do?" He didn't know, but if he could let it take root and grow, he might be able to figure it out. And in this world, where else could be more suitable to plant this wood seed than the medicine garden of the small sealed world? This medicine garden had a lot of heavy earth buried under it, and there were 5 earth vein pearls providing it with world energy. In this place, the wood seed's growth time would be greatly reduced. It would only take a few years. Kai Yang was now able to figure out what it was. After carefully examining it again, Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. Immediately, his figure flickered and he came back to Lu Yen. "The things here are done. I'm going back to Maplewood City. Come with me, I have something to ask you." Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen. "Good." Lu Yen nodded before his figure flickered and he turned into a streak of fire that rushed directly into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. Yang Kai then left the small sealed world, identified the direction, and quickly flew towards Maplewood City. Somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away from Maplewood City, the entrance of Flying Saint Palace. Surrounded by mountains and clouds, the Flying Saint Palace's entrance looked majestic and grand. On one of the peaks of this mountain range, a bare-chested old man with white hair and beard sat facing the east. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and as he inhaled and exhaled, a pure white breath came out of his mouth and nose. The breath seemed to have a mind of its own, turning into various birds and beasts, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Looking at his posture, it was unknown what kind of mysterious cultivation method he was cultivating. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes, the light in his eyes almost condensing into a tangible substance, causing those who saw it to shudder. "Humph, this old master said not to disturb me if there is nothing important. Tell me, what is it this time? If it is a trivial matter, be careful of your head." The old man suddenly said coldly without turning his head. A few dozen meters behind him, a middle-aged man in a black robe heard this and immediately froze, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, reporting to Palace Master, "Young Palace Master's life token is broken." From the middle-aged man's words, the old man was the Palace Master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Bo Yang. "Yuan City's life token is broken?" Ning Bo Yang heard this and his expression suddenly turned cold, the temperature on the mountain peak dropping sharply. "Yes." The middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head and replied in a deep voice. "Humph, that little brat really is a short-lived ghost. If it's broken, then it's broken," Ning Bo Yang said lightly. "Huh?" The middle-aged man was stunned, as if he did not expect that his son's attitude would be so indifferent. Could the young palace master be a bastard? The middle-aged man couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. "Since Yuan City is dead, let Yuan Shu be the young palace master. You can handle this matter, there is no need to disturb this old master," Ning Bo Yang ordered. The middle-aged man did not dare neglect and quickly nodded, "Yes, we will follow Palace Master's order. Also, although Yuan City is a good-for-nothing, he is still my son and the young Palace Master of Flying Saint Palace. Someone dared to ride on the head of Flying Saint Palace and defecate, this is outrageous. Go investigate who did it and bring his head to me." "Yes." The middle-aged man bowed again. "You can go, Ningbo Yang waved his hand. The middle-aged man immediately retreated without saying a word. Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the southern territory of the Star Boundary. A similar scene was taking place. Inside a secret room. A short old man was listening to the report of a beautiful woman in front of him. After listening to her report, he frowned and said, "That little beast's life token is really broken?" Reporting to Honored Master, Junior Brother Han's life token is indeed broken, the beautiful woman respectfully replied. That little beast is as slippery as a loach. This old master personally took action but failed to catch his whereabouts, yet he actually died? The old man coldly snorted, "What a waste. Honored Master, please calm down. Junior Brother Han is now dead. No matter who killed him, it can be said that he has cleaned up the mess for Honored Master," the beautiful woman comforted. Cleaned up the mess. The old man snorted, "This old master doesn't need others to intervene. Disciple spoke wrongly, please don't take offense, Honored Master." The beautiful woman heard this and immediately showed a solemn expression. "Go and find out who did it. Also, your Junior Brother Han has a command medallion. I don't care about the other things, but that command medallion must be taken back." The old man said in a deep voice. "Token?" The beautiful woman was startled. Puzzled, she asked, "May I ask Honored Master what kind of token it is?" The old man faintly glanced at her and said, "If you can really see it, you will naturally know what kind of token it is. It's useless to talk about it now. Yes, Disciple will handle this matter at once. Honored Master, please wait for the good news." The beautiful woman did not dare to say anything more. She quickly left the secret room. After the beautiful woman left, the short old man pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, then suddenly cursed, "Little beast, you're lucky you didn't die in this old master's hands. So, after you left the Starlight Corridor, you wandered into the Black Blood Swamp?" Yang Kai asked as he flew towards Maplewood City. The Black Blood Swamp was not too far from Maplewood City, only a few 100,000 kilometers away, and Yang Kai had also heard of its existence. Lu Yan's voice sounded in his mind, "I also know that my existence is easy to attract the covetous eyes of others. So, I have been hiding, not daring to show myself in front of others." "And then?" Yang Kai asked. "Later, I fought with many monster beasts in the swamp. Some monster beasts seemed to want to devour me, but I managed to escape. Later, when I was fighting with a monster beast, I was discovered by a passing master. That guy was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Not only did he easily kill the monster beast, he also captured me and sealed me in a round bowl." Lu Yan recalled the recent encounters and seemed to have some lingering fear. "Fortunately, the secret art that person cultivated was completely opposite to my attribute, so he didn't have any ideas about me. He just happened to hear that there was going to be an auction in Maplewood City, so he brought me here." "Hearing you say so, it's really a coincidence." Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. There were indeed many coincidences that allowed him to meet Lu Yan again. After escaping from Blue Feather Sect that day, if he had not come directly to Maplewood City, nothing would have happened. At that time, he would definitely have missed Lu Yan. And once an existence like Lu Yan was caught, he would not be able to survive for long. At that time, he would definitely be integrated into an artifact or directly devoured by a cultivator to enhance his strength. Anyway, it's a blessing to be able to reunite with Master now. By the way, Master, Xiao, how is he? Lu Yan suddenly asked. As two of Yang Kai's great helpers, Lu Yan and Xiao could be said to be Yang Kai's right-hand men. They used to stay together in the small sealed world bead and had a lot of feelings for each other, so naturally, they would be concerned about each other's whereabouts. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he shook his head. "There is no news of him. I hope he is safe." Lu Yan's tone also became gloomy. In the territory of Home Star, with her and Xiao's abilities, they could be said to be invincible, but after coming to the star boundary, Lu Yen discovered that there were too many powerful people in this world. She could be captured and sealed by others, but Xiao Xiao might be in danger. Chapter 2043. By the time Yang Kai returned to Maplewood City, the sky was already dark. He entered the city with ease and went straight to the cave mansion. Opening the cave mansion's barrier, Yang Kai flashed inside. Before he could steady himself, he heard a joyful voice, "Sir, you're back." Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. After turning his head and looking around, he suddenly remembered that there was another person in his cave mansion. It was the little girl of the Zhang family, Zhang Ruoxi. He had been wandering outside all these years and was basically alone. Now that he suddenly had someone to accompany him, he really wasn't used to it. Moreover, he had been busy with Lu Yan's matter these days and almost forgot about Zhang Ruoxi's existence. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai nodded gently to her. "Sir, you've been working hard for the past few days." Zhang Ruoxi lowered her head and said softly. Her voice was very soft. If it weren't for the cave mansion being extremely quiet, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have heard it. Glancing at her body, Yang Kai found that the little girl seemed to be a little nervous. Her two small hands were fidgeting with the corners of her clothes. She seemed to be quite restless. "Master, who is this girl? She seems to be very afraid of you." Lu Yan's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart with a hint of ridicule. "She doesn't look very strong. Did Master kidnap her from somewhere? But, this little girl is not bad. She has the looks and the figure." TSK. Without waiting for Lu Yan to finish speaking, Yang Kai directly threw her into the sealed world bead, cutting off contact with her. In the sealed world bead, Lu Yan was stunned. Immediately, he snorted, "Guilty conscience." After saying that, she found the place where the sun's true essence was and turned into a firebird to wrap around the sun's true essence, devouring the sun's true fire to strengthen herself. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi. As the other party waited uneasily, he asked, "Have you been waiting here?" If she hadn't been waiting here all this time, it was impossible for him to see her as soon as he entered the cave. "No, this servant just arrived here," Zhang Ruoxi replied, lowering her head. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't believe her. He looked around and found that the cave seemed to have been cleaned up. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Sit, I have something to tell you." Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand, "No need, sir, this servant will stand." Kai Yang let out a sigh. He reached out and pulled her over. While her body was still stiff, he pushed her into a chair. Then, he walked to the opposite side and sat on the other chair. He considered his words carefully. "Yang Kai, Ruoxi. Is it okay if I call you that?" Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head, not saying anything. Yang Kai smiled and tried to soften his tone. "If you don't want to talk, then I'll take it that there's no problem. It's like this. I didn't bring you out of the Zhang family because I want you to repay me or do anything to you. This is a matter between me and the Zhang family. It's just because of the agreement between your great-grandfather, Zhang Gaoxian. Now, the Zhang family and I are even. No one owes the other. Sir's great kindness to the Zhang family, Ruoxi will remember it in her heart. I will work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life to repay Sir." Zhang Ruoxi said softly. Although her voice was soft, her tone was extremely firm. Yang Kai nodded. "Think what you want. I just want to tell you that the reason I brought you out of the Zhang family is because I may need your help with something in the future." Zhang Ruoxi still kept her head down. If Sir has any request, Ruoxi will definitely do her best. Since Sir brought me out of the Zhang family, I am no longer a member of the Zhang family. I will do whatever Sir wants me to do, as long as Sir is happy. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. Helpless, he could only say, "I don't know how to explain it to you. How about this, don't call me sir, and don't call yourself a servant. I am older than you, so you can just call me Big Brother Yang in the future." "How can that be?" Zhang Ruoshi raised her head and waved her hands repeatedly, but when she saw Yang Kai looking at her, she quickly lowered her head again. "This is absolutely impossible. This servant can't be rude to sir. You melon seed head." Kai Yang was angered to the point of laughing. Zhang Ruoshi panicked, thinking that Yang Kai was really angry. She quickly got up and was about to kneel down. When Yang Kai saw this, he reached out and waved his hand, causing her to fall back down. "Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. But now that you are with me, I will need your help in the future. Naturally, I won't treat you unfairly. Take this first." As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his space ring, opened the cap, and poured out a spirit pill with pill veins. "What is this?" Zhang Ruoshi looked at it curiously. "It's a poison pill. Do you dare to take it?" Yang Kai said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had a bad taste and despised himself for a while. Zhang Ruoshi pursed her lips and smiled. "Sir lied to me." Yang Kai's expression became awkward, but he didn't explain too much. Instead, he simply said, "Take this thing, then find yourself a room to cultivate. I'll be going out in a few days, so you stay here obediently and don't run around." "Sir is going out again?" Zhang Ruoshi looked up at Yang Kai, pursed her lips, and asked, "Do you want this servant to accompany you?" "No need, just take care of yourself." Yang Kai got up, smiled slightly, and walked straight to the room where he usually cultivated. After Yang Kai left, Zhang Ruoshi looked at the spirit pill again, but after looking at it for a while, she couldn't figure out what it was. Reaching out, she put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. Finding a fragrant aroma, her beautiful eyes flashed. Seemingly thinking of something, she blushed slightly and put the spirit pill into her mouth. When the spirit pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that rushed to her limbs and bones. Zhang Ruoshi's expression changed. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly rushed to the smallest bedroom, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate her secret art. The spirit pill she took was naturally the marrow washing pill that Yang Kai spent hundreds of thousands of source crystals to obtain. With the help of this spirit pill, Zhang Ruoshi would be able to break through to the Origin King realm. Her aptitude would improve greatly after reaching the Origin King realm. It would also greatly shorten the time needed to cultivate. Although the little girl was young, she had seen a lot. Naturally, she knew that such a spirit pill with pill veins was very valuable. Perhaps the entire Zhang family might not be able to obtain such a spirit pill even if they exhausted all their financial resources. In her heart, she was naturally very grateful to Yang Kai for his generosity. On the other side, in the room. After seeing Zhang Ruoshi take the marrow washing pill and go to meditate, Yang Kai waved his hand and activated all the barriers in the room. Immediately, he took out nearly 10 space rings and began to sort out his harvest. Half an hour later, Yang Kai looked at everything in front of him, which had been sorted out by category, with a joyful expression. From these 10 space rings, he had obtained 8 million source crystals alone. Among them, Hanleng had obtained the most. Almost 6 million source crystals. Thinking about it, at the auction, Hanleng had bid 6 million in order to compete with Ning Yuancheng for Lu Yen. If he didn't have so many source crystals, how could he have dared to bid so casually? So many source crystals. It made Yang Kai ecstatic. He had worked hard to save up before. He had only saved up 1 million source crystals, and after the auction, he had spent hundreds of thousands. Now, he had obtained 8 million in one go. It seemed that Yang Kai wouldn't have to worry about source crystals for a long time to come. In addition to the huge number of source crystals, there were naturally some pills, but these pills were of no use to Yang Kai. As an alchemist, he didn't care about them, but he could still sell them. The harvest of artifacts was also not small. In addition to the exquisite ship that was still lying in the small sealed world, Yang Kai had obtained 3 Dao Source-grade artifacts. One of them was the long sword that Han Leng had used before. Although it was only Dao Source-grade low rank, it was enough to satisfy Yang Kai. The other was a piece of armor owned by Ning Yuancheng. Yang Kai didn't know what material this armor was made of, but it was also a Dao Source-grade low-rank artifact. However, as a defensive artifact, its value was naturally higher than Yang Kai's sword. The third artifact was naturally the black jade furnace that Han Leng had won at the auction. This was a Dao Source-grade mid-rank alchemy furnace that had many magical effects. Han Leng had spent a huge amount of money to buy it, but he probably didn't expect that it would soon fall into Yang Kai's hands. In addition to these 3 Dao Source-grade artifacts, the rest were all Origin King-grade artifacts. Together, they were worth a lot. There were also some materials, including herbs for alchemy and ores for artifact refining, all of which were neatly organized by Yang Kai. Of all the things here, the one that caught Yang Kai's attention the most was a token-like object. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this thing should have been found in Han Leng's space ring. The token was not big, only the size of a palm. It was golden in color, and the front was carved with a lifelike true dragon with its head raised and tail wagging. On the back, there was an ancient character for the word dragon written in a flamboyant style. Yang Kai released his divine sense and used his own strength to carefully examine this token, but he found that he couldn't identify its material. Even after searching through his sea of knowledge, he couldn't figure out what this token was used for. However, since it was placed in a space ring by a master like Han Leng, the origin of this token was probably extraordinary. Yang Kai decisively threw it into the sealed world bead to study in the future. Afterwards, he put away the pills and artifacts and released his divine sense. After discovering that Zhang Ruoshi was using the marrow cleansing pill to improve her condition and making good progress, Yang Kai stood up. Half a day later, in Maplewood City's black market, Kai Yang had sold off all the spoils of war he had accumulated in recent times. The black market of Maplewood City didn't eat anything, and buyers wouldn't ask about the source of these things. Although the price was much cheaper than outside, it was safe and concealed. Yang Kai didn't sell everything in one store, but instead went to a few more to avoid being seen through. During the whole process, he disguised himself and used his divine sense to mask his appearance. He believed that with the level of cultivator in Maplewood City, no one would be able to see through his true appearance. By the time Yang Kai returned from the black market, the number of source crystals in his possession had exceeded the 10 million mark, making him rich all of a sudden. Chapter 2044. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was refining a few new Dao Source-grade artifacts in his secluded home, his expression suddenly changed. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring, poured his divine sense into it, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he quickly stood up. A moment later, he left the secluded home and walked straight to the city gate. Half an hour later, in a small forest about 30,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City, Yang Kai landed from the sky. Before he could check his surroundings, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, smiled meaningfully, and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, you're quite fast." "Brother Kong, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled at the other party and returned the courtesy. The person in front of him was naturally Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai received his message just now, he immediately understood that the other party was ready, but the two did not walk out of Maplewood City together. Instead, they split up and met up here. Kong Si Ran was a cautious person, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. "No, I just arrived." Before I could catch my breath, Brother Yang, you arrived, Kong Si Ran said with a smile. Kong Si Ran said with a smile, since Brother Yang has come, there's no time to lose. Let's set off. Saying so, he opened his mouth and spat out a long shuttle-like artifact. This artifact expanded in the wind and soon turned into a shuttle-shaped object about 10 meters in length. Kong Si Ran formed a few seals and sent a burst of source chi forward, immediately opening a small hole in the artifact. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this was also a flight-type artifact, so he didn't hesitate and flew in, waiting for Kong Si Ran to follow suit. Under his urging, Yi Zichen made his move. The long shuttle-like artifact flew forward at an extremely fast speed. I've shown Brother Yang a joke. This flight-type artifact of mine is only Origin King grade mid-rank, so it's not very fast, but it saves a lot of energy, so it's better than just the two of us flying on foot, Kong Si Ran said while controlling his flight-type artifact. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's enough. But how long will it take to reach our destination? About 3 days, Kong Si Ran replied. I can also tell Brother Yang about the situation there in detail. Yang Kai said, I was just about to ask about that. The two immediately chatted inside the artifact. After listening to Kong Si Ran's narration, Yang Kai learned that the cave mansion of the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sunmu, was located in a place called Yuan Furnace Mountain. From afar, this mountain peak looked like a treasured cauldron, so the people nearby called it Yuan Cauldron Mountain. The Yuan Furnace Mountain was within the Raging Fire Hall's sphere of influence. In his early years, Kong Si Ran had also quietly explored this place alone. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't high enough at that time, so he wasn't able to break through the restrictions of the Immortal's Cave. In the end, he left in high spirits but returned in disappointment. According to his estimation at that time, even if the restrictions of Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion had been in disrepair for a long time, it wasn't something that an Origin King realm cultivator could break through alone. Only a Dao Source realm cultivator would have the ability to do so. Therefore, he had to invite Yang Kai to go with him. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he went alone, he would be powerless. The reason why he invited Yang Kai was that Gong Sun Mu was proficient in the alchemic Dao. His cave mansion was definitely a huge attraction to Yang Kai, so he wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would refuse. On the other hand, it was also because he had been in contact with Yang Kai these days, which made Kong Si Ran feel that he was a trustworthy person. Otherwise, how could Kong Si Ran rashly invite others to cooperate in such a big matter? Even if they were relatives and friends, there were many examples of them turning against each other in the face of great benefits. Brother Kong, since Yuan Furnace Mountain is within the Raging Fire Hall's sphere of influence, we have to be careful. We have to be careful when the time comes, otherwise, it will be troublesome if we are discovered by Raging Fire Temple. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Although he hadn't been in Maplewood City for long, he had heard a lot about Raging Fire Temple. Among the great forces in the vicinity of Maplewood City, only Raging Fire Temple could contend with the City Lord's mansion. This was because the strongest person in Maplewood City was City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, who was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Similarly, Raging Fire Temple also had a second-order Dao Source Realm Temple Master surnamed Luo. Unfortunately, Temple Master Luo was burned to death by the ancient divine spirit Wan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames in Clear Jade Mountain. The current strength of Raging Fire Temple should have been greatly reduced. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. I asked a friend before. Raging Fire Temple can't even take care of themselves now, so how can they have the time to care about us? What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, you should have heard that Raging Fire Temple's original temple master Luo died in Clear Jade Mountain, right? Yang Kai nodded, thinking that he had not only heard about it, he was also present at the time. If it weren't for the sealed world bead, he would have been buried with Temple Master Luo. After Temple Master Luo's death, Raging Fire Temple is now in a state of disunity. The remaining 2 Vice Temple Masters are now busy fighting for power. Is the news reliable? Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course it is reliable. Kang Si Ran smiled slightly, not to mention that they are now fighting for power. Yuan Furnace Mountain is at the edge of Raging Fire Temple's territory. It is extremely desolate. When I came to explore in my early years, I didn't even see a single person. So, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much. This time, as long as we act carefully, we will definitely be able to do it without anyone noticing. That would be for the best. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the 2 stopped talking about this matter and started chatting casually. Both of them were third-order origin kings and were preparing to break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source realm, so naturally, they had many common topics to talk about. Along the way, they exchanged their cultivation experiences and their understanding of the Dao Source realm, as well as principal strength. Time passed quickly. During this time, the 2 took turns to control the long shuttle flight artifact so that each of them could recover their strength. 3 days later, a cauldron-like mountain appeared in front of the 2. Is that Yuan Furnace Mountain? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yes. Kang Si Ran's eyes flashed with a fiery light, as if he was yearning for the mountain in front of him. In the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he failed to obtain the Dao Source fruit, and at the auction, he did not have enough financial resources to bid for it. Now, his hope of breaking through to the Dao Source realm was all on Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, so naturally, he was looking forward to the refined Dao Source pill inside. Suddenly, Kang Si Ran furrowed his brow and stared ahead. At the same time, Yang Kai also said suspiciously, "Something's not right, shopkeeper Kang. That place is different from what you said. It seems to be very lively." With Yang Kai's eyesight, even from a few hundred kilometers away, he could see many people moving about. From time to time, 1 or 2 streams of light would fly up and down, making the scene quite lively. Kang Si Ran's face couldn't help but sink as he stood up all of a sudden. At that moment, a rainbow light flew towards them, and a vague figure could be seen standing in this rainbow light, heading straight towards the 2. Kang Si Ran's face changed as he hurriedly controlled his flight artifact to stop. After a while, the rainbow light flew closer and dissipated, revealing the figure of a man. This man looked to be about 30 years old and was a second-order origin king. On his clothes, there was a rather eye-catching burning fire symbol on his chest. A Raging Fire Temple disciple. Kang Si Ran was taken aback as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning him to calm down. At that moment, the Raging Fire Temple disciple in front of them shouted, "This is my Raging Fire Temple's territory. Friends inside the shuttle, please show yourself." Kang Si Ran frowned. After pondering for a moment, he gave Yang Kai a wink before his figure flickered and he and Yang Kai appeared together. The Raging Fire Temple disciple scanned them with his divine sense and found that Kang Si Ran and Yang Kai's cultivations were higher than his by a minor realm. However, he didn't panic at all and instead cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask if 2 friends are here for the Yuan Furnace Mountain?" Kang Si Ran's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard this. He almost mistakenly thought that his secret operation had been exposed. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately answered, "That's right. Since you are here for the Yuan Furnace Mountain, then come with me." The Raging Fire Temple disciple wasn't surprised at all when he heard this. Instead, he beckoned to the 2 of them and led the way towards the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Kang Si Ran and Yang Kai looked at each other, a little confused. However, since things had come to this point, they could only take one step at a time and play it by ear. Immediately, Kang Si Ran put away his long shuttle artifact and followed closely behind the Raging Fire Temple disciple with Yang Kai, flying towards the Yuan Furnace Mountain. It didn't take them long to cover the distance of 300 kilometers. Before the three of them landed, a buzzing sound suddenly came from inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain. It was as if thunder was rolling inside the mountain. It was deafening. Kang Si Ran and Yang Kai's expressions changed at the same time. They subconsciously urged the power in their bodies to prepare for the unexpected. However, the Raging Fire Temple disciple leading the way didn't seem surprised. Not only did he stop, he even looked up with interest. Following his gaze, Yang Kai also looked up. The sound of rolling thunder continued from the bottom to the top, as if something was rushing out from inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain. After a while, there was a loud bang. From the top of the mountain, a five-colored glow that was so condensed it was almost tangible shot out. The multicolored light rippled outwards in circles and layers before gradually disappearing. At the same time, Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath as a look of surprise appeared on his face. "It smells so good. What is that?" Kang Si Ran's expression was uncertain as he also took a deep breath. At this moment, the air was filled with a rich fragrance that made people feel refreshed. The Raging Fire Temple disciple leading the way heard this. He glanced back at Kang Si Ran and asked, "Weren't the two of you attracted by this vision?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately said, "That's right. It's just that we didn't know what this vision was, so we wanted to get closer and take a look." "Heh, I don't know what caused this vision, but I heard Temple Master Zong and Temple Master Lian say that this should be a sign that a rare treasure is about to appear." Chapter 2045. I've had a cold for a few days now. It's so uncomfortable. Temple Master Zong and Temple Master Lian? Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. They are the two original Vice Temple Masters of Raging Fire Temple. One is called Zong Qing, and the other is called Lian Yuming, Kang Si Ran explained in a low voice. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding as he looked down and quickly locked onto the two Dao Source Realm Masters standing not far away. He thought to himself that these two should be Zong Qing and Lian Yuming. The two Vice Temple Masters of Raging Fire Temple were both First-Order Dao Source Realm Masters, and so were these two. They also had the Raging Fire Temple symbol on their clothes, so there should be no mistake. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he was training in the five-colored treasure pagoda, he had met a man named Zong Zijin on the Soaring Dragon altar. That man was a third-order origin king and was also from Raging Fire Temple. It seemed that Zong Zijin and this Zong Qing were most likely related by blood. They might even be father and son. After a while, the vision disappeared, and at the same time, the strange fragrance in the air disappeared in an instant. The Raging Fire Temple disciple who led Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran here waved his hand and flew down with them. He cupped his fists in front of the two Dao Source Realm Masters and reporting to the two Temple Masters, two more people were attracted by the vision of Yuan Furnace Mountain. Hearing his report, the taller of the two Dao Source Realm Masters nodded. After sweeping Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran with his divine sense, he said indifferently, "Let them come. Just take them to the side and settle them down." "Yes," the Raging Fire Temple disciple responded and led Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran to the side. He said, "You wait here. If there is a move, we will inform you." "Wait a minute," Yang Kai quickly stopped him. "What else?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple seemed to be quite impatient. Yang Kai grinned and leaned forward. He quietly stuffed some source crystals into his hand and whispered, "It's like this, friend. I want to ask, what is the situation now? If it is convenient. Can you explain it to me?" The Raging Fire Temple disciple felt the steady flow of source crystals from Yang Kai in his sleeve and smiled with satisfaction. What else could it be? "To be honest, I don't know what happened inside the Yuan Furnace Mountain, but a cave dwelling of a predecessor has appeared. If it weren't for this phenomenon, I'm afraid no one would have known about it. Look, both of us palace masters and many of our elite disciples have rushed here. That's why I'm here. Cave abode of a predecessor? Yang Kai pretended to be extremely surprised. His eyes suddenly widened as he said, "Since you found the cave of a predecessor, why didn't your raging fire temple explore it alone? Not only did you not stop the cultivator who came and went, you even welcomed us here. Why is that?" The raging fire temple disciple heard this. He looked around and whispered, "If we could explore it alone, do you think others would be able to stop us? However, the two palace masters have already tried. With their strength, they can't break the barrier of this cave abode. This cave abode seems to have been left behind by a master from the Emperor realm. Even after countless years of flowing time, Great Emperor, the barrier is still extremely strong. All the elites of our raging fire temple can't do anything about it, so we can only rely on external forces." Hearing him say so, Yang Kai immediately showed a look of understanding, "So that's how it is." On the side, Kong Si Ran frowned, obviously a little surprised. After all, he had secretly explored this cave abode before. He felt that although the barrier was powerful, it was not strong enough to stop a Dao Source realm master. However, it was not appropriate for him to ask rashly. "According to what you said, your noble palace seems to intend to use the power of outsiders to break the barrier?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Of course, there's strength in numbers." Yang Kai smiled meaningfully, "I naturally have no objection to using our strength, but if the barrier is really broken, how will the things inside be distributed?" The raging fire temple disciple shook his head and said, "I don't know. This is something for the two palace masters to worry about." "Well, that's all I have to say. Friend, please don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the man walked away without giving Yang Kai a chance to ask any more questions. After the man left, Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran. The two tacitly walked to the side with ugly looks on their faces. "I really didn't expect things to turn out like this." Kong Si Ran frowned, "If we had known, we would have come to investigate earlier. Now that this phenomenon has appeared, I'm afraid everyone nearby will rush over. It shouldn't make a difference whether we come early or late. Since the two Dao Source realm masters couldn't break the barrier, I'm afraid the two of us can't do anything with our strength. Although there are disadvantages in this situation, it doesn't necessarily mean there are no benefits." "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Kong Si Ran looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Shopkeeper Kong has resources in his hands that no one else has. That's a benefit." Kong Si Ran heard this, thought for a while, and nodded, "Yes, the things I have are valuable." The two were naturally referring to the road map inside the cave mansion. The thing that the descendant of Gong Sun Mu's servant gave to Kong Si Ran not only included the specific location of the cave mansion, but also the internal route. With this in hand, no matter how many people entered, Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran wouldn't have to worry about losing the initiative. Moreover, according to the information that Yang Kai had inquired before, the people of Raging Fire Temple only knew that there was a cave mansion in Yuan Furnace Mountain. As for who this cave mansion belonged to or what was inside, they had no idea. Thinking of this, Kong Si Ran calmed down and looked at Yang Kai, then closed his eyes and sat in meditation, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more cultivators were attracted by the phenomenon and rushed to Yuan Furnace Mountain. However, the strength of these cultivators was mixed. There were many origin returning realm masters and only a dozen or so origin kings. Including the cultivator who had already gathered here, the number of people had already exceeded the 70 mark. 2 days later, the two Dao Source realm masters of Raging Fire Temple looked at each other. Zhong Qing gently nodded and said, "Almost everyone is here. Let's begin." Lian Yuming also nodded and said, "A long night is fraught with dreams. It's time to start." Saying so, the two stood up at the same time. As soon as the two of them moved, the cultivators gathered here opened their eyes one after another and turned their gazes towards them. Zongqing swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "My friends, you must have been attracted by the strange phenomenon here. Thank you for waiting here for such a long time. I am Zongqing, the Deputy Temple Master of the Raging Fire Temple. I believe many of you recognize me. We naturally know of Vice Hall Master Zong's great name. However, Vice Hall Master Zong, may I ask why you have gathered us here? What is the inside of Yuan Furnace Mountain?" An impatient cultivator immediately asked. Hearing this, Zongqing smiled slightly and said, "This friend has asked a good question. This Zong also wants to explain this to you. This Zong doesn't know what is inside Yuan Furnace Mountain. I only know that there is an ancestral cave mansion here. Moreover, it seems to be a cave mansion left behind by a master from the Emperor Realm." A cave mansion of a master from the Emperor Realm? It's actually inside Yuan Furnace Mountain? This place used to be desolate. I passed by this place many times. Why didn't I think of exploring it? Sigh, it's really a big loss. In an instant, there was a commotion. Some people were annoyed, some were excited, and some had different expressions. Zongqing smiled and said, "My Raging Fire Temple has explored this cave mansion before. Although we broke through the first two barriers, we couldn't break through the last barrier, so we couldn't enter. Therefore, we can only rely on the strength of our friends. You will join forces with my Raging Fire Temple later. As long as we break through the last barrier, we will be able to open this ancestral cave mansion and see what is inside." It turns out that the first two barriers have been broken. A thoughtful look appeared on Kong Si Rant's face. He had been wondering why Raging Fire Temple's two Dao Source Realm Masters were still unable to break through the barrier. Now, it seemed that it was not that they were unable to break through, but that they were simply stuck at the last layer. Thinking about it this way, it made some sense. His previous exploration was not wrong, but with his strength, he couldn't explore the deeper layers of the barrier. If it weren't for the appearance of this phenomenon, even if he and Yang Kai could break through the first two barriers, they would be blocked by the third one. Thinking of this, Kong Si Ran felt a little better. Everyone should know what is inside the secluded home of an Emperor Realm Master, and judging from this phenomenon, this Zong can guarantee that there is definitely something good inside this secluded home. What's more, that thing is most likely a spirit grass that is about to mature. The phenomenon was very obvious. The five-colored light was shooting out, and the ripples were spreading an alluring fragrance. This kind of phenomenon couldn't be brought about by an artifact. It could only be produced by rare spirit grasses and medicines. Temple Master Zong, I would like to ask, if the barrier is broken, how will the things inside be distributed? Your Raging Fire Temple has a master in charge. If you really want to snatch it, we won't have a chance to fight back." A sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was erratic, making it impossible to figure out the source of the voice. As soon as this statement came out, everyone fell silent and looked at Zongqing with burning eyes. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about this issue, and it was also what everyone was worried about. Hearing this, Zongqing didn't show the slightest anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "This Zong can understand everyone's concerns, but this Zong can guarantee that if everyone can really work together to break the barrier, then the good things inside will belong to whoever obtains them. This Zong and Brother Lien will definitely not attack any of you." Lien Yuming, who had been standing silently to the side, also nodded at this moment. "Vice Palace Master Zong, your words have no proof. How can we believe you just because of your words? At that time, even if you and Vice Palace Master Lien really take action, do you think we can resist?" That sharp voice sounded again. Zongqing smiled slightly. His eyes swept across the crowd and soon fixed on a thin man. He looked at him with deep eyes and said, "If this friend really doesn't believe this Zong and Brother Lien, then you can leave." We won't force you. Chapter 2046. In the crowd, the face of the skinny man who was being stared at by Zong Qing changed slightly and became a little ugly. However, he was a straightforward person. Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, he simply stopped hiding and cupped his fists. Vice Temple Master Zong, please forgive this one for his slip of the tongue. Since the two temple masters have made such a promise, I will naturally believe you. In the current situation, the arm could not twist the leg. Zong Qing had already said so, and others could not force him to make a vow. If they wanted to enter the cave mansion, there was only one choice, to believe Zong Qing's words. So, the skinny man judged the situation and hurriedly compromised. Hearing him say so, Zong Qing smiled with satisfaction and looked around. If there are any friends who have doubts about this, you may as well raise them. This Zong can answer them one by one. The whole place was silent. Zong Qing nodded with satisfaction. Good, it seems that everyone is prepared. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's get ready, but let's make things clear first. When we break the barrier, if anyone dares to slack off and fish in troubled waters, don't blame this Zong for being ruthless. Everyone said they did not dare. At this time, Lian Yuming, who had been standing next to Zong Qing, said, "Now, this old master will explain the characteristics of this barrier to you. You just have to cooperate and listen carefully." This cave mansion was definitely left behind by a master from the Emperor realm. The barrier outside the cave mansion is divided into 3 layers. The first and second layers are not difficult to break, and my Raging Fire Temple disciples are already familiar with them. The only difficult part is the third layer. You must have enough strength to do it. If you don't have enough strength, you will not be able to break it. Once the third layer cannot be broken, the first and second layers will be quickly repaired, and my Raging Fire Temple will be stuck on the third layer. In a while, my Raging Fire Temple disciples will try to break the first and second layers that have been repaired, and all of you will join forces with me and Brother Zong to break the third layer. Does anyone have any objections? Of course not, but Vice Temple Master Lian, is there any particular way to break it? Does everyone just have to attack the barrier? Someone below asked. This was also the question everyone was concerned about. Lian Yuming nodded after hearing that, and said, "Strength is strength, but you cannot use brute force, you must borrow the power of the secret treasure. It's like this old master has an artifact that can be used here." While they were talking, he suddenly flipped his wrist, and a 2-finger-long dagger appeared in his palm. The dagger was pitch black in color, and there was a strange light flowing around the edge. It was obviously a good item. A Dao Source Grade artifact? Someone exclaimed, revealing a look of envy. The cultivator who came here. Basically, all of them were Origin Returning Realm Masters and Origin Kings. None of them had a Dao Source Grade artifact, so when they saw this dagger, they were naturally surprised. Indeed, this old master's dagger is not an ordinary Dao Source Grade artifact, but a Dao Source Grade mid-rank artifact. It also has a special characteristic: the more power you pour into it, the more destructive it will be. So, even with this old master's full power, I am unable to display its full power. Everyone, after Brother Zong and I begin, you can pour your power into it. Just pour your own power into this dagger and leave the rest to this old man. Lian Yuming said with a proud face, as if he was very satisfied with this dagger of his. So Vice Temple Master Lian has such a strange artifact, then there will be no problem in breaking the barrier this time. The cultivator below was excited. Whether there will be a problem or not, it will depend on whether everyone can put in enough effort. Lian Yuming flipped his wrist and put away the dagger again, and shouted, "If everyone has no other questions, then rest for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will begin the operation." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and closed his eyes to rest. When the others saw this, they naturally hurriedly sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing, trying to reach their peak state. Zongqing, on the other hand, was not idle. He walked in front of the many raging fire temple disciples and spoke to them in detail. They did not deliberately cover up their conversation, so everyone could still hear it clearly. Seeing that Zongqing was just instructing the many raging fire temple disciples to seize the opportunity to break the barrier, everyone was relieved. "Brother Yang, be careful later. I keep feeling that something is wrong. The people of Raging Fire Temple shouldn't be so easy to deal with." Kong Si Rant's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded calmly. The cultivator present was not a fool. Naturally, many of them had concerns and doubts in this regard, but in the face of great benefits, no one would take the risk of offending Raging Fire Temple by putting this question on the table. They could only secretly be vigilant and act according to the circumstances. After a quarter of an hour, Lian Yuming and Zongqing gathered again. The former suddenly shouted, "Time's up, follow this old master." Saying so, he immediately flew up. Seeing this, the others naturally hurriedly followed. Not long after, everyone arrived halfway up the Yuan Furnace Mountain. There was a protruding stone platform halfway up the mountain. The platform was not small, enough to accommodate dozens of people. In front of the platform, there was a bare stone wall. After arriving here, Lian Yuming and Zongqing asked everyone to stop while they flew to the stone wall and carefully examined it. "Is that the entrance?" Yang Kai quietly asked Kong Si Ran. Kong Si Ran nodded without a trace, but did not say anything. After a short while, the two vice-temple masters of Raging Fire Temple flew back and stood in front of everyone. Zongqing said, "Everyone, this Zong and Brother Lian just checked and confirmed that the barrier has been repaired. Let's do as we discussed. If we can really break the barrier in one fell swoop, then we can enter the cave mansion of the masters in the Emperor realm to take a look. The secret arts, pills, and artifacts of the Emperor realm might all be inside. This trip will definitely not be in vain." As soon as these words came out, many people showed excited expressions, their blood boiling. Zongqing's face suddenly turned solemn and he shouted in a low voice, "Raging Fire Temple disciples, begin." After saying so, the dozen or so elite disciples of Raging Fire Temple suddenly divided into two groups, each forming a strange formation. With the strongest cultivator in each formation as the center, they constantly formed mysterious seals with their hands. Yang Kai saw Zong Zijin's figure among these people. He was in the center of one of the groups. As the Raging Fire Temple disciples circulated their strength, a surprising scene appeared. The strength of these people seemed to be connected together, no longer separated. The aura of the two Raging Fire Temple disciples in the center rose from the third-order Origin King realm to the Tao Source realm. This was obviously a special secret technique of Raging Fire Temple that allowed the user to link up their strength and achieve a short increase in strength. After a while, the leader of one of the groups let out a muffled shout and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his strength into it and the sharp sword trembled slightly in the void before it rushed forward and stabbed directly into the void. In front of him, a layer of dazzling restrictive light suddenly lit up and blocked the long sword. But under the desperate urging of the cultivator, this barrier was quickly cut open. At this moment, the second group of Raging Fire Temple disciples, led by Zong Zijin, also launched the power of their secret technique. With the support of everyone's strength, Zong Zijin's hand flashed. Using some unknown artifact, he directly threw it forward and a burst of light burst out. When the light passed through the first layer of restriction, it quickly triggered the second layer of restriction. Judging from the strength of the barrier, the second barrier was much thicker than the first, but it was still unable to stop the means of the Raging Fire Temple cultivator. Not long after, the second layer of restrictions was actually broken open. At this moment, Lian Yuming, who had been waiting, shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly summoned the dagger artifact from before. His hand seals changed like butterflies flitting through flowers. Hearing this, Zong Qing, who was standing next to him, poured his strength into the dagger without hesitation. In the next moment, the dozens of foreign cultivators also used their own methods and poured their strength into the dagger. The dagger buzzed, and with the infusion of endless power, its size also changed. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge object that was about 6 meters long, and its surface was suffused with multicolored light. Lian Yuming's arms trembled violently and a look of difficulty appeared on his face, as if controlling this huge force was a great pressure on him. He only lasted for less than 10 breaths before he had to shout, "Go!" As he pointed with his finger, the 6-meter-long dagger shot out with a swish, passing through the first and second layers of restrictions before slashing into the void. Hong, the dagger shook slightly and Lian Yuming's body trembled. At this moment, the other cultivator who poured their strength into the dagger also seemed to feel a huge force rebound, causing many people's faces to change slightly. In front of the dagger, an even thicker layer of restriction flickered with light, resisting the dagger as an equal, preventing the dagger from advancing any further. Seeing this, Lian Yuming's face couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He constantly changed his hand seals but was still unable to break the third barrier. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. What made the situation even worse was that Zong Zijin suddenly shouted at this moment, "Father, the second barrier is about to be repaired." As he spoke, the crack in the second layer of the seal that he was responsible for breaking actually flashed with a fluorescent white light. As expected, the crack that he had cut was mending at an extremely fast speed, forcing him and the other Raging Fire Temple disciples to desperately urge their strength to maintain the current situation. Seeing this, Zong Qing's face suddenly became gloomy and he shouted, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this. If we can't break the third barrier, we will never be able to enter this cave mansion. Do you still want to preserve your strength? Don't you want to see what good things are in this cave mansion?" Chapter 2047. As soon as Zong Qing said this, everyone's face turned cold, and a few of them looked embarrassed. Obviously, as Zong Qing said, the cultivator who cooperated with the two Dao Source Realm cultivators did not use their full strength, and was counting on others to do more, so that they could enjoy the fruits of others' work. If the third layer was broken in one go, it would be fine, and no one would blame them, but now that the third layer was in a deadlock, some people were in an awkward situation. Zong Qing said again, "This Zong doesn't know what you think, but this Zong wants to see what kind of treasure is inside." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered the power in his body and poured it into the dagger even more fiercely. In the crowd, someone saw this and couldn't help but shout, "Since Vice Temple Master Zong is so sincere, then what are we waiting for? If we don't make a move now, when will we?" As this person spoke, he no longer held back, and pushed his Saint Qi with all his strength. The rest of the people looked at each other, and their eyes became resolute, and they all gathered their power. In an instant, the already huge dagger grew even bigger. It was obvious that it had received even more power. And such an increase made Lian Yuming feel like he couldn't control it, and his face couldn't help but change, and he shouted, "Good, with everyone's help, this old man will break this barrier even if it means risking my life." He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of red blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and enveloped the dagger. Soon, the blood mist was absorbed by the dagger, and a layer of red light immediately appeared on the multicolored dagger. The dagger that was originally restless. It actually calmed down again. Following Lian Yuming's angry roar, the dagger and the third layer of the barrier made an earth-shattering collision sound, and the world energy suddenly became chaotic. Kacha, finally, a soft sound was heard, and everyone looked over, and they couldn't help but be happy. Because a crack had finally appeared on the impregnable third layer of restrictions. Lian Yuming changed his hand seals again, and his momentum was like a fierce tiger. He activated his Dao Source grade mid-rank artifact and slashed forward. Swish! The third layer of restrictions instantly shattered into pieces like a mirror that had been shattered, and it actually collapsed just like that. At the instant the third layer of restrictions was broken, the first and second layers of restrictions vanished like bubbles that had been punctured. It's done! Someone shouted in joy. Some of them had already started to move, preparing to rush forward. But right at this moment, Lian Yuming and Zong Qing suddenly retreated more than 100 feet. At the same time, the Raging Fire Temple disciples did the same and retreated in unison. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help clenching. Without saying a word, he grabbed Kong Si Ran, who was about to rush forward, and flew back several dozen meters. The next moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, it shot forward. Dazzling rays of light shot out from the stone wall in front of them. They were as dense as raindrops as they smashed into the crowd. What is this? Not good, dodge! Screams and shouts could be heard. The scattered cultivator who were caught off guard naturally dodged when they saw that the situation was not right. But the attacks that shot out from the stone wall were too fast. Before these people could react, they were already in front of them. In the next moment, screams rang out one after another. The cultivator in the air. Blood spurted out like dumplings as they fell from the sky. Some weaker cultivator directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even their bones behind. More than half of the several dozen cultivators had fallen in an instant, with none of the Origin returning realm masters surviving. As for the remaining Origin kings, even if they did manage to survive, all of them were injured, some even missing an arm or a leg, a tragic sight to behold. Far away, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. Kong Si Ran's face was even paler, with a look of lingering fear. If it weren't for Yang Kai's quick reaction in pulling him back, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. After the restrictions were broken, there were indeed other traps. Zong Qing's voice suddenly came from the side. Lian Yuming nodded lightly at the side. Fortunately, we were prepared, otherwise. He turned his head to look around as he spoke. The remaining cultivator who were still alive saw his gaze and were all filled with righteous indignation, their faces filled with anger. But no one dared to say anything. Because everyone knew that it was useless to say anything now. Although Raging Fire Temple's actions were unkind this time, how could there not be intrigue when they were outside? How could there not be intrigue? How could he blame others for not being able to guard against it? He could only blame himself for not being more vigilant. What's more, Raging Fire Temple was unscathed now, and they even had 2 Dao Source Realm Masters guarding them. They didn't take the initiative to attack others, so if they were to blame them now, they might really end up killing them. No one would do such a stupid thing. Huh? Zong Qing suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran who were standing a few dozen meters away. He let out a soft cry of surprise, as if he was surprised that these two were safe and sound. However, he didn't care too much and said to the people of Raging Fire Temple, "The restrictions have been broken, let's go in." While speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the entrance exposed by the stone wall. The rest of the people of Raging Fire Temple followed closely behind. In a short while, the people of Raging Fire Temple had all left. It was only then that the sound of cursing could be heard. But now, those cultivator could only talk. With so many casualties, who still had the courage to explore the cave mansion? Not to mention whether there were more terrifying restrictions inside, the insidious guys of Raging Fire Temple were not to be trifled with. If they entered in their current state, they would definitely die. So after cursing for a while, many people immediately flew away, looking like they were looking for a place to heal. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran glanced at each other, both of their expressions extremely ugly. Although they had long known that the people of Raging Fire Temple would not be so easy to deal with, no one had expected that they would kill with a borrowed knife, directly eliminating most of their potential competitors. Now, among the foreign cultivator, only Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran were unharmed. If they rashly entered and bumped into the Raging Fire Temple team, the two of them knew what would happen to them. Just as the two of them were hesitating, a rumbling sound came from the crack in the stone wall. Hearing the sound, the two of them were startled and raised their heads to look, only to see that the crack was actually closing at a subtle speed. This entrance can't stay open for a long time? Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change as he hurriedly asked, "Brother Kong, are we going in or not?" Kang Si Ran's face changed as he hesitated. Seeing that the hole was about to close completely, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, you go back first. I'll go in alone." He obviously didn't want to drag Yang Kai down. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he flew directly towards the stone wall. A moment later, he entered the Yuan Furnace Mountain, but when he looked back, the hole had already closed. Kang Si Ran seemed to have sensed something and turned his head, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. He didn't notice that Yang Kai had come in with him, so he couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, say it later. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." Yang Kai chuckled, then immediately turned around and stared ahead. In front of them, two Third-Order Origin King Realm Raging Fire Temple disciples were looking at them coldly with unfriendly expressions. The person on the left was tall, and perhaps because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art, his skin was red, and even his hair was fiery red. The person on the right was short and fat with a big belly. He stared at Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran with a smile on his face. His face was full of fat, and his small eyes were narrowed to the point that his eyeballs couldn't be seen. Kang Si Ran couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He naturally knew that these two people were left behind by Raging Fire Temple to guard the entrance to prevent anyone else from entering. After thinking about it, he cupped his fists and asked, "Sirs, what is the meaning of this?" The tall cultivator on the left didn't say anything when he heard this, but the fat cultivator smiled and said, "Don't you know what it means? We are all smart people, so I won't say any more nonsense. Now that the entrance has been closed, it seems that no one else will come in. What do you two think? Do you want to compete with my brother and little brother here, or do you want to sit down and chat casually to pass the time?" Kang Si Ran's face changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Sirs, are you not going to let us pass?" The fat cultivator cupped his fists and said, "This one doesn't dare to disobey the orders of the two vice temple masters. Friend, please don't make things difficult for us. In any case, we worked together to break the barrier just now, so we can be considered to have some friendship. The Raging Fire Temple is really playing a good trick." Kang Si Ran's face turned pale and he said in a deep voice, "What if this Kong insists on passing through?" The short and fat cultivator's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. He said in a cold tone, "If that's the case, then don't blame my brother and little brother for being ruthless. Wait." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted. The short and fat cultivator immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to say something, but what he saw was a ray of light shooting towards him like an arrow. The short and fat cultivator's complexion changed. Without even thinking about it, he directly took a deep breath. His short and fat body suddenly became even fatter, and his entire body began to swell up. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire, which turned into a fire dragon and met the ray of light in front of him. At the same time, Kang Si Ran and the other tall man also reacted. Kang Si Ran didn't say a word and suddenly summoned a club-shaped artifact in his hand. After pouring his source chi into it, the club-shaped artifact immediately turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards the tall man. Seeing this, the tall man was shocked but didn't panic. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed a long saber and shouted, "Saber rolling rivers." The long saber slashed out diagonally, and as the saber light flickered, a scorching power overflowed and flew towards Kong Si Rant's artifact like a waterfall. Hong long long, a loud noise rang out. The 4 third-order origin kings acted hastily in this narrow corridor, and the power they released seemed to want to split the entire mountain. Chapter 2048. A rumbling sound rang out as the sword skill of the red-haired man from Raging Fire Temple collided with Kong Si Rant's artifact. A dazzling light blossomed as a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. At the same time, Yang Kai and the Fat Cultivator also started fighting. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack was sudden, the Fat Cultivator was obviously not an ordinary person. Since he could participate in this operation and was left behind by Zhong Qing and Lian Yuming to guard the cave entrance, he was naturally an elite of Raging Fire Temple and had the ability to fight above his realm. After taking a deep breath and becoming even fatter, he spat out a fire dragon from his mouth. It was almost impossible for Yang Kai to dodge. After the fire flashed, Yang Kai's figure seemed to melt and gradually disappeared. The Fat Cultivator could not help but frown. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai should not be killed so easily, but looking around, he could not see any trace of Yang Kai at all. This made his heart skip a beat and he could not help but have a bad feeling. At this moment, a strange force suddenly emerged from behind him. As soon as the force took shape, it enveloped him like a cage. In an instant, he only felt that the space around him suddenly became extremely sticky, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This force not only affected the flexibility of his body, but also the circulation of the energy in his body. Territory field. How is this possible? The Fat Cultivator exclaimed in shock. He was also a third-order origin king cultivator and his territory field had reached the grand accomplishment stage. When facing an enemy, his territory field would naturally cover his body to guard against the unexpected. But when his enemy's territory field was displayed, he suddenly felt that his territory field was completely suppressed. They were both third-order origin kings. How could his opponent's territory field be so terrifying? His own territory field was like a child's play when compared to his opponent's. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely strange force in his opponent's territory field. It was a force that could affect space. With a look of shock, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, he let out a crazy roar and desperately urged the source chi in his body. They wanted to break free from the restraints and suppression of this territory. Cracking sounds could be heard as the Fat Cultivator's bones rubbed against each other. It was a sound that made one's teeth ache. Behind him, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but turn cold when he saw this. A long sword appeared in his hand and he poured his strength into it. With a clear sword cry, Yang Kai's body was wrapped in sword light. Turning into a whirlwind, the tip of the sword flickered as it slashed towards the Fat Cultivator's neck. Before the sword light arrived, an indescribable force enveloped the Fat Cultivator. The Fat Cultivator's body could not help but tremble. His small eyes that had been squinting suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His face was filled with disbelief. Light flashed. Yang Kai reappeared in front of the Fat Cultivator. Holding the sword in one hand, he gently flicked a drop of dark red blood on the blade. The Fat Cultivator stood in place and stared at Yang Kai in a daze. His throat made some noises as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only squeeze out 2 words, principle. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fat Cultivator's fat body was like a punctured balloon, quickly shriveling up. At the same time, a blood-red mark appeared on his neck, and blood suddenly spurted out like a fountain. His head was sent flying by the force of the impact. With a bang, the Fat Cultivator's headless corpse fell on its back. "You You actually dared to kill my brother. On the other side, the red-haired cultivator could not help but be scared out of his wits when he saw this and shouted loudly. Compared to the death of his brother, he could not believe that Yang Kai could actually succeed in such a short time. He was very clear about his brother's strength. He was an elite of the elites of Raging Fire Temple. How could he be beheaded by a guy who was also a third-order origin king in 2 or 3 seconds? As he shouted, he sucked in a cold breath and felt cold all over. Yang Kai raised his head and said coldly, "So what if I killed you? You're next." Ah! The red-haired cultivator was shocked and retreated in horror. Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, there's no need to show mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai was already wrapped in sword light again and slashed at the red-haired cultivator. Seeing this, Kong Si Ran also gritted his teeth and pushed the power of his artifact with all his strength to attack the red-haired cultivator. Although the red-haired cultivator was not weaker than his fat brother, Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were not to be trifled with either. Under the two's joint attack, the red-haired cultivator could only take a beating without being able to fight back. Moreover, due to the terrain, the red-haired cultivator could not even escape. After half a cup of tea's time, the red-haired cultivator fell in a pool of blood. It was only at this moment that Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if he was getting to know him all over again. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although shopkeeper Kong and Yang Kai had known each other for a long time, this was the first time they had truly joined forces against an enemy. Before this, Kong Si Ran did not know that Yang Kai was so strong. Brother Yang's sword is a Dao Source grade artifact, right? Kong Si Ran looked at the weapon in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully. Yang Kai grinned and nodded, yes. This sword was the one used by Hanleng before. After Hanleng died, it naturally became Yang Kai's trophy. Although Yang Kai himself had not reached the Dao Source realm, he had absorbed and refined a lot of principal fragments in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so he could use some of them. With this sword and his space secret techniques, killing a cultivator of the same level was naturally a piece of cake. Brother Yang can actually mobilize principal strength. It seems that he is not far from breaking through. This Kong is quite envious, Kong Si Ran sighed. Although he was much older than Yang Kai and had been a third-order origin king for much longer than Yang Kai, he still could not touch the threshold of principal strength. He had been stuck outside the Dao Source realm for a long time. At this moment, when he compared the two, he was both impressed and frustrated. Brother Kong, you don't have to worry. As long as we can find a Dao Source pill here, there's no need to worry about breaking through, Yang Kai comforted him casually. Kong Si Ran's eyes lit up and he nodded, indeed. Then, the two picked up the space rings of the dead Raging Fire Temple cultivator. They each took one and continued to explore. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran did not have time to carefully investigate what the interior of Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion was like. After all, they were blocked by the fat cultivator and the red-haired cultivator as soon as they entered. At this moment, there was a not very spacious corridor in front of them. The corridor was decorated with strange stones that emitted a sparkling light, so it was not dark. The two of them carefully probed as they slowly moved forward. They did not encounter any danger, nor did they meet anyone from the Raging Fire Temple. There were traces of the Raging Fire Temple cultivator on the road ahead, but there was no trace of him, so they did not know where he went. After about an incense stick worth of time, the two suddenly stepped into a spacious stone room. After entering the stone room, Yang Kai looked around and could not help showing a look of surprise because there was no way forward. The situation in the stone room was clear at a glance. There was nothing else except for many stone cauldrons carved out of stone. There were quite a number of stone cauldrons. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 of them. What made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that the people from Raging Fire Temple were not here. Brother Yang, what's going on? Kong Si Ran looked stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and carefully released his divine sense to explore the stone room. He found no trace of danger and said, "There are no forks in the road, so the people from Raging Fire Temple should have arrived here, but now there is no trace of them. Could there be some kind of transmission array here?" Kang Si-ran heard this and felt that it made sense, so he immediately said, "Should we look around?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Kang, I will check this stone room. You look at the road map and see if you can find a way out." "Okay." Kang Si-ran responded and took out a yellowed animal skin from his space ring, frowning as he looked at it. Yang Kai took advantage of this time to carefully search every corner of the stone room. The stone room was not big, so after a short while, he returned to the starting point and glanced back and forth at the stone cauldrons. If there was anything suspicious in this stone room, it would undoubtedly be these stone cauldrons. But he had also carefully checked them with his divine sense just now, and there was nothing strange about the stone cauldrons. They were not artifact refining materials, just ordinary stones. Looking back at Kang Si-ran, Yang Kai saw that he was still looking at the animal skin map and did not seem to have sorted out anything, so he did not disturb him. Instead, he walked up to a stone cauldron and reached out to touch it. The moment Yang Kai's hand touched the stone cauldron, a strange cracking sound suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a hole suddenly appeared where Yang Kai was standing. His body sank and he immediately tried to fall down. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he did not panic. He circulated the power in his body and tried to fly up. But something happened that surprised Yang Kai. Just as he was circulating his power, a huge suction force came from under his feet, and before he could fly up, he was directly sucked into the black hole in the ground. This time, Kai Yang's complexion really changed. He only had time to open his mouth and shout out before his whole body fell straight down. Above his head, the black hole that had been cracked closed in an instant, plunging him into darkness. "Brother Yang." To the side, Kang Si, who heard the commotion, was shocked and hurriedly got up and rushed over, but it was too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Staring at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, Kang Si-ran's expression changed several times, but in the end, he grit his teeth and reached out to grab the stone cauldron that Yang Kai had touched before. Nothing happened. The ground did not crack as he had expected. Kang Si-ran tried several times in a row, but he was sure that his approach was useless. Left with no choice, he could only turn his gaze to the other stone cauldrons and test them one by one. It was not until he tested the seventh stone cauldron that a crack appeared under his feet and his whole body fell down like Yang Kai. Chapter 2049. Surrounded by darkness, Yang Kai could only feel his body constantly falling down, as if there was no end. When he looked up, there was no light at all. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although he was a little surprised by the situation in front of him, he was not too panicked. What he had encountered in the stone chamber made him understand one thing. Those stone cauldrons should be the medium to trigger the mechanism, so he could not use his divine sense to find any clues. Only when they were triggered would the trap in the stone room be activated. Thinking about it this way, the people of Raging Fire Temple should have also fallen into such a trap, so there was no one in the stone room above. He did not know if Kang Si-ran would follow him down, and if there was still a cultivator of Raging Fire Temple below. He did not dare to be careless, quietly circulating his power, ready to start a massacre if he found something wrong. Not long after, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared below. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and swept down. After a while, his expression became strange. Because there was still a stone room below, but it was a little different from what he imagined. There was no cultivator of Raging Fire Temple in the stone room, and it was also empty. After a while, Yang Kai landed in the stone room. Looking around, the stone room was empty, and there was no stone cauldron here. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly fluctuated in the stone room. Immediately, in the middle of the stone room, something like a stone platform suddenly appeared. The stone platform slowly rose, and a rumbling sound came from it. Yang Kai watched vigilantly. He waited until the stone platform completely stabilized, but he did not find any danger. He frowned and slowly walked towards the stone platform. Coming to the front of the stone platform, he walked up the stairs and soon reached the top of the stone platform. Array? Raising his brow, Kai Yang stared in astonishment at the mysterious pattern that had appeared on the flat surface of the stone platform, and from this pattern, there was a strange light. He faintly felt a fluctuation of space force. Teleportation array? Yang Kai was very surprised. However, he was certain that if the formation on the stone platform was activated, it should be able to teleport him to another place. However, this teleportation array was very different from the one he had learned. Thus, Yang Kai did not dare act rashly. Instead, he carefully observed it, hoping to find some clues. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered the bottom of the stone platform's formation. There was a line of small words covered in dust. He carefully brushed away the dust, and the line of small words immediately appeared before his eyes. Pour fire attribute energy into the array to activate it. Yang Kai murmured, frowning. This was clearly a teleportation array, but why did it need to be infused with fire-type energy? This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Moreover, a special formation had appeared in this stone room. What was the point? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He did have fire-type energy. Whether it was his conflagrated knowledge C or his fire sword Qi, they were both fire-type energy. However, he did not rush to activate the formation. Instead, he stood in place and waited quietly. He wanted to wait for Kong Si Ran to come down and act together. But to Yang Kai's disappointment, he waited in place for half an hour, but there was no sign of Kong Si Ran. He had triggered the stone cauldron's mechanism before. Kong Si Ran must have seen the scene of him falling down. With Kong Si Ran's temperament, he would not ignore him, so Yang Kai was sure that he would definitely trigger the stone cauldron's mechanism. However, there was no sign of Kong Si Ran until now, so there was only one explanation. Kong Si Ran had fallen into another stone room. There should be more than one stone room here. Otherwise, when he fell down, he would not have not seen any raging fire temple disciples. Perhaps, all the people who fell down were separated and could not work together. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's speculation based on the current situation. Whether it was true or not, he could not verify it. Since he could not wait for Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai could only act alone. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand towards the spirit array in front of him. He urged the fire attribute energy in his body and poured it into it. A scorching aura appeared, and the entire stone room suddenly trembled. The lines of the spirit array on the stone platform suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he was not wrong. This spirit array indeed needed fire attribute energy to activate, so he immediately urged his fire attribute energy even more frantically. Hong long long, after a series of rumbling sounds, the spirit array on the stone platform flashed with a dazzling light, wrapping Yang Kai up. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai had disappeared. This is... Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He found that he was still in a stone room. If he had not felt the teleportation just now, Yang Kai would have thought that he had never moved. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai frowned, unable to figure out what was going on. Normally, the cave dwellings of ancestors would have many barriers and array formations arranged around them. This was also understandable. After all, there was no cultivator who didn't have these things arranged in their cave dwellings. But, this cave dwelling in front of him was a bit strange. There were many identical stone chambers, and the first stone chamber he passed only required him to pour fire attribute energy into the array formation to safely pass through. There wasn't any difficulty at all, nor was there any danger. He just didn't know what was so special about this stone chamber. Just as he was puzzled, the familiar buzzing sound rang out again. In the next moment, Yang Kai found that in the middle of the stone room, a stone platform that was identical to the one he had just seen slowly emerged. Frowning, he could only take things as they came and slowly climbed up the stone platform. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Because this time, there were no spirit arrays on the stone platform. Instead, there were many grooves. In those grooves, there were different kinds of herbs. These herbs had been preserved by special methods. They had not decayed for thousands of years, and their medicinal properties had not been lost. They looked as if they had just been picked. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these herbs were extremely rare. He could only recognize 20 to 30% of them. The rest were all unknown. Immediately, he turned his attention to the bottom of the stone platform. Sure enough, he saw a line of small words there. Brushing away the dust, Yang Kai stared at the small line of words and read, "Choose 15 poisonous herbs and the spirit array will be activated." Choose 15? Yang Kai was shocked. He carefully counted the number of herbs on the stone platform and found that all the herbs added together were only 25. In other words, more than half of these herbs were poisonous. What was the owner of this cave abode trying to do? Giving him such a difficult problem, Yang Kai was full of doubts. Shaking his head, he could only immerse his mind and focus on the 25 herbs in front of him. Although the small words on the stone platform did not say what the consequences would be if he made the wrong choice, Yang Kai knew that he could not rashly try. This cave abode, whether or not it was left behind by Gong Sun Mu, was definitely owned by a powerhouse from the Emperor realm when he was alive. Yang Kai could not guess the methods of the Emperor realm. Once he made the wrong choice, he could die here. He did not dare to joke about his own life, so his expression was extremely solemn. Yes, this sky heart orchid is poisonous. This filthy een grass is also poisonous. Yang Kai looked for a while and first took out the herbs he recognized from the grooves and put them aside. He was very careful throughout the process, but after taking out those herbs, he did not trigger any restrictions. It seemed that he had made the right choice. Not long after, he had picked out 3 poisonous medicinal herbs from the pile. As for the rest of the herbs, he did not recognize them. On one hand, it was related to his shallow knowledge of the products of the star boundary. On the other hand, it was also related to the obscure herbs here. Even if a native alchemist of the star boundary came here, he would not dare to say that he could recognize all of these herbs. However, Yang Kai, as an alchemist, naturally had some knowledge of herbs. The pharmacological properties of various herbs had their own rules and characteristics, so even if he did not recognize most of the herbs, it did not prevent him from judging whether these herbs were poisonous or not. Yang Kai came up to the herbs and sniffed them carefully. Soon, he picked out a few poisonous herbs from them. The toxicity of these herbs was very subtle. Ordinary people could not judge them by their aura. Only alchemists who dealt with herbs all year round or those who had studied herbs could have such an ability. After some tossing and turning, Yang Kai picked out 7 or 8 more herbs, but there were still more than half of the 15 herbs. However, he could not judge whether the remaining herbs were poisonous or not by their aura. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and felt that he could only taste them himself, judging them by his tongue and his own feelings. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. He reached out and pinched off a petal of a light blue flower, put it in his mouth, and chewed. In the next moment, Kai Yang's complexion changed. His face suddenly turned pale. While he was chewing the flower petal, an icy chill suddenly spread out from his mouth, almost freezing his tongue. Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly circulated his Saint Qi, only then was he able to dissolve it. Although it is very powerful, it is not poisonous. A moment later, Yang Kai looked at the light blue flower with a fearful expression. He did not know what kind of herb this flower was, but it actually contained such a huge chill. Since he had determined this, he could only turn his gaze to the next herb. Like before, Yang Kai stuffed a little bit of the herb into his mouth. A moment later, he sat down cross-legged, his face blue and purple. His expression was extremely distorted, as if he was enduring great torture. After a stick of incense worth of time, he opened his mouth and spat out a jet of black blood. His aura also weakened significantly. The toxicity is so fierce. Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear. He had only chewed a little bit of the herb and was already poisoned. If he had really swallowed the entire herb, he was afraid he would have died immediately. Chapter 2050. Although the herbs placed in the grooves of the stone platform were tasteless, their toxicity was so fierce that it made Yang Kai speechless. However, if he wanted to leave this damned place, he could only complete the requirements described in small words on the stone platform. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and tasted the unknown herbs again. It took him half a day to taste all the herbs that he did not recognize and could not be sure if they were poisonous or not. The pain and suffering was simply indescribable to outsiders. If it were not for Yang Kai's strong physique and strong recovery ability, even if he was not poisoned to death, he would have lost half of his life. Even so, he did not manage to gather 15 herbs. Why are there only 13? Yang Kai stood in front of the stone platform, his brows furrowed, a look of confusion on his face. Since the owner of this cave mansion had left such a difficult problem for those who entered to solve, he would definitely not deliberately play with them. In other words, 15 of the 25 herbs were indeed poisonous. However, Yang Kai had used all three methods, observation, smell, and taste, and could only determine that 13 of them were poisonous. He could not find the remaining 2. How could this be? His eyes swept across the grooves of the stone platform one by one, but he could not find the remaining 2. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do with the stone platform, all the cultivator who entered this cave mansion were facing the same problem. The cultivator of Raging Fire Temple basically cultivated fire attribute secret arts, so the first stone room was not a problem for them. Like Yang Kai, they poured fire attribute energy into the stone platform and were teleported to the second stone room. Even Kong Si ran. He easily passed the first stone room's test. And now, everyone was stumped by the second stone room's problem. In a certain stone room, a Raging Fire Temple disciple looked at the 25 herbs and scratched his head. He was not an alchemist, so he did not even know what these herbs were, let alone how to distinguish whether they were poisonous or not. After observing for a long time, he finally picked out a few herbs that were confirmed to be poisonous. But the rest could not be distinguished. As time continued to pass, the Raging Fire Temple disciple gritted his teeth and casually took out a medicinal herb from the groove. The moment he took out the herb, the entire stone room suddenly buzzed, and the stone platform in front of him sank down at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The cultivator's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly floated back and circulated his energy to prepare for the unexpected. A buzzing sound could be heard. Inside the stone room, specks of light suddenly flickered. Those specks of light were densely packed and spread out in all directions. With a rough count, there were actually hundreds of them. At first glance, they looked like the eyeballs of a ferocious beast. It made people shudder. In the next moment, these flickering lights trembled slightly and bombarded the cultivator in unison. Shocking and terrifying energy fluctuations leisurely fluctuated. When the Raging Fire Temple cultivator saw this, a look of despair immediately appeared on his face. He only had time to let out a loud roar before he was drowned by the countless rays of light. A moment later, when the light dissipated, the raging fire temple disciple had already disappeared. There was only a pool of dark red blood and torn cloth left on the ground to prove that this person had existed before. This raging fire temple disciple was not the only one who had encountered misfortune. Those cultivators who had chosen the wrong herb had all triggered the restrictions in the stone room and were killed on the spot in a single breath. Not even their bones were left behind. In another stone room, Kong Si Ran solemnly took out a herb from the groove on the stone platform in front of him. After waiting for a moment, he found that he was safe and sound. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although he was not an alchemist, he was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and a native cultivator in the Star Boundary. In terms of knowledge and experience of herbs, he was much better than the current Yang Kai. After all, he could be considered as someone who dealt with herbs all day long. Therefore, although the test in this second stone room was somewhat difficult for him, it was not impossible for him to pass. In another stone room, Lian Yuming, the vice-temple master of Raging Fire Temple, looked at the 25 herbs on the stone platform in front of him. He quickly selected more than 10 of them in one go. Immediately after, he pondered and selected a few more, making a total of 13. Moreover, the herbs he selected were exactly the same as the ones Yang Kai had painstakingly determined. Only 2 of them were left. Lian Yuming's eyes flashed like lightning as he shuttled back and forth among the remaining herbs, searching for the knowledge he had mastered in herbs in his mind. After an incense stick worth of time, he suddenly smiled slightly and calmly took out the remaining 2 herbs from the groove. And when he took out the last 2 herbs, the ground under his feet suddenly lit up. A teleportation array leisurely appeared and teleported him elsewhere. The stone platform in the stone room slowly sank at the same time. In the stone room, Yang Kai still had a worried look on his face. In the previous period, he had carefully identified the remaining herbs again, but he still could not determine which 2 were poisonous. Just as he was at a loss, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. Immediately, he hurriedly took a part of the remaining herbs, then put them together in pairs and carefully rubbed and ground them. After a short while, when he put 2 of the herbs together and rubbed them, a pungent spicy smell suddenly spread out from his fingertips. This smell made him dizzy and there was a burning sensation coming from his fingertips. Yang Kai circulated his secret art and dispelled the discomfort in his heart. With a look of joy, he laughed and said, "It's you guys." In this world, there were some medicinal herbs that were not poisonous by themselves, but if they were mixed with some special medicinal herbs, they could become highly toxic. This kind of common sense was not only applicable to the alchemy world, but it was also common in the lives of some ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Yang Kai did not think of this at first, but now the situation proved that his idea was correct. With a look of certainty, he took the 2 herbs that reacted from the groove and put them aside. The next moment, a teleportation array appeared under his feet. After a flash of light, Yang Kai's vision turned black and the feeling of being teleported struck him again. After he stabilized his body again, he turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, he showed a look of indifference and nodded, "Sure enough." The place he was in was still a stone room, no different from the stone rooms he had been to before. In the middle, there was a stone platform. At this point, Yang Kai had some faint guesses about the function of this place. Judging from the previous clues, this was most likely the cave mansion of the alchemy Grandmaster Gong's son Mu. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he stepped forward and came to the stone platform. Looking carefully, he found that there were a total of 3 identical herbs placed on the stone platform. Judging from the aura emitted by these herbs, the quality should not be high, about the level of origin return. Reaching out to brush away the dust on the stone platform, Yang Kai looked at the boy on the stone platform and immediately understood the test of this stone room. It was to condense medicinal liquid. As long as the purity reached a certain level, the teleportation array in the stone room could be activated. Condensing medicinal liquid was not a problem for Yang Kai at all. Since he started practicing alchemy, he had condensed medicinal liquid thousands of times. Moreover, he had the special power of his conflagrated knowledge C, which could make it easier to condense medicinal liquid and remove various impurities in the medicinal liquid. Furthermore, it wasn't too difficult for a return-to-void-grade herb to condense a medicinal liquid. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and urged his conflagrated knowledge C to wrap one of the herbs. A moment later, the medicinal herb turned into a drop of dark green liquid. Impurities continued to fly out from it, making the dark green liquid even clearer. Because he already had some guesses about the various tests here, Yang Kai spared no effort when condensing the medicinal liquid and performed perfectly. When he had condensed all 3 herbs into medicinal liquid and placed them back in the groove of the stone platform, the familiar teleportation array appeared again. For the next few days, Yang Kai spent his time in the stone rooms. The tests given in each stone room were different. Some tests required him to draw a spirit array at all times while refining alchemy, some required him to refine spirit pills, some tested his control of the fire. There were all kinds of tests. But all of them could not be separated from the word alchemy. At this moment, Kai Yang was completely certain of his previous conjecture. This was definitely Gong Sun Mu's way of testing the latecomer's mastery of alchemy. He himself was an alchemy grandmaster, so it was not surprising that he would test this aspect. As an alchemy grandmaster, he naturally hoped that his relic could be obtained by a fellow alchemist, and not be taken away by some insignificant person. The many previous tests could completely determine whether a person was a qualified alchemist or not. Perhaps, Gong Sun Mu also wanted to find a successor for himself. In the stone room, Yang Kai put a newly refined spirit pill into the groove of the stone platform. After a while, the familiar feeling of teleportation came, and with a flash of light, he disappeared again. When Yang Kai regained his vision and looked around, he couldn't help but look happy. This was because the place he was in now was no longer the same stone room. Instead, he was in a tunnel. The corridor was abnormally dry, and there was a faint trace of fire and a strange gurgling sound coming from the front. A scorching aura permeated the surroundings, making people feel like they had fallen into magma for no reason. Yang Kai urged his strength to protect himself and walked step by step towards the source of the fire. After a while, he entered a karst cave. He didn't know how deep this karst cave was, but there were no traces of artificial activity. It seemed to be naturally formed. In front of him, a red fire was shining. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and found that the fire was actually flowing magma. The magma gathered into a pool, and from time to time, 1 to 2 bubbles emerged from below, bursting and splashing everywhere. Chapter 2051. The karst cave was very large, and in addition to the magma pool, there were some other things. Before Yang Kai had time to look around carefully, Lu Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Master." Hearing the call, he immediately released Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not transform into his human form, but maintained his firebird form, quietly floating in front of Yang Kai. His eyes were staring at the magma pool in front of him, and there was a trace of longing in his mind. "Is there anything down there that is useful to you?" Yang Kai immediately asked when he noticed this. Lu Yan transmitted his voice, "There seems to be something, and it's quite useful. I'll go and have a look." While speaking, he spread his wings, flew directly above the magma pool, and plunged in. "Be careful," Yang Kai hurriedly exhorted behind him, but Lu Yan had already disappeared. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly, and then began to look around. Although this karst cave was not small, it was empty inside, so after a quick glance, the situation was clear at a glance. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was attracted by a certain place. Over there, there seemed to be a humanoid object sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate. He determined that the humanoid object was just a skeleton, without the slightest vitality or aura. It should have been dead for a long time. If he guessed correctly, this should be the skeleton of Gong Sunmu. An alchemy grandmaster of a generation, the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, the 10 great emperors, should have been extremely powerful. A master who could call the wind and summon the rain in the star boundary. But now, he had fallen to such a tragic end in a small place like the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how Gong Sunmu had offended the wondrous pill great emperors and was expelled from their sect. His end was so miserable that no one could even collect his corpse. After calming down, Yang Kai walked towards the skeleton. He clasped his fist and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian. No matter what, Gong Sunmu was still a senior and an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he died here, it was enough to accept Yang Kai's salute. After getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were immediately attracted by the things in front of Gong Sunmu. Before Gong Sunmu died, he should have been guarding this place. Not far in front of him, there was something that looked like a small pot. This small wok looked like a wok used by ordinary people to cook, but it was much smaller. Under this small wok, there was an earth fire that was attracted by a spirit array, burning the bottom of the wok. What caught Yang Kai's attention was not the small pot, but the thing in the pot. Within the small wok, it was actually boiling a pot of thick medicinal soup. There wasn't much of it, only about a bowl or so, and it covered the bottom of the pot. From time to time, a bubble would appear in the medicinal soup. When the bubble burst, it would emit a multicolored light. At the same time, a strange fragrance would spread out, filling the entire cave. Smelling this fragrance, Yang Kai's expression changed. It was because this fragrance was very familiar. It seemed to be the same smell he smelled outside Yuan Furnace Mountain. At that time, outside Yuan Furnace Mountain, so many cultivators were attracted because of the strange phenomenon that appeared at Yuan Furnace Mountain. The multicolored light that erupted, the strange fragrance that filled the world, everything was very similar to what he was seeing now. Yang Kai suddenly showed a thoughtful look. It seemed that the strange phenomenon at Yuan Furnace Mountain was not because some kind of natural treasure was about to mature, but because of this pot of medicinal soup. Yang Kai immediately became interested in this pot of medicinal soup. Although he was 80% sure that this thick medicinal soup was definitely not poisonous and would even be of great benefit to the cultivator, he didn't dare to take it rashly before he figured it out. Looking around, Yang Kai soon found a jade slip in front of Gong Sunmu's skeleton. The jade slip seemed to have been placed in front of Gong Sunmu before he died. It was very neat, and it was obvious that it was prepared for the latecomers to read. Yang Kai first probed it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade slip. The moment he held the jade slip, a sudden change occurred. Gong Sunmu, who should have been dead for God knows how many years and should have turned into a skeleton, suddenly moved. Then, 2 green lights appeared in his eyes. The light flashed and suddenly condensed into a ball of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and quickly retreated. At the same time, he circulated the power in his body to protect himself. But what shocked him the most was that the light actually ignored his defensive power and directly pierced into his chest, disappearing in an instant. In an instant, Yang Kai was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly checked himself with his divine sense, but strangely found that he had no injuries, and there seemed to be no discomfort in his body. After doing all this, Gong Sunmu's skeleton scattered into a ball, as if it had exhausted the last of its strength. The countless bones became as fragile as flour, and many of them shattered. After a while, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai held the jade slip in his hand and stood in place with an ugly expression. Just now, He had definitely been hit by a kind of restriction from Gong Sunmu, but even with his divine sense, he couldn't detect it clearly. Obviously, this restriction was extremely hidden and was not something he could solve. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and sat down. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and carefully read it. He felt that since this jade slip was deliberately left behind by Gong Sunmu, there must be some clues, which might let him know what happened just now. After scanning it with his divine sense, the contents of the jade slip were immediately clear at a glance. I am Gong Sunmu, the third disciple of the great emperors of Wondrous Pill. I was young and had no one to rely on, so I had to beg for a living. I met the great emperors, who accepted me as a disciple and taught me alchemy. The jade slip was really left behind by Gong Sunmu, and this cave mansion really belonged to Gong Sunmu. The information in the jade slip was very complicated. At first, it was just Gong Sunmu's memories. This guy was an unfortunate person. When he was young, he tasted the vicissitudes of life and almost starved to death. At the same time, he was also a lucky guy. He was chosen by the great emperors of Wondrous Pill and was accepted as a disciple. He followed the great emperors and learned alchemy while cultivating. My aptitude surpassed that of my two brothers. The great emperors loved me very much and taught me everything without holding back. My alchemy skills soon surpassed that of my two brothers. I became famous at a young age. I was arrogant and didn't know how to restrain myself. When the two brothers tried to persuade me, they were ridiculed by me, and there was a rift between us. When I was 300 years old, I ascended to the emperor realm. At the same time, I became an emperor-grade alchemist and became famous in the star boundary. However, I was not satisfied and wanted to surpass my master in alchemy, so I studied the human alchemy Tao. I ended my life and injured the heavenly harmony realm. My eldest brother informed my master. My master was furious and ordered me to stop my research. I refused to accept it and agreed on the surface, but in private, I continued my research, and it got out of hand. When I was 350 years old, my secret was exposed by my eldest brother again. In a fit of rage, I actually attacked my brother and seriously injured him. My master couldn't bear it anymore and expelled me from the sect. I found the Yuan Furnace Mountain and lived in seclusion here. Almost all of Gong Sunmu's life was recorded in the jade slip. According to his own statement, his aptitude in alchemy was almost comparable to that of the Wondrous Pill great emperors. Unfortunately, he seemed to be a little anxious for success. In order to surpass the Wondrous Pill great emperors, he studied the human alchemy Tao. Gong Sunmu didn't say what the human alchemy Tao was, but the meaning revealed between the lines made Yang Kai feel that it should be a very cruel alchemy technique. The reason why he was expelled from the sect was obviously related to the human alchemy Tao. Of course, part of the reason was that he attacked his brother and even seriously injured his brother. After being expelled from the sect, Gong Sunmu settled down in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. After experiencing a great change, his temperament seemed to have changed a little and he realized his mistake. He wanted to return to the sect of the Wondrous Pill great emperors many times, but he was never able to see the face of the great emperors. In the end, he died alone in his cave mansion. Not only did the jade slip contain this information, but it also contained Gong Sunmu's own understanding of the alchemy Tao. It could be said that this jade slip itself was Gong Sunmu's handwritten alchemy manual. It was extremely valuable to any alchemist. There were various pill recipes, various spirit arrays during alchemy, techniques, pill condensing techniques, all kinds of things. If any alchemist saw the contents, they would be ecstatic. However, Gong Sunmu also explained in the jade slip that everything in it was the crystallization of his life's wisdom. It had nothing to do with anything taught by the Wondrous Pill great emperors. Without the permission of the Wondrous Pill great emperors, he didn't dare and wouldn't leave that knowledge in the jade slip. I don't know who you are, but since you passed the many tests I set and got this jade slip, it means that you are also an alchemist. Now, I have a successor. Since you have this jade slip in your hand, it means that you should have been hit by my withered soul seal. The withered soul seal will not cause any harm for 100 years, but after 100 years, it will devour your soul. There are only two ways to remove this seal. One is to surpass me in cultivation, and the other is to find my master and ask him to help. I hope you can see my master within 100 years and hand this jade slip to him. Ask him to accept me back into the sect. As compensation, you can take the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup that I painstakingly brewed for the second half of my life. You will experience its many benefits in the future. The content of the jade slip ended here. After Yang Kai finished reading it, he held the jade slip and let out a long sigh. He also let go of the worries in his heart. At the very least, he now knew what he had been hit by just now. The withered soul seal was probably a kind of seal that Gong Sunmu had placed before his death. As long as someone took this jade slip, the withered soul seal would immediately activate and enter the body of the person who took the jade slip. This seal would not cause any harm for 100 years, but after 100 years, it would devour one's soul. 100 years was not a short time, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about anything for the time being. As long as his cultivation surpassed Gong Sunmu's within 100 years, he could remove this withered soul seal. Although Yang Kai didn't know what Gong Sunmu's cultivation was before he died, he should be in the Emperor realm. In the Emperor realm for 100 years, Yang Kai was still confident in himself. He was only afraid that Gong Sunmu was a third-order Emperor realm master. If that was the case, then he would have to become one of the great emperors to remove the withered soul seal with his own ability. Chapter 2052. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai solemnly put away the jade slip. He had a free and easy temperament. He knew that it was useless to worry about the withered soul seal now, so he didn't think too much about it. He cast his gaze back to the small pot of medicinal soup. According to the information left in the jade slip, this small pot of medicinal soup was the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup that Gong Sunmu had spent the latter half of his life brewing. Yang Kai didn't know what materials were used to brew this 10,000 medicinal treasures soup and what magical effects it had. However, since this medicinal soup was compensation for the withered soul seal, it would definitely be beneficial to consume it. Moreover, Gong Sunmu's cave abode had existed for thousands of years, and it had definitely been a long time since he died. In other words, this pot of medicinal soup had been brewing here for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. It was also thanks to the formation drawing the power of the earth fire and continuously boiling it here. Otherwise, this pot of medicinal soup would have been turned into waste long ago. The Yuan Furnace Mountain had always been desolate and had never attracted the attention of the cultivator. This was probably Gong Sunmu's intention. The powerhouses of the Emperor realm had used some means to isolate the leakage of the Yuan Furnace Mountain spirit energy and create a little disguise to make people mistakenly think that this was a desolate mountain. In fact, it wasn't difficult. Multicolored light bloomed and a strange fragrance overflowed, attracting the attention of the cultivator who saw this scene. That strange phenomenon was obviously caused by this pot of medicinal soup. When heaven-defying treasures matured, there would be strange phenomena. When extremely high-grade secret treasures and spirit pills were successfully refined, they might also trigger strange phenomena. The strange phenomenon of the Yuan Furnace Mountain was obviously caused by the successful brewing of this pot of medicinal soup. Since it had been successfully brewed. Moreover, it was very beneficial to him. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to let it go. He sat cross-legged in front of the small pot and struck out a few strands of energy, cutting off the earth fire absorbed by the array. Soon after, he reached out and picked up the small pot, bringing the medicinal treasures soup in front of him. Upon closer observation, Yang Kai found that this pot of medicinal soup was extremely thick, but crystal clear. There were no impurities in it, and he could see the bottom at a glance. Colorful bubbles continuously emerged from the bottom of the medicinal soup, which was quite magical. The thick fragrance assailed his nostrils, making Yang Kai feel refreshed. He didn't know what words he could use to describe the fragrance at the tip of his nose. This kind of fragrance, even the purest and most sacred body fragrance couldn't compare to it. Kai Yang had never smelled this kind of fragrance that left a person with an endless aftertaste. Along the way, he had cultivated to the third-order origin king realm. It had been a long time since Yang Kai had tasted the taste of food. With his strength and strong physique, there was no need for him to eat anything. But when the fragrance entered his nose, he actually had a rare feeling of appetite, as if he had not eaten for many days. He wanted nothing more than to swallow this small wok. He gritted his teeth. Kai Yang lifted the small pot to his mouth, opened his mouth and began to gulp down the contents. Strangely enough, this pot of medicinal treasures soup seemed to be scorching hot, but when it entered the mouth, it was not hot at all. Instead, the temperature was just right, and it was full of fragrance. It was more delicious than anything Yang Kai had ever eaten. There was only one bowl of medicinal treasures soup, but he drank it all in one breath, not leaving a single drop behind. After a while, Yang Kai let out a loud burp. He spat out a colorful glow from his mouth. Before he could carefully savor the taste of this medicinal treasures soup, his lower abdomen suddenly became scalding hot. Waves of heat seemed to have substance, with his abdomen as the center, rapidly shuttling through his limbs and bones, bringing about a burst of numbing pain and itchiness. Yang Kai's face changed. He quickly stuffed the small pot in his hand into his space ring, closed his eyes, held his breath, and silently circulated his secret art. 10 breaths after Yang Kai took away the small pot that was boiling the medicinal treasures soup, the entire Yuan furnace mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled. The violent rumbling sound was deafening. The earth shook, gravel rolled down, and the mountain peak tilted. The entire Yuan furnace mountain suddenly split into countless pieces and rapidly sank. Inside the mountain, in the countless identical stone rooms, the expressions of the surviving cultivator all changed drastically. Just as they were wondering what was going on, all the transmission arrays in the stone rooms were activated. In an instant, all the cultivators who were still alive disappeared from where they stood. In the next moment, more than 10 kilometers away from the Yuan furnace mountain, a group of figures appeared strangely. Everyone had a bewildered expression on their faces. "Brother Lien, you were also teleported out?" Raging Fire Temple's Vice-Temple Master Zong Qing glanced around and immediately saw the frowning Lien Yuming. He quickly shouted. Hearing the shout, Lien Yuming turned his head to look at Zong Qing and found that the other party was also here. After a moment of surprise, he nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that you were also teleported out?" "Yes." Zong Qing's face was solemn. He looked at the violently shaking Yuan furnace mountain and asked suspiciously, "What happened inside? Why was everyone teleported out?" Lien Yuming thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Zong, did you encounter many stone rooms after you went in?" "Yes, they were all strange tests. They seem to be related to alchemy. By the way, Brother Lien, you are proficient in alchemy. Those tests shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Lien Yuming heard this and slowly shook his head. "This old master has only passed the 5th stone room. I don't know what benefits there will be after passing all the tests. But it seems that the owner of this cave mansion should be an alchemist." Hearing this, Zong Qing thought for a moment and nodded. "What Brother Lien said makes sense. If that's the case, we can ask the other disciples if they have obtained any benefits." While speaking, Zong Qing turned his head and looked around. When he found that only less than half of his elite disciples were left, his face changed. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a figure not far away and he asked in surprise, "It's you?" Not far away, Kong Si Ran had a helpless look on his face. He was also teleported out the moment there was a commotion in Yuan Furnace Mountain. He happened to be caught in the middle of many raging fire temple disciples and didn't dare to act rashly to avoid causing misunderstandings. Now that he was noticed by Zong Qing, he could only cup his fists and smile apologetically. Maplewood City's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper, Kong Si Ran, greets the two vice temple masters. Spirit Pill Plaza? Lien Yuming heard this and his eyes narrowed. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Spirit Pill Plaza? Yes. Kong Si Ran nodded and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had no choice but to reveal his identity and origin at this time. After all, his fist wasn't as big as the other parties, so he could only use Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's name to deter the other party. Sure enough, after learning about Kong Si Ran's origin, Zong Qing and Lien Yuming looked at each other and restrained their original hostility. The former said, "This Zong knows about Spirit Pill Plaza. It turns out that Your Excellency is Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Please forgive my disrespect." Vice Temple Master Zong is too polite, Kong Si Ran replied calmly. Shopkeeper Kong, do you know what happened in Yuan Furnace Mountain? Zong Qing asked in a deep voice. Kong Si Ran shook his head and said, "This Kong is also confused. I don't know. I remember that shopkeeper Kong had a friend with him. Where is that person now?" Lien Yuming asked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face turned gloomy. He glanced in the direction of Yuan Furnace Mountain and sighed. Since Brother Yang didn't appear here, he must have encountered an accident inside. I can see that your noble temple seems to have lost many disciples. The test inside Yuan Furnace Mountain isn't simple. He really believed that Yang Kai had died in Yuan Furnace Mountain. After all, even Zong Qing and Lien Yuming, two Dao Source Realm Masters, were teleported out. It was easy to imagine what happened to those who weren't teleported out. For a moment, Kong Si Ran couldn't help but feel a little sad. On one hand, it was because he couldn't find the Dao Source pill he needed in Yuan Furnace Mountain. On the other hand, it was naturally because of Yang Kai's unexpected death. Zong Qing and Lien Yuming looked at each other and nodded slightly. They didn't see any falsehood in Kong Si Ran's expression, so they didn't want to be entangled with him. Zong Qing said, "In that case, shopkeeper Kong, please restrain your grief. Please go back. Yuan Furnace Mountain is still within the sphere of influence of my Raging Fire Temple. We will have to search it again." How could Kong Si Ran not understand such an obvious order to leave? After a long sigh, he cupped his fists toward Zong Qing and Lien Yuming before turning around and flying towards Maplewood City. A moment later, the entire Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed with an earth-shattering sound. After everything calmed down, Zong Qing and Lien Yuming led the remaining Raging Fire Temple disciples to search the ruins of the Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Unfortunately, they had searched here for 2 whole months and almost emptied the entire collapsed mountain, but they still found nothing. They did find the bodies of a few disciples who had died tragically. 2 months later, the people of Raging Fire Temple had to evacuate. Deep underground, in a cave, Yang Kai's roars like that of a wounded beast could be heard constantly. If anyone could hear it, they would be so frightened that they would immediately flee this place. The medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup were powerful and continuous. After drinking it, it turned into pure energy that rushed into Yang Kai's flesh and bones. After his meridians and flesh were eroded by the medicinal efficacies, they became tougher and more powerful. His meridians were widened and his flesh and blood were reshaped. Yang Kai's whole body trembled violently. Every inch of his flesh and blood, even his internal organs and bones felt numb. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing on his body. It was as if he was suffering the most painful torture in the world. The skin on his body cracked little by little, and golden blood flowed out from the inside, gradually condensing into a blood pot. Outside the blood pot, it was once again covered by the golden blood that flowed out. Gradually, Yang Kai's whole body seemed to be wrapped in a golden blood cocoon. Looking from the outside, his figure couldn't be seen at all. Only the sound of his powerful heartbeat could be heard, like the beating of a war drum. It was unknown how long this situation lasted, as if it had been countless years, but also as if it had only been a moment. As time passed, Yang Kai's roars from the blood cocoon gradually weakened and finally disappeared, as if he had become accustomed to such a painful transformation. Chapter 2053. In a flash, more than half a year had passed. The karst cave was also quiet for more than half a year without the slightest sound. On this day, the blood cocoon that wrapped Yang Kai suddenly made cracking sounds, as if bones were exploding. Along with these sounds, the blood cocoon also slowly cracked open. Then, more and more cracks appeared on the blood cocoon, making the entire blood cocoon look like a broken mirror. Finally, with a swoosh, the blood cocoon burst open, turning into countless fragments that splashed in all directions. In the middle, Yang Kai's stalwart body was exposed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his naked body was white and delicate, even more outstanding than a newborn baby's. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained, and he was in high spirits. Tilting his head, Yang Kai's expression became strange. At this moment, he actually had a different feeling. This feeling was very strange, as if he had been reborn. Lowering his head to check the condition of his body, Yang Kai was stunned. All these years, he had been running around outside all year round. Being exposed to the wind and the sun, all kinds of hardships had not only created his tenacious character, but also made him have a rather outstanding body. But now, after a pot of 10,000 treasures soup, his skin had become whiter and more tender than a woman's, which made him rather surprised. He stood up and tested his body. It seemed that his body had become lighter than before. Slightly clenching his fists, endless power immediately poured out of his flesh and blood. He casually waved his fist, and an explosive sound suddenly came out. A visible ripple appeared in the air. It quickly spread out in all directions. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai was overjoyed as he immediately knew that his physical body had undergone another significant improvement. Focusing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and was surprised to find that they had become like carved jade. Not only were they covered in a faint layer of golden light, but they also gave off an unbreakable feeling. He was not like this before. Thinking about it this way. Was all this due to the 1,000 treasures soup? The 1,000 treasures soup seemed to be able to develop the potential of a cultivator's body, tempering the cultivator's physical quality, and complementing his already strong body, making it even more powerful and outstanding. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was still a large amount of medicinal efficacy of the 1,000 treasures soup in his bones, flesh, and blood that had not been consumed. It was still stored inside, waiting for the passage of time to quietly transform its body. This result made Yang Kai very satisfied. He secretly thought that the medicinal soup that had been brewed for 1,000 or 2,000 years was much more effective than any pill. With the quality of his physical body, he could definitely refine a dragon artifact. Yang Kai thought. He checked his own strength. This check. Suddenly, he was shocked. He found that all the strength in his body had unknowingly been transformed into source qi, and there was no trace of Saint Qi. Source qi was a higher level of existence than Saint Qi. It was also the foundation for a Tao source realm cultivator to communicate with world principles and mobilize world force. Without source qi, it was impossible for a cultivator to break through to the Tao source realm. Yang Kai's own comprehension of world principles was enough. The reason why he could not break through to the Tao source realm was because the strength in his body had not been completely transformed. This was originally part of his plan. Even if he took source condensing pills continuously, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to completely transform his strength into source qi. But now, this requirement had been fulfilled in advance. The credit naturally went to the 1,000 treasures soup. This discovery made Yang Kai a little ecstatic. Now, he was ready to break through to the Tao Source realm at any time. However, breaking through to the Tao Source realm was an important matter. This place was not suitable for the world energy baptism, so Yang Kai did not plan to break through here. He still needed to find a suitable place. Thinking so, Yang Kai had the intention to leave. He turned his head and looked around. There was nothing else in the karst cave that was worthy of his attention. However, Lu Yen had not returned since he rushed into the magma pool. Yang Kai did not know what benefits he had found at the bottom of the magma pool. When he came to the magma pool, Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that the temperature of the magma pool seemed to have dropped a lot. It was as if the internal heat had been sucked away by someone. Yang Kai's thoughts moved and he tried to communicate with Lu Yen, but he did not get any response. This made Yang Kai happy instead of worried. He knew that Lu Yen definitely had his own opportunity, so he could not feel his call. Thinking of this, he simply stopped caring about Lu Yen and began to look for the exit. The karst cave was not big, and there was only one tunnel connected to it. He soon found a transmission array at the other end of the tunnel. After activating the array, he immediately disappeared from the karst cave. 100 kilometers away from the Yuan Furnace Mountain, in a desolate mountain range, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared. He immediately released his divine sense and after confirming that there was no danger around, he looked around. After a while, his figure flickered and turned into a stream of light, shooting into the distance. Yang Kai had no intention of returning to Maplewood City. The most important thing for him now was naturally to break through to the Tao Source realm, so he needed to find a quiet place where no one would disturb him. A few days later, he landed on a barren mountain. He looked around the environment and nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Although this place was desolate and the world energy was not very rich, it was spacious and deserted. He was not like other cultivators who had relatives, friends, and sects. He had no one to protect him when he broke through, so he could only choose such a place. It was not difficult for him to not have enough world energy. When the time came, he only needed to put some source crystals around to replenish the world energy consumed by his breakthrough. However, just in case, he still spent 2 days to carefully search the area within a radius of 1,000 miles and exterminate some of the demon beasts that had settled down here before he returned. Breaking through to a great realm was very important for any cultivator. It was not like breaking through a small realm. If he failed, it was very likely to damage his martial Tao foundation. If he failed, the cultivator would be unable to recover from the setback. In serious cases, he might even die under the baptism of world energy. Naturally, he had to be careful. Later, he released the monster insect queen and the blood beasts and ordered them to be on guard in different directions. He believed that with the protection of the 2 blood beasts, there should not be any major problems. After doing all this, he began to prepare with peace of mind. He did not break through the bottleneck of the Tao Source realm right away. Instead, he slowly took out the black jade cauldron and the jade slip left behind by Gong Sun Mu. While carefully refining the black jade cauldron and branding it with his soul and life imprint, he also checked the knowledge of alchemy in the jade slip. A long time ago, Yang Kai had tried to use alchemy to stabilize his mind and prepare for his breakthrough. This method had been tried and tested time and time again, so this time it was the same as before. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai seemed to have completely forgotten his original intention of coming here. He was completely immersed in the world of alchemy knowledge. The alchemy information left in the jade slip may be extremely profound and difficult for others to understand, but for Yang Kai, who had once triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone and understood a trace of the truth of alchemy, it was easy for him to figure it out. Various pill recipes and the names of herbs were memorized in this month. The black jade furnace was finally refined successfully. It became Yang Kai's alchemy furnace to replace the purple origin furnace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly put the black jade furnace in front of him and poured his conflagrated knowledge sea into it. Suddenly, a scorching aura came out of the furnace. In the next moment, Yang Kai's fingers moved and a number of high-grade herbs flew out of his space ring and were thrown into the black jade furnace in an orderly manner. Under the burning of the pure conflagrated knowledge sea, these herbs gradually turned into a medicinal liquid and condensed into a ball. After a while, another batch of new medicinal herbs were thrown in. The black jade furnace's heat was sometimes high and sometimes low, and from time to time, it emitted a trace of medicinal fragrance. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest trace of nervousness or impatience. His movements as he threw in the herbs were also slow and leisurely, but his control over the flames was at its peak. Using his conflagrated knowledge sea, the various spirit arrays required for alchemy began appearing and disappearing inside the black jade furnace, producing a magical effect with the medicinal liquid. 3 hours later, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and a wooden box appeared in his palm. Under the surge of source qi, the wooden box opened by itself, revealing a longan-sized spirit fruit inside. It was the Tao source fruit given to him by the Zhang family patriarch. In this world, there was only one kind of spirit pill that required the Tao source fruit to be refined, and that was the Tao source pill that all third-order Origin King cultivators would covet. If those Origin King realm masters knew that Yang Kai, an Origin King grade alchemist, was refining a Tao source fruit rashly, they would probably want to kill him. The Tao source pill was not an ordinary spirit pill. As the main ingredient, the Tao source fruit was the Heavenly Martial Holy Land's only fruit trees in the entire Southern Territory. Moreover, it was always used by the Heavenly Martial Holy Land and was never sold. Its value and rarity could be imagined. Which alchemist who dared to use the Tao source fruit to refine the Tao source pill was not a Tao source grade alchemist? No Origin King grade alchemist dared to use this kind of spirit fruit as a joke. But Kai Yang had done just that. If he succeeded, he would definitely be able to break through his bottleneck as an alchemist and advance to the Tao source grade in one fell swoop. If he failed, the extremely precious Tao source fruit would turn into a pile of charcoal. After taking out the Tao source fruit, Yang Kai's indifferent expression became a little dignified, but he did not hesitate and threw the Tao source fruit into the black jade furnace. Immediately, he closed the lid of the furnace and with a solemn expression, his hands began to weave a series of hand seals like butterflies. As he changed his hand seals, the medicinal liquid in the black jade furnace continued to tumble, making a gurgling sound. Spirit arrays that could not be seen by others were born and destroyed in the black jade furnace, circulating endlessly. On Yang Kai's forehead, there was also a trace of sweat, as if this alchemy was extremely strenuous for him. This situation lasted for 10 hours, and Yang Kai's spiritual energy was greatly consumed by this long period of concentration. His face was slightly pale. After 10 hours, Yang Kai stopped his hand seals, took a deep breath, and quickly took out a few restorative spirit pills from his space ring, stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them. The pill furnace was still humming as countless medicinal liquids merged and transformed inside, undergoing magical changes. Chapter 2054. At a certain moment, a strange sound came from within the black jade cauldron. Along with the sound, a thick medicinal fragrance permeated the air. This fragrance drifted into Yang Kai's nose and into his body, causing his martial Tao bottleneck, which had reached a critical point, to loosen slightly. The source qi in his body, which was originally calm, began to circulate wildly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to pat the black jade furnace, causing the lid to fly up instantly. Immediately, he quickly performed the 9 heavens profound pill method, which he had comprehended from the grand alchemic Tao tone. His hands changed one seal after another as he poured power into the black jade furnace. After a short while, the sound inside the furnace became more and more obvious. Not only that, but there was also the sound of something rolling inside the furnace. After a while, as Yang Kai's pill condensing technique changed, streams of light suddenly shot out from the black jade furnace. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. Seeing this situation, how could he hesitate? He stretched out his hand and caught the several streams of light in the palm of his hand. He didn't have time to take a closer look at the final results of his alchemy this time. He only knew that he had produced 6 pills. Putting the 6 newly refined Tao Source pills into the jade bottle he had prepared beforehand, Yang Kai waved his hand and a large number of source crystals stored in his space ring flew out, wrapping around him. Some time ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of powerful enemies and obtained no less than 10 million source crystals from them. But at this moment, for his own promotion, he threw out all of these 10 million source crystals. After all, the world energy here was not too rich, and if he wanted to ensure his promotion, he could only use source crystals. As soon as the source crystals appeared, a muffled thunderous sound came from above Yang Kai's head. The world energy suddenly became turbulent, and the power of principles lingered and danced around. After a short while, a large black cloud appeared above Yang Kai's head. The cloud slowly rotated, gradually forming the shape of a funnel. There was a burst of sand and stones. The sun and moon lost their light. As if attracted by some mysterious force, Yang Kai threw out the source crystals that had gathered around him. They exploded one after another at this moment, and with a series of crackling sounds, they turned into pure energy that diffused in all directions and gathered in the sky. Above Yang Kai's head, there was a black funnel vortex. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its momentum was extremely shocking. The originally not dense world energy in the surroundings had become extremely dense due to the replenishment of a large number of source crystals. Yang Kai's location was soon shrouded in a white mist. The white fog was not real fog. Instead, it was a wonder formed when the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became too rich. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this at all. He still sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and a calm expression on his face. He communicated with his origin essence crystal with his mind and comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao. The star's source of shadowed star in his body also seemed to be attracted by something at this moment and was beating rhythmically. With the blessing of these stars' source, Yang Kai could more clearly feel the power of world principles around him. He was now in the 3rd layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The many fragments of world principles he had absorbed had also been thoroughly sublimated at this moment, allowing him to confirm his own insights and sublimate his realm. Time passed slowly, and the black funnel in the sky grew larger and larger, almost covering the entire sky. Although Yang Kai had deliberately chosen this desolate place as the place for his breakthrough and had even spent a few days clearing out the monster beast within 1,000 kilometers, there were always some accidents that could happen. The commotion caused by his advancement this time was so great that even if he was thousands of miles away, he would still be seen by others. When the black funnel that covered half the sky took shape, many cultivators in the distance saw this spectacle and naturally became curious. They all rushed to the place where Yang Kai was breaking through, wanting to see what was going on. After these cultivators figured out that someone was about to break through to a new great realm and was about to receive a baptism of world energy, most cultivators stopped and simply watched from a few hundred kilometers away. The strength of these cultivators was not high. After all, the overall strength of the cultivators near Maplewood City was not very high. Most of them were origin kings, origin returning realm masters, and even weaker existences. Feeling the violent power gathering in the sky, how could any of them dare to step forward? Now that they had come to watch the fun, they gathered together and pointed in Kai Yang's direction, discussing amongst themselves. Among the crowd, there was a delicate girl in her 20s wearing a purple robe. Her cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm and she seemed to be suffering from a chronic illness. Although it was not cold, she wore a lot of clothes and was guarded by a few origin king realm cultivators. The girl's beautiful eyes stared into the distance for a while before she suddenly coughed a few times. The several origin kings around her heard this and glanced over at her with concern, but everyone seemed to be accustomed to this scene, so they didn't panic too much. After the girl's aura stabilized, they all withdrew their gazes. After a short while, a first-order origin king cultivator flew back from the distance and arrived in front of the girl in a few flashes. "Young lady, I'm back," the cultivator said in a deep voice. "Did you find out who is it? Who is breaking through?" The girl opened her red lips and asked softly. The cultivator shook his head and said, "Young lady asked me to. The world energy over there is too violent, and that person is at the critical moment of breaking through, so I didn't dare to get too close. I also didn't see what that person looked like. However, according to my observation, that person should be breaking through to the Tao Source realm." Sure enough, he is breaking through to the Tao Source realm. The girl in purple seemed to have expected this and nodded lightly. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes lit up. Since this person chose to break through to the Tao Source realm in such a place, it means that he doesn't have any relatives or friends, nor does he have a sect background. Obviously, he is a solitary master. He is a good target to win over. Hearing this, the few origin kings around the girl in purple nodded lightly, indicating that they agreed with her point of view. If one had a sect background, if they had relatives or friends, who would be willing to break through to the great realm in such a desolate place? Only a solitary master would do so if they were forced to do so. That being said, young lady, with all due respect, this person might not be able to break through successfully. Another solemn-looking middle-aged man looked over and said with a solemn expression. "Why do you say that?" The girl in purple turned her gaze to him. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "The movement he caused is really too big. It is not something a peak origin king realm cultivator can bear. To be honest, if he can't bear the world energy baptism this time, he will have no hope of surviving and will die without a doubt." After hearing this, the other origin kings nodded repeatedly as they stared at the huge black funnel in the sky with looks of dread. Obviously, if they were to bear this kind of energy baptism, it would be absolutely impossible for them to succeed. The girl in purple frowned. "So, this person's chances are not high?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course, this is just my opinion. If he really has a 1 in a million chance of surviving this tribulation and breaking through this hurdle, then his future achievements will be beyond our imagination." The young woman in purple nodded when she heard this. She pondered for a while and said, "No matter what, we should protect him for now. If he really succeeds in advancing, he will definitely owe us a favor. At that time, we can try to rope him in. Our Qin clan's talents are withered now. We only rely on the ancestor to bitterly support it, and our karmic luck is declining. If we can obtain the help of this person, then our Qin clan can take a breather." The several origin king realm cultivator nodded after hearing this. "Since young lady has said so, we will follow her orders." Just as this group of people was about to disperse and protect Yang Kai, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned and stared in a certain direction, shouting, "Not good, someone is interfering with him." "Who?" The girl in purple was startled when she heard this. She looked in the direction the middle-aged man was pointing and saw a group of lights rapidly flying towards the place where Yang Kai was breaking through. Not only did they not hide their figures, but they also had no intention of hiding their intentions. Each and every one of them was aggressive and malicious. The figures in that group of lights were outstanding. At a rough count, there were at least a dozen of them, and the light around their leader was particularly bright. The girl in purple hesitated for a moment before she stomped her foot and said, "Follow me, let's see if we can negotiate." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she flew over. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly chased after her with the others. Not far away, among the group of cultivators rushing towards Yang Kai, someone soon noticed the movements of the Qin family group. He immediately shouted to the front, "Honored master, someone is coming towards us." At the front of the group, a short, fat old man with almost all of his hair falling off his head heard this and his body came to a halt. He swept his triangular eyes around and soon fixed them on the Qin family group. He coldly snorted and said, "A few Origin King realm brats dare to ruin this old master's business? Their guts aren't small. Honored master, should we also?" The man who spoke said as he gestured with his hand to his neck, making a gesture. Hearing this, the old man grinned and said, "Let's wait and see. Since they dared to come here, they probably have something to rely on. This old master wants to see what exactly they are relying on. Honored master is wise." The man flattered. Not long after, under the guidance of the girl in purple, the Qin family group arrived not far from the old man and the others. The girl in purple seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after rushing over. She coughed violently and couldn't even speak. The middle-aged man and the others who had followed closely behind her gathered around the young girl like stars surrounding the moon. When they saw the leader of the other party, a short and fat old man and his iconic bald head, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. As if facing a great enemy, he shouted in alarm, "Ghost Hand Shen Tu!" Chapter 2055. As soon as Ghost Hand Shen Tu's name was shouted out, the faces of the Qin family's cultivator turned pale. Without any explanation, they urged their strength and prepared to attack at any time. A trace of panic also flashed across the beautiful eyes of the purple-clothed girl. Although she was young, she was extremely knowledgeable. What's more, there were probably not many cultivators near Maplewood City who did not know about Ghost Hand Shen Tuesday. This guy was a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm, but no one knew what kind of evil secret art he cultivated. He was extremely vicious, committing crimes around Maplewood City all year round, relying on his powerful Dao Source realm cultivation to rob and kill weak existences. For many cultivator, the name Ghost Hand Shen Tu represented a kind of disaster. Once they encountered this person outside, it meant that they were not far from death. What's more, this guy was not alone. Yang Kai did not know where he had gathered a group of powerful subordinates, but all of them were Origin Kings. Most people would definitely not be their opponents when they encountered them and would only be able to fight them head-on. This person was not only vicious, but also extremely clever. The City Lord's mansion, headed by City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, had sent many masters to hunt this guy down, but none of them succeeded. The only chance they had was to seriously injure him and let him escape. Since then, Ghost Hand Shen Tu seemed to have been well-behaved for a while, but those who were well-informed knew that it was not that he had been well-behaved, but that he was no longer as unbridled as before. Now, his opponents were those who had no background or backing, and he never provoked the disciples of the families and sects around Maplewood City. As a result, the masters of those families and sects were too lazy to pay attention to this person. And it was impossible for the City Lord's mansion to chase after this person endlessly. Moreover, this person was as cunning as a fox. That was why he was free and unfettered to this day. Coincidentally, the place Yang Kai chose for his breakthrough was not far from the gathering point of Shen Tu and his subordinates, so as soon as there was movement, they found out. Knowing that Yang Kai was a cultivator who had no background and was at the point of a breakthrough, how could this group of people let him go? Naturally, they all set out. He was ready to go all out. However, they bumped into a group of people from the Qin family. Hearing the middle-aged man's shout, the bald old man sneered, "Since you know this old man's name, you actually dare to come here. Do you want to die?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the Origin King realm cultivator who followed him also looked over with an unfriendly expression. It was as if they were ready to attack once the old man gave the order. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He swallowed hard and didn't know how to answer for a while. The purple-clothed girl gasped for breath. After regaining his composure, he pursed his lips into a smile and said softly, "So it's the famous Senior Shantu. This junior has eyes but failed to see and has offended you. I hope Senior won't take offense." "Oh?" Shantu narrowed his triangular eyes and glanced at the girl in purple. He chuckled strangely and said, "You can still be so calm in front of this old man. Little girl, you're quite brave. Which family are you from?" Shantu had been wandering around Maplewood City all year round. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the purple-clothed girl had some background. Otherwise, she wouldn't have responded so politely. If not for this reason, why would he be so long-winded with the purple-clothed girl? With his personality, he would have started a massacre long ago. "This junior's surname is Chin." The purple-clothed girl replied softly. "Chin." Shantu curled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "This old man heard that in the Chin family of Maplewood City, there is a little girl named Chin Yu. She is very smart, but she suffers from a disease at a young age. She is even liked by that old man Qin Chaoyang. For this reason, he even specially went to the depths of Black Blood Swamp to find a young opening fruit to prolong her life. Could it be you?" The purple-clothed girl coughed softly and nodded. "Senior is wise. This junior is indeed Qin Yu. I am only able to live to this day because of old ancestors' pity." "Ha ha ha." Shantu laughed strangely. "Little girl is really outstanding. You can face this old man without batting an eyelid. No wonder that old man Qin Chaoyang likes you so much. But, little girl, why are you looking for this old man?" Qin Yu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since Senior has asked, then this junior will speak frankly. Is Senior going to find trouble with that person?" Shantu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "So what if I am?" Qin Yu said, "Can Senior let that person go?" Shantu curled his lips and said, "Give me a reason. That person is an honored guest of my Qin family, so." Qin Yu replied in a low voice, "So I ask Senior to be merciful. My Qin family will definitely come to thank you another day." "An honored guest of your Qin family?" Shantu grinned playfully and said, "Little girl, you are smart, but don't treat others as fools. If this person is really an honored guest of your Qin family, why would he choose to break through in such a place? If he is really an honored guest of your Qin family, then wouldn't that old man Qin Chaoyang personally protect him? Do you really think this old man is so easy to fool?" Qin Yu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed after being exposed in front of her face. She smiled and said, "Senior's eyes are like torches. This junior's little trick really can't fool you, but, although he is not an honored guest of my Qin family now, it doesn't mean that he won't be in the future. Can Senior please be magnanimous?" Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, Shantu raised his hand and interrupted her. Shantu looked at her coldly, his triangular eyes exuding a cold aura as he said, "Little girl, this time, this old man will not argue with you because of Qin Chaoyang's face. But if you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and a huge force swept straight towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, the several Origin Kings who had been vigilantly surrounding her flashed and blocked in front of her. With a muffled groan, they all retreated a few steps at the same time before they could stabilize themselves. When they looked forward again, they saw that Shantu had already flown away with a group of people. The middle-aged man and the others looked back at Qin Yu with lingering fear on their faces and asked, "Young lady, are you okay?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "Thanks to your protection, I'm fine. It's just a pity that that person." She looked into the distance with a sad look on her face. The middle-aged man said, "In fact, there's nothing to pity. That person probably couldn't have survived the world energy baptism. It doesn't matter if he died a moment earlier or later. Young lady has already done her best. Next time, don't provoke a guy like Ghost Hand Shen Tuesday. This time, he let us go because of the old ancestor, but next time, we won't be so lucky. I know. I've implicated everyone. Qin Yu gently nodded. In the distance, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of this. He was still immersed in his own comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way, immersed in breaking through the shackles of the Tao source realm. Shwa shwa shwa, a series of movements could be heard as Shen Tu led a dozen origin kings to appear beside Yang Kai. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations here, and then looking up at the huge black funnel in the sky, even someone as strong as Shen Tu couldn't help but change his expression slightly. He had also taken this step, but when he broke through to the Tao source realm back then, was there such a big commotion? He was afraid that it wasn't even 1/10 of the other parties. Even if he were to bear such a world energy baptism now, he wasn't confident that he would be able to get through it safely. Honored Master, this place is too terrifying. Let's quickly take action and leave. Not far away, an Origin King realm cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling. It seemed that he was being suppressed to the extreme by the power of heaven and earth. The expressions of the others weren't relaxed either. As soon as they stepped into this place, they felt that something was wrong. The world principles lingering around them were dense and chaotic, making the circulation of the power in their bodies a little obscure. Hearing this, Shen Tu nodded and said to Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, "Boy, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck for choosing to break through in such a place. Be careful in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it down. Seeing his action, an Origin King realm cultivator immediately shot out rays of martial skill light, bombarding Yang Kai. But before these rays of light could touch Yang Kai's body, a dazzling layer of light suddenly appeared 3 meters away from his body. The light was oval in shape, enveloping Yang Kai entirely. Hong hong hong, all the attacks fell on this light curtain, sputtering out layers of ripples, but they couldn't damage it at all. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed tightly, slowly opened. His indifferent gaze swept across everyone as he said indifferently, "Why are there always people like you who think that you've lived too long and are in a hurry to die?" All the Origin Kings who were targeted by him felt a chill in their hearts for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai raised his hand. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, moon blades shot out leisurely. "Not good, dodge!" Someone cried out involuntarily. But the speed of the moon blades was so fast that before these people could react, they had already arrived in front of them. Although some cultivator instinctively activated their protective powers, these protective powers were like paper in front of the moon blades, unable to withstand a single blow. The pitch-black moon blades slashed past, and immediately, a cultivator let out a muffled groan. No blood splattered, but when the cultivator looked around, his expression changed drastically. Because there were crescent-shaped holes in different parts of the bodies of the companions beside him. The wounds were flat, but the flesh that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. There were no pieces of flesh or bones, as if they had been exiled into the void. Through those strange wounds, squirming internal organs were imprinted into the eyes. The strong visual conflict made several cultivators scream in horror. *pu. It wasn't until this moment that the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. In an instant, several cultivators around Yang Kai fell to the ground with looks of disbelief on their faces, blood spurting out from their wounds mixed with broken internal organs. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 2056. Shen Tu and the others came aggressively, thinking that Yang Kai would not be able to fight back at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. Who would have thought that more than half of the Origin King Realm cultivator on their side would die in a single exchange? Such an unforeseen event naturally frightened the remaining people out of their wits. However, this was not the end of it. Following closely behind the moon blade, a 5-colored light shot out. Before the attack even arrived, the sharp aura caused the remaining cultivators to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Sword Chi. Shen Tu's expression changed. At a glance, he could tell that the 5-colored light contained extremely sharp sword Chi. Furthermore, it was a perfect combination of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under the mutual promotion and suppression, they resonated with each other and seemed to be able to enhance each other's power. Shen Tu's expression suddenly turned solemn. With a roar, his short and fat body suddenly grew bigger. From his fat body, a pitch-black aura suddenly spread out and enveloped him. Immediately after, countless black tentacles grew out of his body and swayed in all directions, enveloping the oncoming sword Chi under his own attack. A series of energy collisions rang out. The tentacles that extended from Shen Tu's body were cut into pieces by the countless sword Chi. But at the same time, the sharp sword Chi was also blocked, unable to kill the enemy. The many Origin King Realm cultivators who were saved by him all looked over gratefully. One of them even flattered Shen Tu while his heart was palpitating. "Brat, you dare to attack this old master at the critical juncture of your breakthrough? I think you're tired of living. In that case, hand over your life," Shen Tu roared as a small shield with a ghost head suddenly appeared in his hand. The small shield did not look big. But the ghost head on it was lifelike. It had a green face and fangs, looking ferocious and terrifying. He pushed his source Chi and poured it into the small shield. The small shield slowly turned into a real ghost head. It expanded in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It rushed straight towards Yang Kai. As it rushed forward, the ghost head's mouth opened and closed, spewing out balls of silver ghost fire. It shot out like arrows, looking extremely powerful. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but shrink, but he still sat there without moving. The balls of silver will-o'-the-wisps arrived in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye and bombarded his body, causing chaos where he was standing. Shen Tu was stunned. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with surprise, as if he had not expected to kill Yang Kai so easily. Yang Kai was well aware of the power of his artifact. Its offensive power was incredibly strong, and when coupled with the secret techniques he cultivated, let alone an Origin King, it was no match for him. It was a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm who was burned by the will-o'-the-wisp. Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of flesh. Yang Kai was just a Third-Order Origin King who was on the verge of breaking through, so how could he have survived after taking so many attacks from the ghost fire? Thinking of this, Shen Tu nodded slightly, thinking that he had really succeeded. Seeing Yang Kai being swallowed by the will-o'-the-wisps, the remaining Origin Kings let out a series of sinister laughter, as if they were mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. But before their laughter stopped, a figure flashed where Yang Kai was originally. He reappeared like a ghost. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? Looking at his expression and state, he was not hurt by the will-o'-the-wisps at all, and he didn't even move. No one knew how he avoided the will-o'-the-wisps. Everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. Shen Tu also widened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in Yang Kai's left eye, and the demon eye of annihilation suddenly appeared. The golden light seemed to have solidified, and it quickly condensed into the shape of a lotus flower in Yang Kai's left eye. Seeing this lotus flower, a chill suddenly emerged from the depths of Shen Tu's heart, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But for some inexplicable reason, he was actually unable to shift his gaze away at the first possible moment. That lotus flower seemed to possess a miraculous attractive force that firmly drew his attention over. The lotus flower trembled slightly before disappearing from Shentu's left eye. In its place, a budding lotus flower slowly bloomed in Shentu's knowledge sea. The source of this bloom was his spiritual energy. Shentu suddenly screamed as pain like 10,000 needles pierced his mind. This kind of pain went deep into his soul, making it almost unbearable. Hearing the scream, the remaining Origin Kings were startled. They all looked at Shentu, wanting to see what was wrong with him. Right at this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out once again. Many thicker and larger moon blades shot out, densely packed together and seemingly endless. With the previous example as an example, how could these people not know the power of these moon blades? They immediately let out a series of strange cries and scattered. Condense! Yang Kai shouted, and the power of principles surged. With him as the center, the space within 1,000 meters of him seemed to have heard some kind of command and instantly surrendered, becoming extremely dignified at this moment. The movements of the few Origin Kings suddenly became as slow as turtles. *pu pu pu, the moon blades easily rolled over the bodies of those people, splitting them in half. Everyone had a crescent-shaped gap in their bodies, and the flesh and blood at the gap were banished into the endless void. The mutilated corpses fell down, and everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had died with grievances. Is this the space principles? After succeeding in one blow, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, completely forgetting that there was still a great enemy to deal with. His whole person fell into a magical epiphany. In his mind, it was as if he was enlightened, and the true essence of the space principles poured into his mind like an electric current. His body shook, and he was stunned at this moment. His eyes shone brightly as thoughts intertwined in his mind at lightning speed, comprehending the space principles. Kacha, cracks in space formed and collapsed around him, and then under the repair of the world principles, they continued to crack and collapse. The space around him seemed to become unstable, and his vision was distorted. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from not far away. It was Shentu, who had been tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique, who had recovered. Ghost Hand Shentu was worthy of being a Dao Source Realm Master. Even though he had accidentally been hit by Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique and his spiritual energy had been drained by more than half, he was still able to forcefully wake up at the last moment and avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. Even so, his Yuan Qi was greatly injured. So much of his spiritual power had been drained that it had hurt his own spirit. Recovering from such an injury was not a problem that could be solved by ordinary elixirs. Unless Shentu found the best spirit elixirs to repair the spiritual power, or practiced some special cultivation methods, it would be possible to repair his spirit to its original state after spending decades or hundreds of years. He endured the pain in his mind and turned his head to look around with a ferocious expression. His heart could not help but thump. He found that the Origin King realm cultivator he had brought were all dead at this moment. Not a single one was left. As for the murderer, he was still sitting cross-legged in the same place, his eyes shining brightly, as if he had fallen into some kind of enlightenment. The space around him was undergoing some mysterious changes, and the wandering spatial cracks were like spirit snakes, covering an area of several hundred feet. Space principles. Shentu's eyes narrowed as he cried out in horror. At this moment it was undoubtedly the best time for him to launch a sneak attack, because the enemy was already in a state of enlightenment, so there was no chance for him to react. However, Shentu was not sure if he could break through that strange space. Those space cracks were sharper than the best blade in the world, and they were not something that could be resisted by the body. If he really launched a sneak attack, he was afraid that he would be cut into pieces by those countless space cracks before he could even get close to Yang Kai. It's actually space principles. This brat. At this moment, Shentu finally understood what kind of enemy he had provoked. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he glared at Yang Kai with hatred. Immediately, he turned around and flew out, trying to escape from this place. He did not want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to escape as far as possible. But before he could escape 300 meters, sparkling snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. Those snowflakes were extremely beautiful, white and flawless. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Shen Tu shuddered for no reason as an aura of death rushed towards him. Shen Tu, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, realized that things were not going well. With a loud shout, the thick black qi gushed out of his body again and wrapped around him, resisting the cold that invaded his body. After doing all this, Shen Tu finally saw the culprit of all this. It was a giant monster insect about 6 meters tall that was completely white, sparkling and translucent. Shen Tu did not know when this monster insect had appeared in front of him. It was as if it had always been here, but he had miraculously not noticed it before. The monster insect's body exuded a frightening cold aura. The strangest thing was that the two pincers at the front of the demonic insect were actually holding two long swords. The long swords were green and purple, and they were crossed in front of its body in a very strange posture. It made it look like a top swordsman among humans, with a trace of the demeanor of a master. What the hell is this? Shen Tu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he could not help but curse. What he saw and heard today was simply beyond what he had experienced in his life. First, he encountered an Origin King Realm Master who was proficient in the Tao of Space. Although the Tao of Space was difficult to cultivate, there were still people in the star boundary who could successfully cultivate it. It was just that they were not as terrifying as that little brat. Now, a monster insect with a powerful aura had jumped out in front of him. What was most unacceptable to Shen Tu was that this monster insect actually knew how to use artifacts, dual sword-shaped artifacts. That artifact should be Origin King grade high rank, right? Shen Tu was completely shocked. Just as he was in a daze, the monster insect in front of him suddenly turned the two long swords on its pincers slowly. Purple and green light flashed, and the surrounding temperature seemed to become colder. The snowflakes in the sky also became much bigger. A white light flashed and an icy aura suddenly filled the air. At this moment, the queen monster insect disappeared in front of Shen Tu and reappeared not far behind him. It still maintained that strange posture, as if it had never moved at all. Chapter 2057. Shen Tu stood in place in a daze. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. A snowflake fell and landed on the top of his head. In the next moment, with a soft puff, Shen Tu's body suddenly split into two with the snowflake as the center. Crimson blood spurted out from the remains of his body as his internal organs scattered and fell to the ground. Ghost Hand Shen Tu, who had wreaked havoc around Maplewood City for countless years, died just like that. In the next moment, the queen monster insect flickered slightly and disappeared. No one knew where it went or where it was hiding. The snowflakes falling from the sky all melted at this time, and the ice concept that permeated the surroundings also disappeared. In the distance, the crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. Everyone stared with wide eyes at what was happening in the distance. Although they couldn't see clearly because of the distance and didn't know what exactly happened, they clearly saw the death of the dozen or so Origin King Realm Cultivator and Shen Tu's fall. Such a strong visual impact made them feel like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. No one could believe what they saw. Some people kept rubbing their eyes as if they wanted to see more clearly. Shen Tu is dead? After a long while, someone finally asked in an uncertain tone. Shen Tu is really dead. He was killed by that person. No, Shen Tu wasn't killed by that person. He was killed by another master. Yes, this person seems to have a friend guarding him. This master's strength is extraordinary. Fortunately, we didn't attack that person just now. Otherwise. Many onlooking cultivators secretly rejoiced, feeling as if they had escaped a calamity. After realizing that Yang Kai wasn't breaking through here alone, but had a master secretly guarding him, how could these onlookers dare to stay in place? As if they had discussed it beforehand, they all retreated dozens of miles back and watched from a farther position, for fear of angering the master secretly guarding him, on the other side. The group of people from the Qin family were also dumbstruck. When Shun Tu and the others went over, they were aggressive, but no one expected that those people would be completely annihilated in the end. Did you see clearly who killed Shun Tu in the end? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light as she stared at the spot where the queen monster insect had disappeared. She asked excitedly. Shun Tu was a master from the first-order Dao Source Realm, and someone who could kill him in a single blow was at least a second-order Dao Source Realm master. If he could rope this person into the Qin family, then the Qin family's power would be able to level the city lord's mansion in an instant. In the future, the Qin family would also have a strong guardian. Unfortunately, the monster insect queen had acted too quickly and disappeared too quickly. Qin Yu didn't even have time to see it clearly. Hearing her question, the other cultivator from the Qin family looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. The middle-aged man said, "Mississippi. Although I did not see clearly. That person seemed to be using dual swords. Is there any master in the vicinity of Maplewood City who uses such an artifact? Dual swords." Qin Yu showed a thoughtful look, but after a while, she shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of it. It's extremely difficult to use dual swords. If there were any masters in the vicinity of Maplewood City who were proficient in dual swords, would have heard of them. It seems that this person should be an outsider." The other cultivator from the Qin family didn't doubt her and secretly nodded. It's not just that the guardian is powerful. That person who is at the critical moment of his breakthrough is definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Yu pursed her red lips and looked in the direction where Yang Kai was, as if she wanted to see more clearly. Unfortunately, she was surrounded by rich world energy, so she couldn't see Yang Kai's face at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's right. This person is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, but he was still able to kill more than a dozen origin kings. Obviously, he is extraordinary. And, what puzzles me the most is why Shun Tu suddenly ran away." Qin Yu's expression changed and said, "Shun Tu is cruel and bloodthirsty. If he ran away, it means that he suffered a great loss at the hands of that person. That can't be, Mississippi. This person is just a third-order origin king. He hasn't even broken through to the Dao Source Realm. Shun Tu is a genuine Dao Source Realm master." The middle-aged man looked stunned. Have you ever seen a third-order origin king make such a big commotion when breaking through to the Great Realm? Look over there, it seems that even space is collapsing. Qin Yu pointed to the front. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm just a third-order origin king. How could I have seen someone break through to the Dao Source Realm? Although I haven't seen it, I feel that it shouldn't be so big. That's right. The stronger one is, the bigger the commotion." Qin Yu rolled her eyes and said with a chuckle, "I'm getting more and more interested in this person. If I can recruit him." The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yu and saw the excited look on the young lady's face. He knew that she was really interested in recruiting him, so he said, "Then we'll have to wait until he finishes breaking through." Qin Yu gently nodded and muttered to herself, "He should be able to succeed." At this moment, a muffled thunder suddenly rolled in the sky. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, as if it was going to tear the world apart. In the next moment, the black funnel that had been rotating in the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and suddenly rushed down. The center of the black funnel was actually the place where Yang Kai was located. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk the sky shook and the earth hummed. The huge black funnel soon connected with Yang Kai. An unimaginable world energy flowed down the funnel and madly poured into Yang Kai's body. Impossible! Qin Yu cried out involuntarily when she saw this scene. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale. The faces of the several Origin King Realm cultivator around her also changed. The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment and said, "This person, how heaven-defying must he be to make the heavenly way obstruct him like this? It seems that he won't be able to survive." When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, they would welcome a baptism of world energy, but every cultivator's baptism was very regular. It would give the cultivator time to breathe and recover. No one had ever been directly connected to the world energy during a breakthrough like Yang Kai. As a result, the funnel-shaped world energy would continue to pour into Yang Kai's body, giving him no time to breathe. Which third-order Origin King could withstand this kind of impact? This wasn't a baptism at all, it was destruction. Even if a true Dao Source Realm cultivator were to come here, they would probably be blasted to pieces in a single exchange. The earth seemed to be shaking even more violently. Even though they were far away, all the spectating cultivator could feel how violent the world energy was this time. It wasn't something that could be resisted by a human, so all of them turned pale. A gust of wind whistled from a great distance. In an instant, the surrounding 100 kilometers was filled with sand and stones, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. The Qin family members surrounded Qin Yu in the middle, all of them pushing their protective strength to block the incoming stones and broken trees. In the distance, mixed with the howling wind, a person's roar could be heard. It sounded like a wounded beast, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. The voice naturally belonged to Yang Kai, who was at the center of the violent world energy. The moment the world energy baptism reached his body, Yang Kai realized that he was in big trouble this time. His clothes were destroyed in the blink of an eye as an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into his head, poured into his body through his meridians, and wandered into his limbs. Even with his strong physique, he only lasted for 10 breaths of time before his skin began to rupture and his meridians swelled painfully. He couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. Golden blood spread out from his body, causing his whole body to glow with a golden light. A powerful restorative ability was displayed, and the ruptured skin and flesh began to repair itself, but often, as soon as they were repaired, they ruptured again. Just as Yang Kai was about to explode the pure golden blood in his body to maintain his vitality, he suddenly felt a gentle force emerge from his flesh and meridians. As soon as this force appeared, it quickly joined in the process of repairing his body and at the same time, caused his fluctuating vitality to rise sharply. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly maintained a trace of clarity in his mind, opening his body and mind to receive the violent world energy while checking the condition of his body. The result was much better than he had imagined, and all of this was thanks to the gentle force that had suddenly emerged. Soon, Yang Kai figured out what this force was. It turned out to be the medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup he had drunk before. After drinking the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup, although he had been in seclusion in the cave for more than half a year to absorb the medicinal efficacies, allowing his body to undergo a rebirth, the medicinal efficacies contained in the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup were too great for him to absorb in a short time. The remaining medicinal efficacies were stored in his meridians and bones. It was not until now that they emerged on their own and became one of Yang Kai's assets for his promotion. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. When the medicinal efficacies of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup continuously seeped out of his meridians and bones, Yang Kai actually didn't feel much pressure anymore. His flesh no longer hurt, his meridians no longer swelled, and his bones no longer creaked. With joy in his heart, he focused even more on urging his strength to break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source realm. As time passed, under the baptism of the world energy, Yang Kai's physical body and strength seemed to have undergone a strange sublimation, becoming stronger and purer. In particular, the source qi in his body had become much purer, comparable to many years of his hard work in cultivation. This unexpected surprise made him wild with joy. Half a day later, a cracking sound came from the depths of his soul, as if some barrier in his body had collapsed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a long howl. The howl was loud and rolling like thunder, spreading in all directions. With this howl, the bottleneck that had been troubling his promotion was suddenly cleared, causing Yang Kai's already powerful aura to suddenly rise to another level. Tao Source Realm. A smooth breakthrough. Chapter 2058. On the barren mountain, a roar resounded in all directions. Everyone who heard this sound could feel a sense of joy and excitement. The middle-aged man from the Qin family stood in place with a dazed look on his face. After a long time of shock, he said with difficulty, "He actually succeeded?" He could not believe his eyes. After all, the commotion caused by the person breaking through was too great. It was not something a third-order origin king cultivator could bear. But now, that person had really succeeded and successfully broke through to the Tao Source realm. The middle-aged man was even more shocked than when he suddenly broke through to the Tao Source realm. Beside him, Qin Yu was also extremely shocked. Although she had a faint feeling that the person breaking through would not fail so easily, when the other party's breakthrough really went so smoothly, she still found it hard to accept. Her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if she wanted to see through the barrier of space and see the appearance of the person breaking through in the distance. Far away, Yang Kai quickly restrained his joy after breaking through and continued to receive the baptism of the surging world energy. The baptism a cultivator received when breaking through to a new great realm was very rare. Not only could it cleanse the cultivator's body and soul, but it also contained the essence of the heavenly way and martial Tao. If a cultivator could comprehend a thing or two from it, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their life. Moreover, Yang Kai was breaking through to the Tao Source realm this time, so he could also glimpse the principal strength from the baptism. What Yang Kai wanted to comprehend was naturally the space principles. He had already grasped it, so what he needed to do now was to comprehend this principal strength more thoroughly. After the roar stopped, the world energy continued to madly pour down. Yang Kai continued to sit where he was. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. An unimaginable amount of world energy poured into his body, stabilizing his Tao Source realm foundation while tempering his physique and source qi at the same time. With the help of the mysterious energy contained in the world energy, Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in comprehending the space principles. Time slowly passed. Half a day later, the black funnel in the sky slowly disappeared and the hazy sky regained its clarity. But even so, the many cultivator watching from afar still could not see Yang Kai's appearance because Yang Kai was at the center. The space within a radius of several thousand meters was extremely distorted, as if it was being disturbed by some kind of power. The cultivator only thought that this was the aftermath of the commotion caused by the previous breakthrough, so they were all speechless. But after realizing that there was no excitement or benefits to be gained, they dispersed one after another. The group of people from the Qin clan stayed behind and continued to watch from afar. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Kai Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashes in his eyes face. Then, his eyes regained their clarity and he waved his hand. The chaotic space in an area of a few tens of thousands of meters in radius actually calmed down abruptly, and nothing unusual happened any longer. Seeing this, Yang Kai grinned in response. At the same time, Qin Yu, who had been watching from afar, suddenly wore a solemn expression. As she blinked and opened her beautiful eyes, they turned purple in an instant. Purple runes circulated within her eyes, as if she was using some kind of secret technique. The purple eyes added a touch of flirtatiousness to the delicate girl. She looked into the distance with rapt attention. 2 purple lights shot out from her eyes, shuttling through the void. In the distance, Yang Kai seemed to have seen through something. He turned his head and looked in Qin Yu's direction. The demon eye of annihilation suddenly appeared in his left eye. The golden vertical eye burst out with endless majesty. When the two's eyes met in mid-air, Yang Kai could not help but exclaim in surprise. He instantly dispersed his demon eye of annihilation, and his eyes became calm. On the other side, Qin Yu screamed in surprise. Her delicate body uncontrollably took a few steps back, and her face turned pale. "Young miss." The middle-aged man from the Qin family was shocked. He flashed to Qin Yu's side and reached out to support her, asking with concern, "Young miss, what's wrong?" He did not notice Qin Yu's small movements just now. He only thought that her old illness had flared up. Qin Yu's forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. Her purple eyes slowly disappeared. Hearing this, she shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She continued to stare in the direction where Yang Kai had been, but was surprised to find that there was no one there. She didn't know when Kai Yang had disappeared. "It's him?" Qin Yu muttered to herself. Obviously, after using her secret technique, she had seen Yang Kai's face. She suddenly remembered that she had met this man on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Moreover, she had told him how to find the entrance to the 2nd floor. "Who?" the middle-aged man asked in surprise. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, shaking her head, "Nothing." After a pause, she said again, "Let's go back." The middle-aged man frowned. He vaguely felt that his young miss's behavior was a little strange, but it was not appropriate for him to ask anything. He could only escort Qin Yu back to Maplewood City with the others. 100 miles away from the promotion place, Yang Kai's figure blurred and strangely appeared. He stood in place and waited quietly for a moment. The monster insect queen and the large blood beasts chased after him from behind. Yang Kai glanced at them and put them away. He then determined a direction and disappeared without moving. Only a faint fluctuation of space force was left behind. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the Yuan Furnace Mountain again. At this moment, the Yuan Furnace Mountain had long been reduced to ruins. The mountains had collapsed, and there were traces of it being overturned by someone. This should be the work of the people from the Raging Fire Temple. Yang Kai did not care about this. He stood high up in the sky and silently sensed for a moment. He could perceive that Lu Yen was still in a strange state of slumber, seemingly absorbing the scorching power contained in the magma pool underground. At this moment, Lu Yan's aura was undoubtedly much stronger than before. There were faint signs of him breaking through to the Tao Source realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai looked happy and immediately withdrew his divine sense so as not to disturb Lu Yen. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai found a secluded place nearby and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to wait for Lu Yen here. After all, Lu Yen had been in the magma pool for a long time and might suddenly return. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered the small sealed world bead in a flash. As soon as he stepped into the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai felt a little different. This difference was not a change in the small sealed world bead, but a change in himself. Before, he was not strong enough and could not touch the world principles, so he did not notice it. But now that he had broken through to the Tao Source realm, he could mobilize the world principles for his own use. Yang Kai immediately noticed that the world principles in the small sealed world bead were not perfect, as if something was missing. He sensed for a long time but could not figure out what it was, so he could only give up. In a flash, he arrived next to the embodiment. Since coming to Maplewood City and teaching the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to him. At this moment, Yang Kai could not help but be surprised when he saw it. Because the original behemoth had shrunk by dozens of times. The place where the embodiment stood was full of abandoned rubble and dust. Obviously, it was because of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique that his huge body had been significantly tempered. Although his body had shrunk, it was more solid and sturdy. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could absorb the world energy of all things in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for one's own use and strengthen one's body. It could be said that it complemented the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. Now, the embodiment was only a few stories tall, but even so, it was still a big guy. The various rare minerals that Yang Kai had sent in before were also devoured by him. He removed the impurities and kept the essences, turning them into a part of his strength. Because he was not made of flesh and blood, Yang Kai could not sense the vitality of the embodiment. He did not know how much strength it could exert, but Yang Kai estimated that it would not be too weak. As he thought so, the embodiment seemed to have noticed something and opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his simple-minded face and he said in a low, muffled voice, "Do you want to try?" "Okay." Yang Kai tilted his head and beckoned to the embodiment. The embodiment chuckled strangely and slowly got up. As he stood up, a lot of rocks and dust accumulated on his body fell off. Because the embodiment was a product of Yang Kai's avatar that was poured into the stone mongoose's body, Yang Kai could clearly see his thoughts and control his actions. The embodiment was an independent entity and also one of Yang Kai's avatars. With a thought, Yang Kai allowed the embodiment to move freely. In the next moment, the embodiment took a step forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai with a loud rumble. He suddenly bent down and threw a left hook at Yang Kai, which was close to the ground. Before the punch arrived, a strong wind blew, causing Yang Kai's robes to flutter. Not only that, but the fist force that shot out from the fist plowed a deep arc-shaped gully in the ground. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was about to use 60% of his strength, but he suddenly raised it to full strength and threw a punch at the embodiment. Boom, the two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other, making an earth-shattering sound. A halo of power suddenly spread out from the point of contact between the two fists. It was like a sharp circular blade that cut the space in half. The embodiment grinned and showed a strange smile. Yang Kai's face darkened. In the next moment, he felt an almost unparalleled force coming from his right side. With a muffled groan, he was directly sent flying and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a contest of pure strength, Yang Kai was completely defeated. The embodiment stood up and put his hand on his forehead. He looked around and whistled frivolously. A figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai suddenly returned. At this moment, he was grimacing in pain and shaking his right fist. The flesh on his fist was a mess and even the bones were exposed. "How was it?" the embodiment asked with a chuckle. "You already know the answer." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chapter 2059. The embodiment's birth was extremely coincidental, and his strength was also extremely lucky. If the second stone mongoose hadn't been born without intelligence, Yang Kai wouldn't have thought of pouring his soul clone into it and turning it into his embodiment. If it hadn't been for the opportunity on the floating continent, the embodiment wouldn't have grown so quickly. It was because he had refined the entire floating continent that he was able to grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time. The embodiment's punch was equivalent to the power of an entire continent, the power of an entire world. Even though Yang Kai's body was powerful and his cultivation was high, how could he withstand the bombardment of an entire continent with just his body of flesh and blood? It wasn't surprising that he was sent flying and even injured. "You should find me a staff like Xiao Zhao's." The embodiment grinned. If he had a divine artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar in hand, the embodiment would be able to defeat 10 people with brute strength even if he didn't use any other power. Moreover, he could do it even better than Xiao. There will be a chance. After Yang Kai nodded, his figure suddenly blurred, and with a sway, he appeared above the embodiment, turned around, and swept down with his leg. The violent source chi on his leg showed that Yang Kai wasn't going to show any mercy. Seeing this, the embodiment didn't panic. He just raised one hand to block above his head, while the other hand passed under his armpit and stretched out to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Condense." As soon as his voice trailed off, a buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding space suddenly congealed under the influence of the power of laws. The embodiment's movements slowed down slightly. Its huge body was actually greatly hindered. The big hand reaching for Yang Kai was no longer as fast as before. He lowered his body and growled, "Break." Within the giant's body, a violent energy burst out in an instant. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out, and the solidified space suddenly loosened. With the brute force of his body, he forcibly broke through the suppression of the space law that Yang Kai had mobilized and continued to reach for Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dare to move forward. He exerted force on his feet. An explosive sound came from the soles of his feet, and his body floated backward like an arrow leaving the bow. Immediately, his hands opened and closed, and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. Without any scruples, he directly released it. The huge moon blade was as black as ink. Like a machete, it slashed toward the embodiment's arm. The avatar's eyes narrowed. He changed his grip into a fist and punched out like a ferocious tiger. A violent fist force shot out from his fist, and before the crescent blade slashed down, it collided with it in mid-air, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The crescent blade disappeared. The fist energy disappeared without a trace. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, the embodiment stomped his feet, and an earth pillar shot out from the ground. The embodiment stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The surface of the scattered earth pillar flashed with a trace of light, and in an instant, it became as hard as iron, turning into an earth stick. The embodiment grabbed and flung the 100-meter-long stick towards Yang Kai. A sharp explosion sounded as if it was going to pierce through space. Yang Kai's face changed. How could he dare to stay in place? Space power lingered around his body, and he directly flashed to the side, causing the earth stick to hit empty air. Ha. The embodiment seemed to have expected this. Seeing this situation, he didn't panic. With a strange laugh, he bent down and placed his two giant hands on the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Below Yang Kai, a number of earth dragons suddenly burst out. These earth dragons were vivid and lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attacked Yang Kai. At a rough count, there were more than a dozen of them, blocking all his escape routes. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, urging the golden divine dragon source strength in his body. His right arm suddenly swelled up, covered in a layer of energy transformed into dragon scales, and his right hand turned into the shape of a dragon claw. Then, with a twist of his body, he rushed into the group of earth dragons. Soon, there were screams and explosions as the earth dragons disintegrated and collapsed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai's figure shot out like a god descending from heaven. On the surface of his body, a 5-colored light bloomed, and 5-element sword chi madly shot towards the embodiment. Seeing this, the embodiment just curled his lips and stomped his foot, immediately summoning an earth wall in front of him. Like the previous earth stick, this earth wall flashed and became extremely sturdy. Chi. The sword chi bombarded the earth wall, but it was unable to break through this layer of defense and was blocked by the earth wall. When the sword chi was exhausted, the embodiment waved his hand, and the earth wall in front of him collapsed. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange smile, and then a golden light bloomed from his left eye. Not good. The embodiment let out a strange cry and hurriedly tried to avert his gaze. However, it was already too late. When he saw that trace of golden light, his attention was firmly attracted to it. He couldn't think of anything else at all. His eyes became sluggish. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and the embodiment came back to his senses. Yang Kai stood in front of him with a depressed face, and after looking at each other for a moment, they couldn't help laughing. After a long time, the laughter gradually subsided. "Don't spread what happened today," Yang Kai solemnly exhorted. The embodiment nodded solemnly, with a look of agreement on his face. Fighting with himself, using all his means and abilities, and finally being forced to use the demon eye of annihilation to gain a slight upper hand, if this matter were to spread, he was afraid that people would laugh their heads off. But in this way, Yang Kai could somewhat determine the embodiment's ability. With his current means, apart from divine sense suppression, there was no good way to deal with him. It was natural that the embodiment's divine sense was inferior to his own. After all, he was just a wisp of his divine sense, so how could he compare to his main god? Suppressing him with his divine sense was tantamount to cheating. It was better to order him to lie there and let him beat him up. Yang Kai felt ashamed when he thought about it. "Do you have any extra artifacts?" the embodiment suddenly asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and looked at him suspiciously, but with just a thought, he understood what the embodiment wanted the artifacts for. He immediately said in surprise, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's technique can even devour artifacts?" The embodiment said, "I'm just guessing, whether it is true or not remains to be tested." Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, fumbled around in his space ring, found a few artifacts, and threw them to the embodiment. These artifacts belonged to Shentu's group, and earlier, the spoils of war had been taken by Yang Kai to Maplewood City's black market to exchange for source crystals. After receiving the artifacts, the embodiment immediately sat down, held the artifacts in the palm of his hand, and said in a muffled voice, "The seeds I planted seem to have sprouted." Yang Kai was taken aback, but soon understood what the embodiment was referring to. He immediately looked happy and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already near the medicine garden. Only two things survived in the entire medicine garden. One was the immortal tree that Yang Kai obtained in the territory of Homeworld Star, and the other was naturally the gold and silver wood seed that Yang Kai planted in the corner that day. Yang Kai had tried to refine the immortal tree, but he couldn't succeed at all. In the end, he could only transplant it to the medicine garden in the small sealed world. However, because of the existence of the immortal tree, there was a lot of vitality in the small sealed world. Yang Kai had asked Yang Inflammation how to refine the immortal tree and achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Yang Inflammation didn't say anything, so he was helpless. The wood seed came from the slain wood spirit. Because this seed was very strange, even Lu Yen couldn't burn it, so Yang Kai kept it. Now, in less than a year, this wood seed had taken root and sprouted in the medicine garden, growing into a seedling about 3 inches tall. The seedling was the same as the seed, half gold and half silver. It looked very strange, and it didn't resemble the original body of the wood spirit at all. Yang Kai didn't know why. Kai Yang stared blankly at the 3-inch tall seedling, a blank expression on his face. He didn't recognize such a thing. He had never even heard of it before. However, he could feel that there was a very peculiar power contained within the sapling. This power was still very small, but if the seedling continued to grow, it would definitely become stronger. This 3-inch seedling shouldn't be underestimated. This was the result of planting it in the medicine garden of the sealed world bead for about a year. The medicine garden in the sealed world bead had heavy earth, 5 earth vein beads, and the vitality brought by the immortal tree. Planting it here for a day was almost equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. In other words, if it was planted elsewhere, even if this wood seed could survive, it would take at least 100 years to grow to 3 inches tall. Thinking so, Yang Kai became even more interested in this gold and silver seedling. The more difficult it was to grow, the higher its value. After all, the immortal tree had survived for countless years, and the flowing time great emperor was only 3 feet tall. After confirming that the wood seed had survived, Yang Kai didn't pay any more attention to it. As for what it could be used for, he would need to observe and inquire more in the future. Later, Yang Kai stayed in the sealed world bead to refine the long sword artifact used by Hanlang and the Flying Saint Palace ship. The long sword artifact was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact, which he could use now to increase his strength. With the help of his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, it could be used as a killing move. As for the ship, it would naturally be used as a means of transportation. Time flew by, and soon, more than a month had passed. Yang Kai came out of the sealed world bead again and checked on Lu Yan's situation, only to find that she was still sleeping underground, and he didn't know when she would wake up. Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking for a while, he summoned the ship and flew off in the direction of Maplewood City. Yang Kai couldn't be sure when Lu Yan would come out of seclusion, so there was no need to waste time waiting. In any case, Lu Yan knew that he was in Maplewood City, so after she came out of seclusion, she would rush to Maplewood City to meet him. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to rush back to his secluded home in Maplewood City and prepare to refine the Dragon Bone Sword. Chapter 2060. A few days later, Yang Kai returned to Maplewood City. After entering the city gate, Yang Kai didn't even have time to report to Kong Si Ran that he was safe and sound before he hurried back to his rented cave mansion. Taking out the token, Yang Kai poured his source chi into it and shook it at the cave mansion's barrier. But what surprised him was that the cave mansion's barrier didn't react at all, as if his token had no effect. This caused him to frown, but soon, he remembered something. When he came to Maplewood City, the time limit for renting the cave mansion seemed to be 1 year, and counting the days, this time limit should have passed as early as 2 months ago. Once the time limit was over, the right to use the cave mansion would definitely be taken back. Yang Kai's heart suddenly thumped as he realized that something was wrong. It didn't matter if the cave mansion's time limit was over. At worst, he could go to the city lord's mansion to register and rent a new one. It was just a matter of some source crystals. He didn't store anything too valuable in the cave mansion, so he didn't need to worry too much. But, before he left, the little girl of the Zhang family was still in the cave mansion. At that time, he went to Yuan Furnace Mountain with Kong Si Ran to explore Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, but he didn't expect to be delayed for so long. He thought that it wouldn't take long for him to return. Before leaving, he didn't even tell Zhang Ruoxi in detail, only telling her that he was going out for a while before leaving her here alone. Now that the cave mansion's time limit was up and the right to use it was taken back, what about Zhang Ruoxi? Yang Kai looked around, but didn't see that delicate figure. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Ruoxi was only a first-order Saint King. In this chaotic Maplewood City, she didn't have the ability to protect herself. If she was targeted by someone with bad intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Could she have gone back to the Zhang family by herself? Yang Kai muttered to himself. If he was in Zhang Ruoxi's position, after the right to use the cave mansion was taken back and he was kicked out of the cave mansion, he would definitely go back to the Zhang family first. If that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. After all, although the Zhang family was not strong, it still had 2 origin kings. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a burst of restriction fluctuations suddenly came from beside him. Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that the door of the cave was open. A young woman's pretty face peeked out from inside. That young woman looked to be about 30 years old. A pair of beautiful eyes sized up Yang Kai with extreme vigilance, and suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "I am Yang Kai, the original owner of this cave." The young woman frowned and said, "I've already rented this cave abode. When I came in, there was nothing left inside." "I know. I'm not here to look for anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Try to be nice. You're not looking for anything?" The young woman was even more confused. "Then what are you doing?" "I'm looking for someone, a young girl." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "She should have lived here, but now she's gone. I don't know if madam has seen her." Hearing that Yang Kai was looking for someone, the young woman frowned and her expression changed slightly. She quickly shook her head and said, "I haven't seen her." While speaking, she retracted her head and closed the door at the same time. "Wait." Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that she must know something. How could he allow her to retreat like this? He stretched out his hand and blocked the door. The young woman's expression changed abruptly and she snapped, "What are you doing? This is Maplewood City." Yang Kai coldly snorted and directly entered the cave mansion. He closed the door and stared coldly at the young woman. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body and directly suppressed the young woman. Tao Source Realm. Perceiving the horror of this aura, the young woman's expression suddenly changed and she cried out involuntarily. Her beautiful eyes finally changed as she looked at Yang Kai. In Maplewood City, the strength of a cultivator was generally not high. There were not many Tao Source Realm masters, but each one of them had a great background and was definitely not someone an ordinary cultivator could provoke. So when she sensed Yang Kai's cultivation, the young woman panicked a little. She was only a first-order origin king, how could she resist the pressure of a Tao Source Realm master? Although she struggled to hold on, her body went soft and she reached out to hold on to the wall next to her to prevent herself from being crushed. She bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, "Little brother, you and I have no grievances in the past. I have never offended you, so please don't make things too difficult for me. I won't make things difficult for you." Yang Kai's face was cold as he said indifferently, "I will only ask a few questions. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I will make you beg for death. You should know that I have the ability to do so." Hearing this, the young woman gritted her teeth and nodded gently. "Very good. Let me ask you, have you seen that little girl?" Yang Kai stared at the young woman, not letting go of the slightest change in her expression. The young woman pondered for a moment before nodding with difficulty. "I don't know if that little girl is the one you are looking for, but I did see her at the entrance of the secluded home. Tell me, how old is she, what is her cultivation, and what are her characteristics?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. 16 or 17 years old. As for her cultivation, she is at the peak of the second-order Saint King realm and is about to break through to the third-order Saint King realm. She looks a little weak, has a slender figure, speaks in a soft voice, and has straight black hair. That's her. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was sure that the person the young woman saw was Zhang Ruoxi, but he didn't expect that in less than a year, Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation could advance from the first-order Saint King realm to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm and was about to break through to the third-order Saint King realm. It seemed that this little girl's aptitude wasn't bad. Of course, the marrow washing pill must have played a part in this. "You said you saw her at the entrance of the secluded home? What was she doing at the entrance?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. The young woman said, "She was standing at the entrance." "Standing?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes, she was standing there. I rented this place 2 months ago. At that time, she was already at the entrance of the secluded home, but I didn't notice her. Later, I found that she was standing there without moving. Out of curiosity, I asked her and she told me that she was waiting for a Sir Yang. Little brother, are you that Sir Yang? The young woman asked while timidly raising her head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai's emotions were fluctuating at this moment. He couldn't help but imagine a scene in his mind. In the bustling Maplewood city, at the entrance of the secluded home, a 16 or 17-year-old girl stood there quietly. No matter how the wind blew or the sun shone, she still didn't move. She would look around from time to time, but she still couldn't find that familiar figure. In the bustling city, she was like an abandoned person, lonely, hesitant, and helpless. As night fell and the cold wind blew, she could only curl up and shiver in place. At dawn, she opened her eyes and continued to wait. Yang Kai's heart was inexplicably heavy. I felt sorry for her and invited her to come in, but she didn't agree. She told me that she was going to stand there and wait. Sir Yang, little brother, I really didn't do anything to her. Please don't make things difficult for me. The young woman looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that Yang Kai would vent his anger on her. Since you didn't do anything to her, why didn't you tell me the truth from the beginning? Instead, when I asked about her whereabouts, you immediately closed the secluded home? You obviously have a guilty conscience. Yang Kai coldly looked at the young woman, a thick murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. The young woman seemed to be aware of it and quickly waved her hand. No, it's not what you think. I really didn't hurt her. Tell me, where is she now? Looking at your expression, you seem to know something. Yang Kai coldly said. The young woman shook her head. Yang Kai chuckled, it seems that you have some misgivings. Little brother, don't force me. Please let me go. As long as you don't force me, I'll do anything. The young woman begged for mercy. She seemed to be implying something. As she spoke, her expression became somewhat charming, and her eyes became watery. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he remained unmoved. Suddenly, a strange force appeared on his fingertips as he said in a low voice filled with impatience, "Speak, or die." As he spoke, he slowly poked the young woman's forehead. Seeing Yang Kai's heart of stone, the young woman finally panicked and said, "Go to the Jiang family, maybe you can find her there." The Jiang family? Yang Kai's finger stopped 3 inches away from the young woman's forehead, and the power lingering on his fingertips suddenly dissipated. He looked at the young woman thoughtfully and said, "No wonder you have such misgivings. It's the Jiang family." But, why did the Jiang family take her away? I don't know. The young woman shook her head. A month ago, a few men came to talk to her, and then she left with them. I was curious, so I quietly followed them and found that they entered the Jiang family. I really don't know anything else. Even if you kill me, it's useless. She took the initiative to follow them? Yang Kai frowned. Yes. The young woman nodded. Good. Thank you for telling me this, madam. I'll take my leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and rushed out in a flash. After Yang Kai left, the young woman fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, her clothes soaked in sweat. She didn't belong to any sect. She was able to cultivate to the first-order origin king realm by relying on her own efforts and various opportunities. She had never come into contact with a Dao Source realm master. Today, Yang Kai had intimidated her at such a close distance, scaring her half to death. Fortunately, Yang Kai was reasonable and didn't really do anything to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist. After a while, the young woman came back to her senses. She immediately got up and rushed into the cave mansion to pack up her things. After a short while, the young woman walked out of the cave mansion and went straight out of the city gate. Soon, she left Maplewood City. She didn't dare to continue to stay in Maplewood City. If the Jiang family were to track her down one day, she would be in big trouble. As far as she knew, the Jiang family wasn't as easy to talk to as Mr. Yang. Chapter 2061. Yang Kai had never had any dealings with the Jiang family of Maplewood City, but he had heard of them many times. He knew that this family was not weak in Maplewood City, and there seemed to be a Dao Source realm old ancestor in the family. There were many families in Maplewood City, but only a few had a Dao Source realm master. The Jiang family was one, and the Qin family was another. Jiang Chuhe, whom Yang Kai had met at the Soaring Dragon altar in the first layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, was the leader of the younger generation of the Jiang family. He was a third-order origin king, and as long as he had enough opportunities, he could break through to the Dao Source realm. The Jiang family had been in Maplewood City for hundreds of thousands of years, and their relationship with the other great families and even the city lord's mansion was quite complicated. Although Yang Kai did not know why the Jiang family took Zhang Ruoxi away, a Saint King realm girl was certainly not of much use to them. He was afraid that some playboy of the Jiang family had taken a fancy to Zhang Ruoxi's beauty and wanted to molest her. If that was the case, it would be too late. After all, Zhang Ruoxi was taken away by the Jiang family a month ago. Anything could happen in a month. However, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was why Zhang Ruoxi had taken the initiative to leave with the Jiang family. But when he thought about it carefully, Zhang Ruoxi was still young, and she had never left the Zhang family before. Her mind was pure, and she might have been deceived. To deal with a little girl like her, a few words of coaxing might be enough to make her submit. Secretly anxious, Yang Kai was also a little annoyed that he could not even take care of a little girl. Since he was going to the Jiang family to find Zhang Ruoxi, he could not go there openly. What if he touched a nerve of the Jiang family? If he forced them to kill Zhang Ruoxi to silence her, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to investigate the Jiang family first. If Zhang Ruoxi was really in the Jiang family, with his current powerful divine sense, he should be able to find her without anyone noticing. After making up his mind, Yang Kai did not wait until it was dark and went straight to the Jiang family's location. In the east of Maplewood City, there was a continuous stretch of residences. It occupied an area of about a few dozen acres. It was surrounded by red walls and blue tiles. It was surrounded by a tall wall. People who lived in Maplewood City all year round knew that this was the foundation of the Jiang family in Maplewood City. Most of the important members of the Jiang family lived here. Yang Kai came to a wall and released his divine sense. After probing for a moment, he was surprised to find that the wall was filled with restrictions and traps. However, this kind of restriction was naturally not a problem for him. Of course, he wouldn't touch her. Just as Yang Kai was about to jump over the wall to investigate, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned around and used his nihility secret technique to hide to the side. A moment later, a graceful figure suddenly shot over from not far away and landed where Yang Kai was standing before. He looked around. Then, he scratched his head and muttered to himself with a blank expression, "It should be here. Where did it go? How strange." Hearing the voice, Yang Kai was startled. He couldn't help but look over and call out in surprise, "Little Seven?" He found that the person who had come was the mysterious Mo Xiaoqi. The two hadn't seen each other for more than a year since they parted ways in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Now, Yang Kai had just returned to Maplewood City and this girl had come looking for him. She was an acquaintance. Yang Kai naturally didn't need to hide anymore. After dispelling his nihility secret technique and revealing his figure again, Mo Xiaoqi immediately discovered him. She walked over with a grin and said happily, "Big brother Yang, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Where have you been for the past 6 months? Why weren't you in Maplewood City?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession. Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to answer. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "I went out for some business some time ago. I didn't return until today." "Oh." Mo Xiaoqi nodded after hearing this and giggled, I thought Big Brother Yang had left without saying goodbye. I was sad for a long time. Yang Kai smiled and said, if I had really left, I would have told you. But how did you find me? Mo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, the sound bead I gave you before. It has a tracking brand on it. As long as the distance isn't too far, it can be detected. Yang Kai suddenly understood and took out the bead from his space ring. He looked at it and couldn't see anything special about it, so he put it back. Mo Xiaoqi looked around and suddenly lowered her voice and said, this is the Jiang family. Big Brother Yang, are you going in? Yang Kai nodded. Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes lit up and she asked quietly, why are you going in? Did the Jiang family offend you in some way? Do you need my help? She had an excited look on her face, as if she had found something extremely fun. Yang Kai sighed and briefly told her about Zhang Ruoxi. After hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi was filled with righteous indignation and said, the Jiang family's reputation has always been bad. This time, they actually made a move on Sister Ruoxi. It's really abominable. Now I'm not sure why the Jiang family took Ruoxi away, Yang Kai frowned, that's why I wanted to quietly investigate. I'll help you. But Big Brother Yang, you should have told me earlier that there was someone in your cave mansion. If you had told me earlier, I would have taken Sister Ruoxi to my place. Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai with some resentment. Yang Kai coughed and said embarrassedly, I didn't know I would be away for so long. Hey, let's not talk about this for now. I'll tell you what Ruoxi looks like. Pay more attention after you go in. Mo Xiaoqi nodded repeatedly and listened carefully, remembering Zhang Ruoxi's appearance. A 16 or 17-year-old girl with a peak second-order Saint King realm cultivation. Such characteristics were very obvious. If Zhang Ruoxi was really in the Jiang family, it shouldn't be difficult to find her. Be careful, the Jiang family has a Dao Source Realm Master overseeing it. Don't let yourself be discovered, Yang Kai warned her before leaving. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, don't worry. The Jiang family's old ancestor doesn't live in Maplewood City. He is in retreat in his manor all year round. Hearing her say so, Yang Kai was no longer worried. As long as the Jiang family didn't have a Dao Source Realm Master, no one should be able to discover him and Mo Xiaoqi. Although Mo Xiaoqi was only a third-order origin king, she acted mysteriously and her concealment secret technique was excellent. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Then, the two agreed on a time to meet up and split up. Since he confirmed from Mo Xiaoqi that the Jiang family's old ancestor wasn't here, Yang Kai acted more boldly. After quietly sneaking into the Jiang family, he released his divine sense and easily swept through every corner and inch of the Jiang family. But as time passed, Yang Kai's expression became more and more solemn. He couldn't find any trace of Zhang Ruoxi in the Jiang family. 2 hours later, the sky turned dark. In a small alley not far from the Jiang family's walls, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi reunited. After exchanging a glance, Mo Xiaoqi slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's expression darkened and he frowned. Big Brother Yang, what should we do now? Will little sister Ruoxi be okay? Mo Xiaoqi was also worried. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi was nowhere to be found, dead or alive. This was the worst possible situation. Although she had never met Zhang Ruoxi before, the naturally kind Mo Xiaoqi was also worried. I hope she's fine. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was scary. After pondering for a moment, he said, since this won't work, we can only inquire directly. I hope the Jiang family won't do anything to bring about their own destruction. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi took a deep look at Yang Kai and nodded, let's go together. Yang Kai had no objection. After a short while, the two arrived in front of the Jiang family's main gate. The two Jiang family guards at the gate immediately stopped them. One of them seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi had high cultivations, so he didn't dare to be too negligent. He cupped his fists and asked politely, "May I ask why you have come to my Jiang mansion so late at night?" Yang Kai returned the courtesy and said, "Please inform Patriarch Jiang that Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang Kai wishes to see him." Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist? The guard at the gate was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe before he said seriously, "Please wait a moment, I will inform the Patriarch right away." Spirit Pill Plaza was quite famous in Maplewood City. After all, it was a business set up by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Only an Origin King grade alchemist could work as an alchemist in Spirit Pill Plaza and refine spirit pills. The guard at the gate didn't dare to be careless when such a person suddenly came to visit the Jiang family. He hurriedly rushed inside, obviously to report to the Jiang family's patriarch. Yang Kai had no choice but to borrow the name of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist. After all, his name was nothing in Maplewood City. Only his identity as an alchemist could make the Jiang family pay attention to him and make the Jiang family have scruples. It would be more convenient for him to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts safely. Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi waited outside for less than half a cup of tea's time before a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from inside the Jiang mansion. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached them. Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang has graced the Jiang family with his presence. This old man, Jiang Lin, welcomes alchemist Yang. Just as the words fell, an old man with a ruddy complexion, who looked to be in his 50s, walked out and cupped his fists enthusiastically. This person was naturally the current patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin wore a long blue robe and had a dignified appearance. The light in his eyes was restrained, so he didn't look too conspicuous. However, the source qi in his body was extremely pure. Yang Kai secretly nodded, thinking that the rumors about the Jiang family's patriarch being able to break through to the Dao source realm in the near future were true. Behind Jiang Lin, there were some other third-order Origin King cultivator. They didn't look young and should be some elders of the Jiang family. Among them, Jiang Chuhe's figure was also among them. When he saw Yang Kai, Jiang Chuhe couldn't help but be stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai was actually an alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza. After all, he had seen Yang Kai at the Soaring Dragon altar before. Chapter 2062. The Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin, and many elders came out to greet him, obviously giving Yang Kai enough face. Seeing this, Yang Kai cupped his fists in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I had no choice but to visit so late at night. I hope you won't blame me for disturbing Patriarch Jiang and everyone else." "What are you talking about? It is my Jiang family's fortune that alchemist Yang can come to visit. We can't wait to welcome you, so how can we disturb you?" Jiang Lin was extremely enthusiastic as he laughed heartily. Then, he turned to the side and gestured, "Alchemist Yang, let's talk inside." Yang Kai gently nodded and signaled to Mo Xiaoqi with his eyes. Under Jiang Lin's lead, they went straight inside the Jiang family. After a short while, everyone arrived at the Jiang family's guest hall and took their seats. The servants had already received the news and prepared fragrant tea and served it one by one. Under Jiang Lin's enthusiastic hospitality, Yang Kai took a few sips of tea and praised absent-mindedly. Jiang Lin didn't seem to notice as he chuckled and said, "I have long heard of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemist Yang's name, but I never had the chance to meet you. I never thought that alchemist Yang would come to my Jiang family in person today. This Jiang is really surprised and pleasantly surprised." Yang Kai showed a hint of surprise and said, "Patriarch Jiang has heard of me?" He thought that Jiang Lin was just being polite and didn't expect him to actually know him. Jiang Lin smiled and said, Alchemist Yang's name is probably known by everyone with a little status in Maplewood City. To tell you the truth, my Jiang family purchased a lot of the source condensing pills you refined. Many of our disciples benefited from it. Alchemist Yang, with your own strength, prevented the Spirit Pill Plaza from closing down. I have long heard of you. Listening to his explanation, Kai Yang finally understood. Although he didn't show up in public during the few months he was refining pills in Spirit Pill Plaza. Some things that happened in Spirit Pill Plaza couldn't be hidden from these local tyrants. So it was not surprising that he knew about the existence of Yang Kai. There aren't many alchemists in Maplewood City, and there are even fewer alchemists who can refine source condensing pills. Even if Alchemist Yang doesn't want to become famous, someone has already spread your name far and wide. Jiang Lin chuckled before suddenly changing the topic and inquiring, however, Alchemist Yang's name has already spread far and wide. I heard that Alchemist Yang has left the Spirit Pill Plaza. No longer concocting pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza? I don't know if this news is true or not. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing this and nodded, yes, at that time, I had an agreement with shopkeeper Kong that I would only perform alchemy for Spirit Pill Plaza for 2 months. That time limit has already passed. Really? Jiang Lin was overjoyed. Not only did Jiang Lin show a joyful expression, but even the Jiang family elders who were sitting at the side were also moved. They all looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a great beauty. She couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Alchemy is not my major, so I have no intention of developing in this territory." So it's like that. Jiang Lin was old and experienced, so how could he not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? He said with some disappointment, "If Alchemist Yang has such a choice. That's a pity. I wonder why Alchemist Yang has come to my Jiang family this time. If my Jiang family can help you in any way, we will certainly not refuse." Although Yang Kai said so, he was still an Origin King grade alchemist after all. There was no harm in having a good relationship with such a person. How could Jiang Lin let go of this opportunity to curry favor with him? He also knew that since Yang Kai had come to the Jiang family, he must have something to ask of them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Since Patriarch Jiang has asked, I will be straightforward. Then I'll get straight to the point. I came to your family this time mainly to look for someone." "Find someone?" Jiang Lin frowned. The other elders also had suspicious expressions on their faces. They didn't know who Yang Kai was looking for in the Jiang family. Jiang Lin asked, "May I ask who Alchemist Yang is looking for?" "A little girl, 16 or 17 years old, with a peak second-order Saint King cultivation." Yang Kai briefly described Zhang Ruoxi's appearance and some of her characteristics. As he spoke, the eyelids of an old man with a ruddy complexion sitting on his left suddenly twitched slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. Yang Kai's divine sense immediately captured this detail. His heart immediately moved, and he glanced at the old man thoughtfully. The old man immediately lowered his eyes and remained motionless. After listening to Yang Kai's description, Jiang Lin looked at the people present with an inquiring look and asked, "Does our Jiang family have such a little girl?" An old man sitting next to Jiang Lin immediately stood up and cupped his fists, reporting to Patriarch, "My Jiang family may have such a little girl, but I don't know if she is the person Alchemist Yang is looking for." "Good, then bring her here and let Alchemist Yang take a look. If she is really the person Alchemist Yang is looking for, my Jiang family will naturally not let her stay," Jiang Lin said happily. "No need." Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been sitting silently next to him, waved her hand and said, "The person we are looking for is not here." Jiang Lin couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Mo Xiaoqi, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Alchemist Yang, what do you mean? Since you came to my Jiang family to look for someone, why did you say that she is not in my Jiang family?" This Jiang is truly confused by all of you. Could it be that you have secretly investigated my Jiang family before? Is that why you are so sure? A Jiang family elder suddenly thought of something, and his face changed slightly as he shouted in a deep voice. When the others heard this, their faces also darkened as they looked at Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi with some displeasure. Mo Shaoqi suddenly realized that she had just said something wrong and couldn't help shrinking her head, feeling a little guilty. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm as he said, "Don't misunderstand, it's just that I put some seals on that little girl. As long as she is not too far away, I can sense her through the power of the seals, so I can be so sure." So that's how it is. Jiang Lin nodded with a look of understanding, and immediately said, "But in that case, why did alchemist Yang come to my Jiang family to look for someone?" "It's like this." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Someone saw that little girl leave with your Jiang family's people and enter the Jiang mansion, so this Yang took the liberty to come here and disturb you. But for some unknown reason, she is no longer here. If anyone here knows her whereabouts, please do me a favor. This Yang will be very grateful." "Someone saw her? Who saw her?" The Jiang family elder who spoke earlier questioned sternly. "I really can't tell you." Yang Kai shook his head. He couldn't give up that young woman, and according to his estimation, that young woman had probably left Maplewood City at this moment. Pure slander. The Jiang family elder flicked his sleeve angrily. "If my Jiang family really had that little girl, why would we hide anything? My Jiang family wouldn't do anything shameful." "No one said you were doing anything shameful." Mo Shaoqi curled her lips when she heard this. "You." The Jiang family elder was furious. "Enough." Jiang Lin also frowned and waved his hand. He glared at the elder, then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Alchemist Yang, you didn't see that little girl enter the Jiang family with your own eyes. It was just hearsay, so how can you take it seriously? Moreover, you can sense that little girl through the seals, so you should know better than anyone whether she is in the Jiang mansion or not." Yang Kai nodded. "I know that this matter may be a little difficult for you, but that little girl is very important to me. How about this, Alchemist Yang? Since this matter has already involved my Jiang family, this Jiang naturally can't sit idly by. My Jiang family has some strength in Maplewood City, so we can help you investigate. If we can find the whereabouts of that little girl, it would be best for my Jiang family to clear our name. What do you think, Alchemist Yang?" After saying this, Jiang Lin looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. After a while, he nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Jiang. If the Jiang family can bring that little girl to this Yang will promise to refine pills for the Jiang family for a month. And, I forgot to tell Patriarch Jiang that this Yang is now an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. If luck is good, refining Dao Source grade spirit pills won't be a problem." Since the day he refined the Dao Source pill, Yang Kai was already a Dao Source grade alchemist. However, even in the star boundary, Dao Source grade alchemists were extremely rare. Of course, Yang Kai couldn't tell others casually. His identity as an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist was enough. Sure enough, as soon as this statement came out, the Jiang family's people were all shocked. Origin King grade high-rank alchemist? Refining pills for a month? Even Jiang Lin's eyes were burning. Although he knew that one had to be at least Origin King grade to become an alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza, he really didn't expect Yang Kai to be an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Such an alchemist was a huge attraction to any family. If they could get his friendship and help, it would be of great benefit to the future development of their family. If he advanced to the Dao Source grade in the future, the Jiang family wouldn't be able to climb up to him. For a moment, Jiang Lin and many Jiang family elders' breathing became rapid. But if that girl is harmed in any way, I'll make sure that whoever dares to lay a hand on her will have their entire family wiped out. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the faces of the Jiang family's people suddenly changed, and they all became cold and stern. Jiang Lin's face twitched slightly a few times before he smiled and said, "If the person who took that little girl away knows that she has such a relationship with Alchemist Yang, I'm sure they won't dare to be rude to her. They will treat her as a guest of honor." "I hope so." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After he finished speaking, he got up and cupped his fists. "This Yang will take his leave now. I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, he winked at Mo Xiaoqi, and the two quickly left under the gazes of the Jiang family's people. In the reception hall, the atmosphere was a little dignified. For a long time after Yang Kai left, no one spoke. The Jiang family's higher-ups just looked at each other and exchanged glances. Some unknown information was quickly transmitted in the air. Chapter 2063. After a long time, someone shouted angrily, "This Yang Kai is really arrogant. He actually dares to come to my Jiang family and behave atrociously." The one who spoke was Jiang Chu-he, the leader of the new generation. When they met Yang Kai at the soaring dragon altar in the first layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, everyone was still a cultivator who had entered to gain experience. But today, the other party had changed into an alchemy grandmaster that even the patriarch and the elders did not dare to ignore. The other party's status had suddenly changed. However, he had no right to interrupt the discussion just now, which made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Moreover, the other party had not even spared him a single glance after coming to the Jiang family. It was clear that the other party was looking down on him. Yes, he even dared to threaten us in the end. He is really hateful. The elder who spoke earlier also had a gloomy look on his face. Jiang Lin coldly snorted and said indifferently, "This is not the place to talk. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up straight. The others also hurriedly followed. A moment later, everyone gathered in a secret room of the Jiang family. Jiang Lin swept his gaze across everyone and asked, "Elders, is the person Alchemist Yang is looking for in that place?" One of them heard this and sighed, "A peak second-order Saint King should be in that place. Patriarch, you should know that the people we have been looking for a while ago were mainly of this cultivation level. It is possible that Alchemist Yang's friend was really brought in." Another elder also stood up and cupped his fists, "That little girl. I have some impression of her." "Oh." Jiang Lin heard this and glanced at the elder. He then said, "So. Was she really sent in?" "Yes." The elder gently nodded. That day, two disciples of the family saw the little girl standing alone in the city. She had been standing there for a whole month, so they assumed that she had no relatives or friends. After a little investigation, they found that she indeed had no background or backing in Maplewood City. Thus, I introduced her to the Jiang family and sent her into the mine with the others. After pausing for a moment, the elder said with a headache, "This old master didn't expect that little girl to know Alchemist Yang. Now it seems that the person she was waiting for in the city was Alchemist Yang. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have sent her to the mine. Since the person is indeed with us, then what should we do now?" Someone was very dissatisfied. "It's impossible to hand him over. The minerals produced in that mine are extremely rare and precious. It's the hope of our Jiang family's rise. The matter of the mine must not be leaked. If we really bring her back, we won't be able to hide the mine anymore. If the city lord's mansion finds out about it, my Jiang family will be in danger. Since you can't bring it back, then we can only—" another person said coldly. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin also looked like he was having a headache. After all, Yang Kai had said that if the Jiang family could send Zhang Ruoxi back safe and sound, he would refine pills for the Jiang family for a month. Such a good thing was missed, which made Jiang Lin very sad. Patriarch, we can't hesitate. Yang Kai said that the little girl has a seal on her. As long as she isn't too far away, he can sense her. If Yang Kai senses the little girl's location, the secret of the mine can't be hidden anymore. Compared to the mine, refining pills for a month for an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist is nothing. What's more, this matter involves the interests of the City Lord's mansion. If the City Lord's mansion finds out, there will be no place for our Jiang family in Maplewood City. Yes, Patriarch, we can't hesitate anymore. Facing everyone's persuasion, Jiang Lin sighed. Obviously, he had made a decision. He looked up at one of the elders and said, "Fifth elder, I'll leave this matter to you. Be sure to do it cleanly." Hearing this, the fifth elder cupped his fists and said, "You can rest assured. You can all disperse." Jiang Lin waved his hand, "Don't go to the mine for a while. Tell them to be careful, lest Yang Kai finds out anything." "Yes." Everyone roared in response. After leaving the Jiang family, Yang Kai's face was gloomy. Mo Shaoqi said, "I always felt that there was something wrong with the Jiang family. Little sister Ruoxi might really be with them. That should be it." Yang Kai recalled the change in the expression of one of the Jiang family elders during their previous conversation. He already had a guess in his heart, but she really isn't in the Jiang family. Where is she? Why are the Jiang family hiding her? Yang Kai really couldn't understand. Just as he was pondering, Mo Shaoqi suddenly clapped her hands, as if she had thought of something, and said, "By the way, big brother Yang, do you have anything that little sister Ruoxi used?" "Something that she used?" Yang Kai frowned. "What do you want to do?" "If you have something that she used, I might have a way to trace her whereabouts." "Really?" Yang Kai's face lit up. "Yes, but it must be something with her aura. It's best if it's something that she used often, such as clothes, hair, etc." Mo Shaoqi tilted her head and said, "I don't have those things, but what? There's a place that definitely has them." Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped Mo Shaoqi in his source qi and rushed in a certain direction as fast as lightning. When Yang Kai used his source qi like this, Mo Shaoqi immediately noticed it and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Big brother Yang, you broke through to the Tao source realm?" She hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's changes before, and Yang Kai deliberately hid his aura, so Mo Shaoqi didn't notice that Yang Kai had broken through. Yang Kai nodded. "I went out a while ago and had some opportunities, so I was lucky enough to break through." "Big brother Yang, you're really amazing." Mo Shaoqi sincerely admired. Yang Kai shook his head. "Tao source realm is nothing, you will break through soon." Hearing this, Mo Shaoqi giggled. It seemed that he really had a lot of confidence. Not long after, Yang Kai took Mo Shaoqi to a manor 300 kilometers outside Maplewood City. This was the Zhang family's mansion. Yang Kai didn't have anything that Zhang Ruoxi had used, but the Zhang family definitely had it. Letting Mo Shaoqi wait outside the manor, Yang Kai sneaked into the Zhang family's mansion alone. He didn't disturb the old woman and the beautiful woman of the Zhang family. After all, this matter involved Zhang Ruoxi, and Yang Kai didn't want them to worry. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the Zhang family's mansion was peaceful, although there were many barriers and spirit arrays in the manor. But how could the means of a small family stop Yang Kai? After breaking through to the Tao source realm, the power of his divine sense was much stronger than before. He easily avoided the many barriers and arrived at Zhang Ruoxi's boudoir. Looking around, the boudoir was spotless and tidy as if it was new. Obviously, someone often came to clean it. On the fragrant bed, there were several neatly folded clothes. Those should be the clothes that Zhang Ruoxi used to wear. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully, grabbing them and stuffing them into his space ring. He quickly left the Zhang family's mansion. After a short while, he returned outside and handed the clothes to Mo Xiaoqi, saying, "Take a look and see if this is okay." Mo Xiaoqi took it, picked up the topmost one, and shook it casually. Then, she shook it open. The next moment, Mo Xiaoqi's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she glared at Yang Kai reproachfully. Yang Kai also had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He withdrew his gaze from the clothes and said embarrassedly, "I just took it casually." Only now did he realize that it was actually a small, close-fitting bra. It was pink in color and looked very small and exquisite. Looking at the other clothes in Mo Xiaoqi's hands, they were also close-fitting clothes. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but blush, feeling uncomfortable all over. Mo Xiaoqi stomped her feet shyly. She put away the other clothes, then turned around, facing Yang Kai with her back, and patted a cloth bag on her waist. In the next moment, accompanied by a strange squeak, the heaven-escaping bat that Yang Kai had seen before appeared. The small heaven-escaping bat circled around Mo Xiaoqi, then stood firmly on her shoulder. Mo Xiaoqi's expression turned solemn, her hands forming a seal, her mouth chanting something, but no one could understand what she was saying. After a while, she reached out and bit her fingertip, drawing a strange spirit array on Zhang Ruoxi's small bra, then pointed her blood-stained finger at the heaven-escaping bat's forehead. Squeak squeak. The spirit array on the small bra turned into a stream of light and shot into the heaven-escaping bat's forehead, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the heaven-escaping bat's nose twitched, and with a flap of its wings, it flew into the air, nimbly turned a corner, and shot straight in a certain direction. "Keep up!" Mo Xiaoqi shouted tenderly as she put away her little bra and hurriedly followed behind Xiaofu. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate and hurriedly followed. 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City, in a barren mountain. This barren mountain looked extremely desolate on the surface, with not even a blade of grass growing, and the world energy was extremely thin. There was no cultivator living here, only a small village stood there, and the people living in this village were ordinary people who could not cultivate. However, because this barren mountain was close to Maplewood City, there were no wild beasts or monster beast, so even ordinary people could live and work here in peace. In a hidden cave in the barren mountain, 2 first-order origin king cultivator were resting with their eyes closed. Suddenly, one of them, a man in a white robe, seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a communication artifact appeared in his palm. He immersed himself in it, and after reading the message sent, he could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's the order from the family?" The other person also opened his eyes and asked. The white-robed man said with a strange expression, "Fifth Elder sent a message, asking us to deal with a little girl who was brought here a month ago." "A little girl?" The other person frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why would the family send such an order? Is there something strange about that little girl?" "I don't know," Fifth Elder did not say. The white-robed man shook his head. "Since it's Fifth Elder's order, then you quickly go and deal with it. I'll watch over here first," the other person urged. Chapter 2064. After a brief discussion between the two, the white-robed man immediately flashed into the cave and stood on top of a spirit array. Immediately, he took out a few pieces of source crystals and threw them into the grooves around the spirit array. Then, he made a hand seal and the spirit array immediately started operating. Accompanied by a buzzing sound and a faint fluctuation of space force, the white-robed man soon disappeared. Seeing this, The other Jiang family cultivator who was guarding here retracted his gaze and closed his eyes again to rest. After about an incense stick worth of time, a small beast suddenly landed on a small slope 3 kilometers away from the cave. Mo Shaoqi and Yang Kai's figures also appeared behind it. The little beast sniffed the air in front of it, and then squeaked. Mo Shaoqi frowned and turned to Yang Kai worriedly. Big brother Yang, Xiaofu said that Sister Ruoxi's aura disappeared in that cave. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. After a short while, he exclaimed softly, "A space array? There's a space array in there?" Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai in surprise when she heard this. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, and it seems to have been used just now. There are some residual space force fluctuations around it. There is a first-order origin king cultivator guarding the cave. It seems that we have found the right place. Are we going to break in?" Mo Shaoqi inquired. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted in a low voice, "Not good, Ruoxi may be in danger." He suddenly realized that he had just inquired about the situation from the Jiang family. Someone here had used a space array. This was very likely to have something to do with the Jiang family. Perhaps the Jiang family's higher-ups had sent a message to silence Zhang Ruoxi. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became nervous. He didn't care about hiding his figure anymore. With a flicker, he shot straight over. Inside the cave. The Jiang family cultivator who was guarding this place was also very clever. The moment Yang Kai moved, he opened his eyes and saw a stream of light shooting over from the front. His face couldn't help but change drastically. Circulating the Saint Qi in his body, he suddenly stood up and looked forward with an unfriendly expression. But when Yang Kai's aura enveloped him, the Jiang family cultivator immediately turned pale and exclaimed, "Dao Source Realm." He was just a first-order origin cultivator. His domain had just been condensed, so how could he possibly be a match for a Dao Source Realm master? Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already arrived in front of him and lightly pressed his palm against his chest. This person only felt a huge force pass through his chest and his whole body uncontrollably flew backwards. Blood splattered everywhere in the air. Yang Kai didn't kill him. After all, he still hadn't figured out the relationship between Zhang Ruoxi's situation and the Jiang family, so he couldn't bear to kill him rashly. However, with this palm strike, the other party would be unconscious for at least a few days, which was enough for him to find out everything. After landing, Yang Kai immediately cast his gaze on the space array in the cave. Mo Shaoqi also followed at this time. After a while, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "Big brother Yang, did you find anything?" Mo Shaoqi asked. This array was not set up by the Jiang family, nor was it set up recently. It seems to have been here for many years. Yang Kai frowned. The space array in the cave was old and mottled. There were countless traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. Obviously, it had been here for many years. However, it had been hidden in this cave in this barren mountain, so it was basically impossible for it to be discovered. He didn't know how the Jiang family knew about this place and where they used it to teleport to. Is there any secret hidden here? Mo Shaoqi suddenly became interested. Her pair of beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light as she kept looking at the array. Let's study it later. Yang Kai was worried about Zhang Ruoxi's safety, so he didn't have the heart to investigate it carefully. He flashed and stood on the array. Mo Shaoqi nodded and also walked in. Yang Kai immediately urged his space force and poured it into the array. In the next moment, the array hummed, and with a flash of light, the two disappeared together. They didn't know how many meters underground, but in a dark and humid environment, Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi appeared leisurely. But before they could check their surroundings, they heard someone shout, "Who are you? How dare you break into my Jiang family's mystic ground? As soon as the words fell, two violent attacks came from the left and right, leaving no room for explanation. Judging from the energy fluctuations of the attacks, these two were third-order origin king cultivator. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without even looking, he shouted, "Condense." The space principles fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly solidified, as if it had obeyed his command. The attacks that had just arrived in front of Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi strangely dissipated, revealing two figures, one on the left and one on the right. The two didn't seem to have expected that their attacks would be resolved in such an incredible way, and for a moment, they were stunned in place. However, the person on the left immediately reacted and shouted in shock, "Principal strength, a Tao Source Realm Master." While speaking, he tapped his feet on the ground and immediately floated backwards. He actually saw that the situation was bad and was about to escape. But how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? With a flick of his finger, a golden blood thread shot out and wrapped around the person, directly binding him. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from the golden blood thread, the person's forehead was immediately covered in sweat. How could he dare to make any movements? He was afraid that he would be cut into pieces if he made the slightest mistake. After standing up straight, he looked at Yang Kai in horror. The other person was also dumbfounded at this moment, standing in place. In front of him, Mo Shaoqi was holding a sharp dagger in her hand. This dagger exuded a cold light as it was pressed against this man's chest. Obviously, Mo Shaoqi had subdued this person while he was in a daze. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the two with a cold expression. The person on the left asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you two? Why did you break into my Jiang family's mystic ground and attack us? You don't need to know who I am. I'm here to find someone. If you cooperate with me honestly, maybe I can spare your life." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said in a cold tone, "Find someone?" When the person heard this, he immediately frowned and looked at Yang Kai anxiously. A drop of sweat silently slid down his forehead as he asked with difficulty, "May I know who your excellency is looking for? Is there a little girl named Zhang Ruoxi here?" Yang Kai asked. The two Jiang family origin king realm cultivator looked at each other. The one who spoke first smiled bitterly and said, "We were just ordered to guard the entrance. We don't know the names of those people, Big Brother Yang, there's no need to ask. Xiao Fu has already smelled little sister Ruoxi's aura. She's really here." Mo Shaoqi suddenly said excitedly. Yang Kai quickly looked over and sure enough, he saw the heaven-escaping bat's eyes flashing. It was squeaking in a certain direction, as if it had really found something. "I'll leave this place to you. Lend me Xiao Fu." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pointed a few fingers at the two third-order origin king realm cultivator and poured a few streams of source qi into their bodies. Immediately, the two of them let out a muffled groan and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Immediately, Yang Kai waved to the heaven-escaping bat and the little beast immediately flew forward. "Big Brother Yang, be careful. There's something strange here." Mo Shaoqi exhorted behind him. Yang Kai nodded and didn't slow down. Flying all the way, Yang Kai had time to carefully observe his surroundings. This place was like an underground mine. The mine was connected in all directions and had countless branches. From time to time, clanking sounds could be heard from the bottom of the branches, as if someone was mining something. However, the places Yang Kai passed by had already been mined, leaving only pieces of exposed rock. Following the little beast around, Yang Kai soon entered a fork in the road. In that fork, Yang Kai felt the auras of many living beings. Not long after, in the dim light of the mine, Yang Kai discovered that many people were knocking on the walls of the mine, causing gravel to fall down continuously. What concerned Yang Kai was that these people were all below the Saint King realm. None of them were above the origin returning realm. All of them were handcuffed with special bracelets and anklets. The slightest movement would make a clattering sound, making it impossible for them to hide their whereabouts. Perhaps sensing something, these people who were mining all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Seeing these pairs of lifeless eyes, Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know how long they had been locked up here, nor did he know how long they had been mining ores here. All of these cultivators below the Saint King realm looked extremely exhausted, their clothes in tatters, only a few of them still maintaining some semblance of vitality. There were even a few rotting corpses on the ground nearby, causing the already stagnant mine tunnel to be filled with a foul stench. Yang Kai's figure came to a halt as he glanced around and asked, "Which one of you is the leader? Stand out and speak." When the cultivator heard this, they were all silent. They just looked at each other. Most of them had a look of fear in their eyes, as if they didn't dare to stand out at all. After a long while, a young cultivator stood out. This young man looked less than 30 years old. His clothes were tattered, revealing his strong body. Although the aura on his body was a little weak, it was much better than the others. This person stood not far in front of Yang Kai, cupped his fists, and said, "This one is Zhou Kong. May I ask what advice Senior has for me?" Although Yang Kai looked about the same age as him, his cultivation was far higher than his, so he took it for granted that Yang Kai was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. There was nothing wrong with calling him Senior. "Who are you all? Why are you all here?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. When Zhou Kong heard this, he couldn't help but look at Yang Kai in surprise. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "Senior, are you not from the Jiang family?" Chapter 2065. The Jiang family. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "No, I'm here to look for someone." "Senior is really not a member of the Jiang family?" Zhou Kang's voice suddenly rose a little, as if he couldn't believe it. At this time, even the other cultivator looked at Yang Kai with joy. Their gloomy eyes bloomed with light, as if they had seen some hope in the darkness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. "I believe in Senior." Zhou Kong no longer dared to question and shouted, "Since Senior is not a member of the Jiang family, please save us from the sea of suffering. Senior, help. I beg you, please let us out." Suddenly there was a cry for help. Those cultivators who were shackled looked at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Zhou Kong said, "To tell you the truth, Senior, most of us are scattered cultivators who have no relatives or friends. There are also some people from small families who were caught by the Jiang family at different times to mine minerals for them. If we resist, we will be punished. Some of our brothers have even died. We can't bear the torture, it's unbearable. What minerals are you mining here?" Yang Kai frowned. "It's this, please have a look, Senior." Hearing this, Zhou Kong quickly took out something from the basket next to him and respectfully handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and suddenly exclaimed, "Pure heart jade?" He recognized this thing. It was an extremely rare jade that could help a cultivator to purify their mind. It had a very special effect. When a cultivator was in retreat to cultivate a secret art or to break through a realm, if he could wear such a thing on his body, it could offset the harm of heart demons to a great extent. If he wore it all year round, there would also be some unknown benefits. Because of this, this kind of jade was very expensive. A thumbnail-sized piece would cost 2,000 to 3,000 source crystals, and the piece Zhou Kong casually picked up was the size of a palm. It was worth at least 100,000 source crystals. Not to mention that the basket was filled with more pure heart jade. This was a mine for pure heart jade. No wonder the Jiang family acted so sneakily. He didn't want to be discovered. If other forces knew about such a huge benefit, the Jiang family alone would not be able to resist. Even the city governor's mansion would definitely intervene to get a share of it. However, mining this kind of thing definitely required some labor, and the Jiang family didn't have enough labor, so they could only target others. Those below the Saint King realm had no relatives or friends. A cultivator with no background and no backing was the best candidate. Although Maplewood City wasn't considered big in the entire Southern Territory, and the overall level of cultivator wasn't high, people came and went every day like carps crossing the river. From time to time, a few cultivators below the Saint King realm would disappear. Most likely, no one would find out. Zhou Kong and the others were all caught and brought into the mine to work as coolies. Zhang Ruoxi was obviously the same. In a short time, Yang Kai understood everything. Only now did he understand why the Jiang family was unwilling to reveal Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts. Instead, when he went to the Jiang family to inquire, they pretended not to know anything. They were even unmoved when he saw the right conditions. It turned out that they didn't dare to reveal the secret of the mine. Understanding this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Senior. Zhou Kong looked at Yang Kai cautiously, not knowing what he was thinking at the moment. Leave your things here. You can go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Huh? Zhou Kong was taken aback, seemingly at a loss. Yang Kai raised his hand, and suddenly, golden light danced in the mine as golden blood threads shot out. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the bracelets and ankles that bound Zhou Kong and the others were all cut in half. I said you can go, or do you want to stay? Yang Kai glanced at Zhou Kong, and without waiting for him to say anything, he just waved his hand and collected all the pure heart jade mined from the ground into his space ring. Then, he flew forward without stopping. A moment later, a burst of cheers and excited shouts came from not far behind Yang Kai. Seeing that the bracelets and ankles were cut in half, how could the cultivator still have any doubts about Yang Kai's words? The impatient ones had already rushed to the exit. By the way, Senior, don't go too deep. There's something strange in the innermost part. Zhou Kong was also happy for a while, but then he seemed to remember something and hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. But there was no trace of Yang Kai. He had already gone deep into the mine. Senior should have heard it, right? Zhou Kong tilted his head and thought for a while, but then he was no longer in the mood to think about it. It had been 2 years since he was captured by the Jiang family. He thought that he would never be able to escape from this place and would eventually die here, but he didn't expect that today, he would receive help from a noble and would be able to see the light of day again. Excited, Zhou Kong hurriedly ran out, shouting loudly as he ran. After a short while, the entire mine was in an uproar. Countless cultivators, who had been captured to mine minerals, rushed out to express their joy of regaining their freedom. In the depths of the mine, Yang Kai followed the little critter and ran forward. Along the way, he collected all the pure heart jade mined. At the same time, he used some means to cut off the bracelets and ankles of the slave miners. At the same time, somewhere in the deepest part of the mine, a slender figure was running inside. Along with her movements, a clattering sound was heard. It was the sound of the bracelets and ankles that were shackling her. Her small body was dressed in rags, her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in darkness. It was impossible to see her original appearance. But from the way she kept looking back and her eyes were filled with panic, one could still distinguish a trace of Zhang Ruoxi's shadow. Surviving in this mine wasn't easy. Since being sent here a month ago, Zhang Ruoxi had been exposed to darkness and fear that she hadn't been exposed to for more than a decade. Not to mention the harsh requirements of the Jiang family, where they had to dig a sufficient amount of minerals every day, or they would be punished. The slave miners weren't people to be trifled with. After being captured and tortured here, the slave miners' temperaments had changed. When they suddenly saw a weak little girl, naturally, many of them were interested in her. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi was now a peak second-order Saint King. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand here. She would have been gnawed until not even her bones were left. A few blind men coveted Zhang Ruoxi's beauty and wanted to take liberties with her, but she taught them a lesson instead. After that, no one dared to trouble her anymore. In order to avoid similar trouble, she deliberately made herself look like neither a human nor a ghost. Sure enough, no one had any interest in her anymore, and she was able to live peacefully for a while. However, the daily work of mining ores was extremely difficult. The pure heart jade was embedded in the rock, and it took a lot of effort to extract it. In just a month, the little girl lost a few layers of skin on her hands and feet. Her body, which wasn't plump to begin with, became even thinner. Every day after work, she would go to sleep with tears streaming down her face while enduring the pain. When she woke up, she had to continue to endure the painful life. Zhang Ruoxi had been pampered and spoiled in the Zhang family since she was a child, and was regarded as the apple of her eye by the Zhang family's matriarch. She had never thought that there would be such a dark place in this world. She missed her great-grandmother, missed her grandmother, and missed everyone in the Zhang family. Every time, another face would flash in front of her eyes. It was Sir Yang, who had given her Zhang family a new lease on life. Sir Yang had gone out more than half a year ago and hadn't returned. She didn't have much contact with Sir Yang. Although she had been with him for a while, Sir Yang had never asked her for anything. He didn't even ask her to serve him. He just let her live peacefully in the cave mansion and cultivate every day. He even gave her a precious spirit pill. She could feel that Sir Yang was a good person who took good care of her. She cultivated diligently and didn't dare to slack off because Sir Yang had said that he might need her help in the future. She wanted to improve her cultivation as much as possible to repay Sir Yang's kindness. But now, sir, where are you? Zhang Ruoxi shouted in her heart. She stumbled through the mine tunnels, using her familiarity with the tunnels to avoid the pursuit behind her. At this most dangerous moment in her life, she could only think of one person. She hoped that this person would descend in front of her like a god, blocking the storm ahead and bringing her absolute safety. But she knew that this was impossible. This mine was so well hidden that no one would be able to find it. Cheap slave, you're dead meat. Try to escape. If I catch you, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world. A demon-like roar came from behind her. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled violently. Her heart was filled with great fear. She felt as if her feet were filled with lead and she couldn't move. Zhang Ruoxi's shoes had long been lost in her escape, so her bare feet stepped into the cold and damp mine tunnel. Sharp stones pierced her feet, causing her to bleed. Numb to the pain, Zhang Ruoxi mechanically moved her feet towards a nearby tunnel. She fell and got up again. Suddenly, her vision blurred and she almost fainted. She bit the tip of her tongue fiercely and felt a tingling sensation. Zhang Ruoxi's mind suddenly cleared for a moment. After identifying the direction around her, she gritted her teeth and rushed in a certain direction. It was a place none of the mining slaves dared to approach. A few people had gone there to mine but never returned. Since then, no one dared to go there again. But now, that place of death had become her only hope of escape. In the silent mine tunnel, Zhang Ruoxi's rapid breathing could be heard. She could even clearly hear her violent heartbeat. In her chest, her heartbeat was like a war drum, as if it was about to burst out of her body. After running for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly stopped and looked ahead with a trace of despair on her face. It turned out to be a dead end in front of her. There was no way out at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind her. Step by step, it was like the whisper of the Grim Reaper in her ear. Zhang Ruoxi turned around with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes were covered by dark clouds, overflowing with despair. There was no trace of light. Chapter 2066. Under Zhang Ruoxi's horrified gaze, the white-robed man from the Jiang family slowly revealed himself. But at this moment, this first-order origin king cultivator had a ferocious look on his face. In a situation where there was such a huge disparity in strength, anyone would be in a bad mood after being evaded by the other party for such a long time and almost being caught. Looking up at the dead end in front of him, the white-robed man let out a low chuckle. His mood suddenly became cheerful and he was no longer as anxious as before. Slowly, he approached Zhang Ruoxi step by step and said, "Cheap slut, why don't you run? Let's see where you can run to." Zhang Ruoxi's body clung to the cave wall, her beautiful eyes filled with horror as she looked at the figure approaching her bit by bit. She kept shaking her head, her tender body trembling. Not only did her delicate appearance not get any pity, it even stimulated the dark side of the white-robed man's heart that no one knew about, causing his expression to suddenly become excited. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth, looking like he was about to eat something. The white-robed man looked at Zhang Ruoxi, his sharp eyes roaming over her petite but growing body. An obscene light flashed in his eyes as he let out a creepy laugh. Don't come over." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head vigorously, curling up her body into a ball as she begged bitterly. The white-robed man was unmoved. The short distance of a few dozen meters was quickly closed. When he got close, the white-robed man reached out and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi. At this moment, the weakness and pleading in Zhang Ruoxi's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of decisiveness and courage. Her saint chi fluctuated and a dagger-like weapon appeared in her hand at some point. She poured her strength into it and raised her hand, stabbing straight at the white-robed man's chest. If their strengths were equal, Zhang Ruoxi's attack would have had a good chance of succeeding. But the difference in cultivation between the two was too big, even if Zhang Ruoxi had grasped the perfect opportunity to attack. But the moment her saint chi fluctuated, the white-robed man had already activated his territory field. The power of this territory field was not something a second-order Saint King girl could resist. Therefore, the dagger was only able to reach 3 inches from the white-robed man's chest before it was restrained by an invisible force. No matter how hard Zhang Ruoxi tried, she was unable to move forward. Zhang Ruoxi was really desperate this time and looked up at the face so close to her. His face, which should have been considered handsome, now revealed a sinister smile and ridicule like that of a demon from hell. Then, the white-robed man stretched out his hand. Grabbing Zhang Ruoxi's hair, he slammed her head against the cave wall. Thud! Zhang Ruoxi only felt a shock in her head, an unbearable pain in her skull, and stars in her eyes. "You've got guts. You actually dared to sneak attack me." The white-robed man laughed nastily. "Very good. I wanted to give you a quick death. But since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he reached out again and pinched Zhang Ruoxi's neck, lifting her up directly and slowly exerting force with his fingers. Zhang Ruoxi let out a whimper as her feet moved wildly. She struggled hard, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of the other party's grip. Slowly. Her breathing became irregular, her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and the color in her vision slowly faded. Through the hazy vision, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to see a figure rushing towards her from far away. With the help of the dim light in the mine, she found that it was Sir Yang, whom she had missed for a long time. Sir Yang's face was anxious at the moment, but for some reason, his facial features were distorted, as if he was extremely angry. Great-grandmother once said that before people died, they would have some inexplicable hallucinations. So, it seems that this is also my hallucination? Thinking so in her heart, Zhang Ruoxi's strength was quickly draining away, and she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot over, dispelling the darkness in the mine in a short time. The next moment, accompanied by a muffled groan, the big hand that was tightly pinching her neck suddenly loosened, and her body immediately fell to the ground. Before she landed, Zhang Ruoxi didn't know where the strength came from, but she clenched the dagger in her hand, lowered her body, and slammed forward. To Zhang Ruoxi's surprise, the dagger in her hand pierced through the white-robed man's chest smoothly. After pulling it out, blood splattered all over Zhang Ruoxi's face. The warm and sticky sensation made her hair stand on end. She was stunned for a moment, but she suppressed the fear in her heart, raised the dagger again, and fiercely stabbed at the white-robed man in front of her. **PU**. With each stab, the dagger went all the way to the hilt, and blood spurted out from the wound, quickly drenching her in blood. It wasn't until the white-robed man opposite her widened his eyes and fell to the ground in disbelief that Zhang Ruoxi woke up from a dream. She stared at the corpse on the ground in a daze, and didn't recover for a long time. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how such a powerful person could be casually stabbed to death by her, Ruoxi. Not far away, a low voice called out. Zhang Ruoxi's body trembled, and she looked up, only to find Yang Kai standing 10 meters away from her with a guilty look on his face, quietly looking at her. "Sir?" Zhang Ruoxi couldn't believe her eyes and cried out involuntarily. Fearing that the figure in front of her was an illusion, she hurriedly stretched out her hand and wiped her eyes, but she forgot that her hands were covered in blood at the moment. When she wiped her eyes, her vision turned blood red, and it looked particularly terrifying. It wasn't until this moment that she seemed to come back to her senses. Looking down at her blood-stained hands, she shivered and threw the dagger away, her tender body trembling violently. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Zhang Ruoxi. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, calling out in a low voice, "Ruoxi, are you okay?" Zhang Ruoxi slowly raised her head. Her originally clear and beautiful eyes were now covered in blood. After confirming that the person standing in front of her was indeed Yang Kai and not an illusion before her death, large tears overflowed from her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace, falling down continuously. Her grievances broke out, and her shoulders trembled as she choked out, "Sir. Ruoxi killed someone. Sir, save me." Yang Kai stared at her quietly, frowning slightly. He could naturally see that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have suffered a great shock at this moment. This shock was not because she was being hunted down by the white-robed man, nor was it because she had narrowly escaped death. It was because someone had died at her hands. Although that person wasn't a good person, and had even tried to take her life, when she stabbed him full of holes, Zhang Ruoxi still couldn't bear it. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai somewhat understood. Zhang Ruoxi was now only 16 or 17 years old, a budding age. She had been pampered and spoiled in the Zhang family since she was a child. Although she cultivated, she had never fought a life-and-death battle with a person, let alone killed someone with her own hands. For a little girl like her, anyone's life was extremely precious. But now, a living person had died under her dagger. Naturally, she couldn't accept it in a short time. Yang Kai recalled the first time he killed someone, and his heart seemed to be extremely uneasy. This uneasiness and panic lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. Later, after killing many people, he didn't feel anything at all. But Zhang Ruoxi was different. The white-robed man should be the first person to die at her hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed and reached out to pull Zhang Ruoxi into his arms. He patted her shoulder and comforted her gently, "You didn't kill that person. He died at my hands. When you stabbed him with your dagger, he was already dead." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi's trembling tender body calmed down a lot. She looked up at Yang Kai and asked timidly, "Really? It's true. Look." As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand and a golden blood thread suddenly shot out from the corpse on the ground and wrapped around his fingertip. This is what I used to kill him. I didn't kill him. Zhang Ruoxi stared at the golden blood thread in a daze. The panic in her beautiful eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by a relieved expression. You didn't kill him. Sleep well. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Yang Kai comforted her softly while pushing his source qi slightly and pouring it into Zhang Ruoxi's body to soothe the trembling blood in her body. Perhaps because the burden in her heart had been lifted, or perhaps because she was too tired, Zhang Ruoxi really leaned into Yang Kai's arms and closed her beautiful eyes, breathing softly. After seeing that she had really fallen asleep, Yang Kai sighed softly and picked her up. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk not far away, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate. After discovering that it was Mo Xiaoqi, he waited quietly. After a short while, Mo Xiaoqi appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. The heaven-escaping bat let out a squeak and flew to Mo Xiaoqi's shoulder. Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai, then at the bloody corpse on the ground, then at Zhang Ruoxi in Yang Kai's arms and asked, "Is this Sister Ruoxi?" Yang Kai nodded. "Is she okay?" "I came just in time." "She's fine, she just fell asleep because she was too tired." "It's good that she's fine." Mo Xiaoqi patted her towering chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she gnashed her teeth. Those Jiang family people are really hateful. Big brother Yang, I've already inquired about the situation here. They actually dared to kidnap and force the scattered cultivator to secretly mine minerals for them. They are simply bastards. I know a thing or two about this matter. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as his expression turned cold. He sneered in a low voice, "The Jiang family really wants to silence us. Just you wait." Chapter 2067. Zhang Ruoxi's experience really made Yang Kai angry out of shame. After all, he was now a Dao Source Realm Master, but because of a moment of carelessness, he failed to take care of a little girl and was caught here to mine. He went to the Jiang family to inquire about the situation, but the Jiang family's higher-ups lied to him. Not only that, the Jiang family even wanted to kill him to silence him. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He'd already secretly decided that once he left this place, he would go to the Jiang clan and turn the Jiang clan upside down, causing chaos. What about the Jiang family members guarding the entrance? A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "They're still over there." Mo Xiaoqi replied, "And it's not just the two Jiang family members here. I met some on the way here and knocked them out. As for those who were caught here, they have already been sent out through the space array." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "After they leave, I think the Jiang family's matter can no longer be hidden. It's also convenient for me to go to the Jiang family and make a scene. This way, the city lord's mansion won't be able to intervene." "Then, are we going back now?" Mo Xiaoqi asked. Yang Kai nodded. After the two finished their discussion, they prepared to return to Maplewood City. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. An earth-shaking movement came from under their feet, causing Mo Xiaoqi and Yang Kai's expressions to change. At the same time, a cracking sound came from not far away. Yang Kai frowned. He stared in the direction of the sound. He found that the cliff in front of him was filled with blood-red lines. These lines looked very complicated and mysterious, as if they were some kind of seal. The lines kept wriggling, and as they wriggled, more and more blood was sucked away. Only then did Yang Kai discover that the blood red was actually the color of blood. And the source was the corpse of the Jiang family's white-robed cultivator that had fallen on the ground before. The seal patterns on the precipice were actually crazily devouring the blood flowing out of the white-robed cultivator. As the blood flowed in, the blood-red seal patterns wriggled faster and faster. What is this? Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared in front of him in surprise. Mo Xiaoqi's expression also suddenly became dignified as she stared fixedly at the seal, her brow furrowed, seemingly unable to recognize what kind of seal it was. At this moment, the seal seemed to have devoured enough blood. The veined patterns converged at the center of the cliff in a flash, forming a hideous human face. The face opened its mouth wide, and a pitch-black aura suddenly gushed out from the inside of the cliff. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled Mo Xiaoqi. He retreated backward. The pitch-black aura continued to surge out of the seal and quickly filled the mine tunnel. Yang Kai could clearly feel the violent and bloody aura from the black aura. There was also another smell that he was familiar with. The black chi quickly split up and slithered around like pitch-black spiritual snakes. One of the black aura drilled into the mouth and nose of the dead white-robed man on the ground and quickly disappeared. But in the next moment, something happened that left Kai Yang dumbfounded. The white-robed man, whose upper body was riddled with holes, suddenly opened his eyes. But at this moment, his eyeballs were not black and white, but a strange pitch-black color. It looked extremely terrifying. At the same time, pitch-black patterns suddenly appeared on the white-robed man's face, arms, and exposed skin. Demon crests! Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. He was all too familiar with these patterns. Back in Tongxian realm, the clansmen of the ancient demon clan he saved had all cultivated this secret technique, which allowed them to brand their bodies with different demon crests. When he himself used the secret technique to become the demon race, the changes on his body were very similar to this scene. Demonic Qi? Mo Xiaoqi seemed to have noticed something at the same time as Yang Kai exclaimed. As soon as the two's voices fell, the white-robed man stood up and fixed his dark eyes on Yang Kai. Immediately after, he let out a fierce roar and pounced towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, as if he was not afraid of death. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding Zhang Ruoxi in one hand and flicking his fingers with the other, shooting out a series of golden blood threads. With a sizzling sound, the sharp golden blood threads pierced through the white-robed man and were directly cut into several pieces by Yang Kai. The pieces scattered on the ground, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. However, Yang Kai did not have the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he frowned. This was because he could feel that after the white-robed man had been demonized, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Although he was still able to deal with him in a single move, the white-robed man was undoubtedly much stronger than when he was alive. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk at this moment, the pitch-black aura that filled the mine turned into pitch-black spirit snakes and shot madly towards Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, like cats that had smelled fish. Not good, run. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Exile." Under the power of space principles, a black hole about the size of a round table took shape leisurely. Inside the black hole was nothingness, only chaos. The pitch-black spirit snakes all rushed in and disappeared without a trace. But there were still more pitch-black spirit snakes that pounced over one after another. And from the mouth of the face on the cliff, even more pitch-black aura gushed out. The space secret technique only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it shattered, allowing the black snake-like existences to break through Yang Kai's blockade and follow him at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that the situation behind them was not good. He had no time to deal with those strange things. Pushing his source chi, he wrapped Mo Xiaoqi up and rushed towards the entrance as if his life depended on it. After going around in circles, the two soon arrived at the location where they were previously teleported. There, the two Jiang family origin King Realm cultivator were still lying on the ground with pale faces, watching Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi step into the space array. One of them opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. They did not know what method Mo Xiaoqi used to imprison them in place. "Big brother Yang, they're coming." Mo Xiaoqi looked back and saw that the countless pitch-black spirit snakes were less than 300 meters away from them. Her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly poured his space force into the array. In the next moment, the array hummed and released a burst of light. When the light dissipated, the two had disappeared. The pitch-black spirit snakes rushed to the array and pounced on empty air. However, these strange things wrapped around the two Jiang family origin King Realm cultivator in a single sweep. Screams immediately rang out from the black chi. It sounded extremely tragic, as if they had suffered some unimaginable torture. A moment later, the screams came to an abrupt end as the two stood up from the ground. Although their appearances hadn't changed, their auras were very different from before. Their entire bodies were emitting an incomparably ruthless and dark aura. They were wrapped in black energy, and demonic patterns appeared on their cheeks and arms. Even their eyes had turned pure black. The two of them looked at each other and grinned hideously. One of them even howled wildly at the sky. His howl was filled with endless joy and excitement. It was as if he had been imprisoned for thousands of years and was finally able to break free. The two of them were not the only cultivator who had encountered this. In the mine, many of the Jiang family cultivator who had been knocked unconscious by Mo Xiaoqi had also encountered the same thing. There were also some slave miners who did not manage to escape the mine in time. Once they were entangled by the pitch-black aura, their auras changed drastically in a short time. They seemed to have lost their original sentience. Soon, the entire mine was filled with the pitch-black aura. In the cave of the barren mountain, a light flashed and Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi appeared on the space array with lingering fear. Next to the array, the Jiang family cultivator who had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai had strangely disappeared. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but frown. He swept out with his divine sense and immediately showed a look of surprise. "Big brother Yang, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi looked at him in surprise. "There are many people outside welcoming us." Yang Kai sneered. Mo Xiaoqi frowned slightly. She released her divine sense and immediately noticed something. "Let's go out and take a look." Yang Kai called out to her and took the lead to fly out of the cave without fear. He stood in mid-air. He glanced around and saw that he was surrounded by cultivators. Moreover, all of their faces were extremely familiar. They were all members of the Jiang family that he had just met. He did not know when the news had been leaked. The Jiang family had actually sent all their experts to this place. Not far away, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin, and many higher-ups were looking at Yang Kai coldly. They seemed very unhappy. In front of Jiang Lin, there was an old man in a black robe. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He did not reveal any aura from his body. He looked just like an ordinary person, but there was an indescribable majesty lingering around him. When some of the Jiang family cultivators looked at this old man, their eyes were full of awe. Even Jiang Lin was standing behind this old man with an extremely respectful look. Yang Kai's expression changed. He glanced at the old man and immediately knew that this person should be the Jiang family's Dao Source Realm Master, the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Taisheng. After all, there were not many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City. However, every Dao Source Realm Master was widely known by the cultivator in Maplewood City. At this moment, Jiang Taisheng was looking at Yang Kai indifferently. His gaze only swept over Zhang Ruoxi in his arms for a moment before he looked away. It was as if no one was worthy of his attention. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a playful smile appearing on his face. Chapter 2068. Alchemist Yang. Jiang Lin suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Yang Kai, his tone extremely unfriendly. I didn't expect you to have some skill, actually being able to find this place. This Jiang has underestimated you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. A cold light flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes as his expression turned furious. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Taisheng, but seeing the latter's calm expression, he immediately took a deep breath and shouted, Alchemist Yang, this Jiang sees that you are also a talent and does not want to kill you. If you can sign this soul contract in front of my Jiang family, we may spare your life. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a simple and unadorned animal skin parchment. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and found that it was very similar to the one Kong Si Ran took out. Not only was it similar in shape and size, but even the aura it exuded was almost identical. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was a real soul contract, something from the Serene Soul Palace. Soul contracts were developed by one of the 10 great emperors, the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and only the people of the Serene Soul Palace knew how to make them. Once a cultivator branded their own soul brand or life mark on a soul contract, this soul contract would exert a magical effect, binding the cultivator to fulfill the terms of the contract. If the cultivator violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their soul devoured and their soul destroyed. In order to prevent Yang Kai from leaking the source condensing pill recipe, Kong Si Ran had no choice but to use a soul contract, which made his heart ache for many days. After all, this thing was extremely precious, and each one was worth a lot of money. He didn't know where the Jiang family obtained one, but they actually took it out at this moment. A soul contract? Yang Kai showed a faint smile. Patriarch Jiang is so generous. This thing is very precious. Don't you think it is a waste to use it on this Yang? Jiang Lin said expressionlessly, for Alchemist Yang, what is a soul contract? Yang Kai looked at him calmly and said, but I want to know what is written on this soul contract. Does Alchemist Yang not know what is written? Jiang Lin smiled slightly, it is nothing more than hoping that Alchemist Yang will become a member of my Jiang family in the future and refine spirit pills for my Jiang family. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Jiang Lin's face. Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, you have to sign this soul contract whether you want to or not, it's not up to you. Jiang Lin's 2. And Jiang Lin, Yang, Jiang and the others, Jiang. Why Wuxia Jianged? And Jiang and Jiang a. To do. 2. Jianged. T est ts. T of ts as long as Yang Kai gave in. The Jiang family would not only gain an origin king grade alchemist, but they also wouldn't have to worry about him leaking the secret of the mine. Hearing Jiang Lin's shameless boasting, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, what a joke. My hands and feet grow on my body. I can do whatever I want. What can your Jiang family do to me? Jiang Lin was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Taisheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and raised his hand to stop Jiang Lin from speaking. He said indifferently, young man, you think you have some ability and don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Today, this old master came here personally to give you a lot of face. I heard from them that you are an origin king grade alchemist, and the quality of the source condensing pills you refine is also extraordinary. This old master cherishes talents. I don't want to do anything to you. If you obediently brand your S on this soul contract, this old master will pretend that nothing happened today. As for the little girl in your arms and the companion beside you, this old master can spare their lives, but the premise is that they must marry into my Jiang family as concubines. What? You want me to marry into your Jiang family as a concubine? Before Yang Kai could say anything, Mo Xiaoqi, who had been standing to the side with an indifferent expression as if she was watching a good show, jumped up and glared at Jiang Tai-sheng with a face full of shame and anger. She shouted, "You old thing, you don't have any self-respect at all. How could you say such shameless words? Presumptuous! How dare you?" A group of Jiang family cultivators shouted at Mo Xiaoqi with angry expressions, as if Mo Xiaoqi had said something she shouldn't have. Yang Kai chuckled. He held Zhang Ruoxi in his arms with one hand and pretended to pick his ear with the other. He tilted his head and asked Mo Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, why do I hear a mad dog barking?" "Oh." Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him and nodded seriously, "Yeah, and its barking is very unpleasant to hear." Hearing this, Jiang Tai-sheng narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He said in a deep voice, "Very good, these two juniors are really bold. This old master hasn't heard anyone speak to me like this for many years. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Why are you putting on an act over there? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him impatiently. "Do you think you're so great just because you're a Dao Source Realm cultivator?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. Before the Jiang family members could react, Yang Kai had strangely appeared not far in front of Jiang Lin. "Huh?" Jiang Lin was shocked and his body fell back involuntarily. Before he could do anything else, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand towards him. Jiang Lin was shocked. Without thinking, he pushed the source qi in his body, clenched his fists, and punched forward fiercely. Energy gathered in the void as a tiger's roar resounded. A gigantic phantom of a tiger appeared in a flash and opened its bloody mouth to bite forward. However, this attack hit nothing but air. Kai Yang, who was in front of him, had disappeared at some unknown time. When Jiang Lin looked around in surprise, he found that Yang Kai had returned to his original place, as if he had never moved. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Jiang Lin's forehead. The Jiang family members also turned pale. "Xiaoqi, see if this is real." Yang Kai handed something to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi took it and looked at it carefully. "Huh? My soul contract." Only then did Jiang Lin realize that the soul contract he had been holding in his hand had been snatched away by Yang Kai at some point. He stared at his empty hands in amazement, then raised his head and looked not far ahead. His heart sank to the bottom. Dao Source Realm. Jiang Tai-sheng narrowed his eyes and shouted. Before, Yang Kai did not use any power, so he did not carefully investigate Yang Kai's strength. He only thought that Yang Kai's cultivation was at the Origin King realm. But now, as soon as Yang Kai made a move, Jiang Tai-sheng saw the clues. After discovering this, Jiang Tai-sheng's face could not help but turn ugly. After all, he was just a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, he would not have any advantage at all. This was completely different from what he had imagined before. He thought that if he personally went out to deal with these two juniors, it would be a piece of cake. And from beginning to end, he did not even look at Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. But only now did he know that he was wrong, very wrong. As a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm, Yang Kai already had the qualifications to talk to him as an equal. And judging from the speed at which he attacked just now, if he wanted to kill the other members of the Jiang family, he would have already succeeded. Yes, Big Brother Yang, this is indeed a soul contract from the Serene Soul Palace. This is a good thing. Keep it well, it may be useful in the future. After checking it, Mo Xiaoqi returned the soul contract to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it back and stuffed it into his space ring indifferently. This old master was rude. It turns out that your excellency is also a Dao Source Realm cultivator. No wonder you are so confident. Jiang Taisheng's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, there was a dignified look on his face as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You change your face quite quickly. How shameless." Mo Shaoqi also spat from the side. Jiang Taisheng's behavior was like a completely different person, which really made Mo Shaoqi look down on him. Jiang Taisheng coldly snorted and said, "But even if your excellency is a Dao Source Realm cultivator, you must give this old master an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, your excellency can forget about leaving so easily." Explanation? Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Is this what your Jiang family should give me, or should I give it to your Jiang family? This Yang's friend was captured by you for no reason and was tortured here." When Yang Kai went to the Jiang family to inquire about information, not only did you hide it, you even wanted to silence him. If I had not come in time, how could my friend still be alive? You still want an explanation? This. Jiang Taisheng was at a loss for words. He did not expect Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Alchemist Yang. As the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin had no choice but to stand up at this moment. He cupped his fists and said, "Alchemist Yang, please calm down. This is a complete misunderstanding." He had just been bullied by Yang Kai and had walked through the gates of hell. Now, he no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. His tone was also not as arrogant as before. Instead, he smiled and said bitterly, "This is really a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Although he was smiling, there was not the slightest trace of a smile on his face. Instead, it looked even more bone-chilling. "You captured my woman and now you say it's a misunderstanding? Patriarch Jiang, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Or are you a 3-year-old child?" Jiang Lin wore a worried expression as he said, "Alchemist Yang, we didn't know this little girl was one of your people. If we had known earlier, we would have treated her as a guest of honor. Why would we have brought her to the mine? Now that she is safe and sound, why don't we end today's matter here? The sole contract will be my Jiang family's apology. And, in addition, in a few days, my Jiang family will send another gift to Alchemist Yang's residence." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.